In today's video, I wanted to begin my journey through the main storyline featured in The Witcher. This playthrough has been a long time coming for me. The Witcher Enhanced Edition has been sitting in my Steam library for who knows how long. I've stared at it, thought about starting it, and then some other game has ended up capturing my attention. Well, here we are. I've never played The Witcher 1 or 2. I played maybe an hour of The Witcher 3, had no clue what was going on, and then put it away. I'd reckon it makes more sense to start with the first game in the series, right? As for my knowledge on the IP, I watched the first 2 seasons of The Witcher on Netflix, whatever that's worth, and admittedly, I did learn a little bit about the universe through the third Witcher game. However, I'd say I'm still a greenie when it comes to just about everything The Witcher, and I'm really excited to learn more about this beloved franchise. Now, this is a very long game. There's a lot of story and depth to it. Furthermore, there's a boatload of dialogue. Normally, I like to add as much dialogue as I can into these videos. It helps with explaining the story, conveying the emotions and tones of the scene, and it aids with developing characters' personalities. For The Witcher, I'm still going to add in a lot of the dialogue, as trust me, you don't want to miss it. But otherwise, I'll be explaining most of the little moments that happen between Geralt and the characters of the universe. On top of that, I'll be playing through the main story, detailing my experiences as I go along, and hopefully together, we can learn more about the Witcher universe. As soon as The Witcher is booted up, I'm brought to an opening cutscene of sorts. This animation shows off a few key things for the game. Firstly, it introduces the player to the main character, Geralt of Rivia. I apologize to the seasoned Witcher players out there, as this may seem elementary, but I'll try to keep this brief. Geralt is a Witcher, or as the narrator puts it, a professional monster slayer. He's an elite fighter, has access and knowledge to all sorts of weapons and potions, and he's got some unique powers. Those will be explained later on in the story, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Next, the monster that Geralt's hunting in the cutscene is called a Striga. The Witcher's world includes a bestiary that has a healthy mix of real-world folklore and in-universe folklore. Some monsters you might recognize from different cultures around our world, and others might be original to the IP. Now, speaking of The Witcher's universe, it has its own unique setting. It was created by the Polish author Andrzej Sapkowski. Fun fact, this scene depicts the first short story that was published for the Witcher IP. Sapkowski submitted it to a Polish magazine that was hosting a writing competition. While he ended up receiving 3rd place, an incredible accomplishment, what was born from that act has reshaped the fantasy genre. Like most high fantasy medieval stories, there are elements of our own world in it, but then there are also special spins and twists put on them as well. Now, the next point comes from a small detail in the cutscene. The narrator says that the Striga is a monarch's daughter, a princess. The princess ended up getting cursed, and the man responsible is being used by Geralt as bait. Before Geralt's battle with the Striga begins, he lets the accused go free. However, as the man tries to escape, the Striga ambushes him and Geralt simply watches on. I think from here, we can safely assume that Geralt has a code of his own. While he wouldn't necessarily harm an innocent, if you've shown yourself to be corrupt or evil in any way, Godspeed. Geralt does believe in an eye for an eye, and oftentimes, it's up to the player to decide how he acts. Fast forward a bit and the cutscene comes to a close. Geralt was able to lift the princess's curse, and from the looks of things, she's transformed back into a human.
Though gravely wounded, the Witcher lifted the curse and gained fame. The world changed with the coming of the Great War, the time of the sword and axe, the time of disdain. Geralt of Rivia disappeared, all but forgotten. But that's another story.
To me, this was an excellent introductory cinematic. It clearly depicts The Witcher's world, the continent, the stories that have been stirred up from it, and the important characters like Geralt of Rivia. Now, it's time to dive into The Witcher 1's story and gameplay. Right off the bat, I'm faced with some housekeeping decisions. The game mode I want to play through, the difficulty level I'd like to play on, and which type of controls I'd like to use. Obviously, these seemingly small decisions can have a massive impact on the type of experience I'm about to have. Feeling ready with my choices, I get thrown into the continent's complex story and timeline.
The northern kingdoms nursed their wounds for 5 years after the Great War. Plague and famine raged, the death toll unknown. A few surviving elven and dwarven units sought refuge amidst forests, where they prepared for a final, desperate fight. Abominable beasts ruled backwoods, highways, and former battlefields alike. In cities and villages, folk were left wondering what had happened to the Witchers. The Blue Mountains in the north of Kedwen, the year 1270, 5 years after the Great War.
That's a lot of lore to think on right off the bat. However, as the story evolves, these events, people, things, and places of the in-game universe will flow seamlessly into its timeline. The opening scene of The Witcher shows a panicked and flustered Geralt of Rivia. After what appears to be a great deal of running, he collapses in the forests and 2 men can be seen approaching him. While they look menacing, those happen to actually be his allies.
Everything's all right. I've no idea where you've been. The important thing is you're alive and among friends. Though you look like you just left your grave.
I remember nothing.
We'll speak soon enough. We're nearing Kaer Morhen.
As Geralt gets wheeled to safety, the camera pans out and reveals a magnificent stronghold. This is Kaer Morhen, home to the Witchers Guild. This is where Geralt and his guildmates eat, sleep, and train while they're not out on job. For the most part, it seems impregnable and indestructible. However, everything has an expiration date, and at some point, all things come to pass.
We're home. Leo, get Triss.
As Geralt and co re-enter Kaer Morhen, we're quickly shown some of its other residents. Most are Witchers with interesting stories to tell. However, not all of them are friends and not all of them have good intentions.
Your time nears its end, Witchers. Enjoy things while you can.
Honestly, the TV show doesn't do these characters enough justice. They're just as intriguing as Geralt, and each has had their fair share of triumphs as well as defeats. Their backgrounds and stories are just as colorful and tragic. With a bit of luck, we might get to peer behind the curtain on some of them. At the moment, it seems like a bit of time has passed in the world, as Geralt is now back on his feet.
Barely 2 days have passed since they found you.
I owe my recovery to you. Thank you, Triss.
Remember anything?
Not much. Look below. I know the moves. Pirouette, parry, cut. I can't explain it, but I feel a bond when we speak. I know you are important.
Geralt, we...
The game gets into it, so I won't spend too much time covering it, but Geralt has had some major memory loss. How and why are unknown. However, this works perfectly for further introducing the player to Geralt and his life. It skips over the years of training and development while leaving me with an experienced Witcher that, so to speak, just needs new batteries. As my fellow guildmates train on in the courtyard, Geralt, being the elite warrior and tracker that he is, senses that something's off. From here, the scene cuts over to Lambert, another seasoned Witcher. As he's walking through the stronghold's portcullis, he not only runs into the threat that sets up the tutorial, but also the entirety of Witcher 1's story.
Wait for the rest. He's alone. The Professor promised 50 orens for every freak we kill.
He's mine!
Vesemir, we got company.
Very quickly, the game throws me into my first bit of action. These aggressive bandits chase Lambert back into Kaer Morhen, and from there, the siege is underway. Vesemir, the Order's most experienced warrior, temporarily cuts off their forces. He tells everyone to arm themselves, and from there, I finally get to take control of Geralt. Now remember, I've only ever played The Witcher 3 and had no clue what to expect from this game's gameplay. The first Witcher came out in 2007, and even though this is the enhanced edition, it definitely shows. However, that's one thing that I love the most about this game. The UI, controls, and combat are very reminiscent of old school fantasy games. The allure of that is what drew me to The Witcher in the first place, and let me tell you, it did not disappoint. For now, the combat and instructions are incredibly straightforward. Left click is attack, WASD for movement, and the mouse looks around. My first couple of swings were definitely a warm-up. For a lot of fantasy games, success comes from spamming attacks. However, The Witcher's combat is all about timing, flow, and creating combos.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Anyone know who the intruders are?
Ordinary bandits would never attack Kaer Morhen.
That we know, Marigold. You could try some of your famous magic.
In due time, Lambert.
Enough! We need to check the other possible passages to the upper courtyard.
For the most part, The Witcher's controls feel pretty smooth. Geralt's movements are certainly not clunky or stiff. Personally, I've always felt like older games have better flow to their movements than their modern-day counterparts. I suppose when you don't have to worry all that much about graphics and how objects interact with the environment, you could focus more on the overall player experience.
What's happening?
They're trying to break down the gate!
They won't get anywhere without a battering ram.
Shit! What is that?
A frightener. One mean beast.
Savola. I know him. A mage as ambitious as he is insane.
There's more! They're entering the upper courtyard!
The one in glasses is the professor. Murder for hire. I sense magic. There's a sorcerer among them.
Professor, you know the way. Get to it.
From here, the Witchers and Triss start to devise a plan. The sorceress talks about how the professor is a notorious criminal. He's got quite the reputation and should be considered highly dangerous. As for the sorcerer that's with him, Triss isn't sure who he is or what his credentials are. No matter though, as at this point, every single attacker should be considered a threat. As for the battle plans, Vesemir takes Eskel, Lambert, and Leo to take on the Frightener. Triss is tasked with disarming Savola, and as for Geralt, he's sent on his own to open the courtyard gate. That means that for the time being, I no longer have the protection of my fellow Witchers. Whatever happens after this is on me. Really, this acts as a great time to work on my combat. For now, I'm wielding a rusty iron sword, I don't have any armor, and I only have access to my strong style attacks. Strong style is essentially the stance that Geralt goes into for performing heavy swings. These are the slowest chain of attacks, but they do deal the most damage. However, shortly into this segment, I get access to fast style. This fighting technique allows for Geralt to let off a faster chain of swings. However, they don't deal as much damage as, say, strong style. Where the game gets technical though is that some enemies are able to efficiently parry/block certain fighting stances. So, for the bigger and heavier opponents, it's recommended that Geralt fights using strong style. Then, for the smaller, more agile foes, he should switch over to fast. To add on to those mechanics, there are other fighting styles, different weapons for different foes, parrying and blocking, Witcher signs. There's still a lot that needs to be introduced. At first glance, the Witcher's combat system seems fairly simple. Time your attacks and watch your health. However, as time goes on, it actually becomes one of the more complex and intricate systems of its time. Reaching the gate's winch in the nick of time, Geralt's able to reconnect with the others. As they rush into the upper courtyard, Triss is able to cut off the pressure from the bandits and the Frightener. It is of course a temporary solution, but at least for the time being, they could devise a new game plan.
Damn it, Geralt. It's a miracle you're alive.
You could have told me about the stairs.
Lambert and Eskel were supposed to fix them yesterday.
We're not masons.
No matter. The Professor and the other mage must be hiding in the keep.
Face the truth, Witchers. They're here to rob you.
Triss, child, we have nothing of value. Some good steel snow fox pelts?
I mean the laboratory and you know it. Someone wants your famed mutagens.
You're jumping to conclusions. Triss may be right. We need to find out what they want.
One thing at a time. We shouldn't turn our backs on a strong mage leading a frightener.
And you can't let the bandits in the lab.
Right as usual, Triss. Geralt, you've dealt with mages. Find out what this one wants. Leo will guide you.
Just reconnaissance, or...?
No one will be sorry if some of them lose their heads. You'll manage, Wolf. Just remember Leo's with you.
I can handle this.
We'll see what's happening inside and be back.
Take these potions just in case. Drink the Thunderbolt now and keep Swallow for when you need healing. I'll be able to tell you how they work. We'll make sure no one else gets inside. Triss, stay with us in case Savola has any new ideas.
From here, I'm introduced to the Witcher's inventory menu. Aesthetically, it's reminiscent of old-school RPGs like World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and Morrowind. Functionally, it runs similar to WoW, with inventory space taking precedence over weight. I have slots for miscellaneous goods, potions, food, weapons, etc. I have active slots which show my current selection of weapons, rings, and amulets. For the time being, my inventory is pretty humble. It's just my sword and the 2 potions that Vesemir gave me. Thunderbolt is an offensive elixir. It increases the damage inflicted on opponents, but it makes Geralt unable to dodge or parry attacks. Ingesting it, the specs are that damage dealt by Geralt gets increased by 100%. However, efficiencies with dodging and parrying have dropped by 50%. As for Swallow, it significantly increases my vitality regeneration. Trust me, both of these potions are going to become necessities. Entering the interior of the fortress, Geralt and Leo talk for a moment. The dialogue isn't that relevant to the task at hand. However, we do get to learn a bit about Leo. He's the newest member of the Witcher Guild and he's still in training. He's competent and confident, but by the guild standard, he's still a novice. He admits to never having killed a person before, so I guess we'll see how he fares with the current attack. Now, to quickly go over the 3 main status bars, the red one is Geralt's vitality. This is his health bar. The yellow one is his endurance. It's pretty much Geralt's mana. It allows him to cast signs, depletes with every use, but regenerates over time. Then the bottom bar, or green bar, is a little more niche. It represents Geralt's toxicity. Ingesting potions is what increases the bar, and if it gets past a certain threshold, it'll impair some of Geralt's abilities and cause him to lose health. Really, it seems like it's in place to prevent players from spamming elixirs. Shortly into the trek through the Great Hall, I unlocked a 3rd fighting technique. Group style is quite interesting. It allows Geralt to deal AoE damage and is most effective against groups of weaker enemies. Currently, I don't know what the game defines as weak, but I'm sure I'll find out the specifics soon enough. Group style certainly seems like it's more of a convenience than anything. Sometimes it's worked wonders for clearing a room, but at other times, I've had more luck with focusing on a single target and picking the appropriate stance. That might very well be an example of working best on weaker enemies. These are creatures and humans that most players would consider to be nuisances.
The energy you annexed from the Circle of Elements is enough to stop the Witchers?
You trembled, yet you complained Savola would have them all, leaving none for you. Did the sight of a single Witcher, White Wolf himself, instill fear?
The aforementioned, considered dead I might add, is a known killer. I'll gladly challenge him.
Leo, stand back. Come on, Professor.
Time is essential. I wield the power of the Circle of Elements. They are no threat. Back to work. I want the mutagens ready for teleportation in 15 minutes. Our witches shan't trouble us.
We're cut off. The stairs are blocked.
The magic barrier looks solid. We need Triss.
They're robbing us. Geralt, clear the passage upstairs. Use a sign.
A sign?
The Ard. I can't do it since I broke my fingers training along the gauntlet. Cast the Ard at the debris.
I don't remember the signs.
Let's go to the Circle of Elements, a source of the power. You need to try and learn the Ard.
All right.
Well, Triss's theory seems to be correct. The bandits are after these so-called mutagens. Those will be explained a little further on in the story, but for now, it's time to learn one of the Witcher signs. These signs are quick and simple to learn forms of magic. While not necessarily sorcery, they are extra tools that a Witcher can use while out on the job or in a pinch. Running to the back of the crypt, it didn't take me long to land at one of the elemental stones. This is one of the components to the Circle of Elements. Interacting with it, Geralt is now able to use his first sign, Ard. Ard produces a telekinetic force that pushes away objects and knocks down opponents. Again, it works great if Geralt is ever in a bind, and it's done well to save me a couple times during this playthrough. Successfully clearing a path back up to the others, the group puts their heads together and are able to identify the bandits' plan of action.
The plague! You're all children. Why didn't you mention the circle?
Triss, child, it didn't seem important.
If the mage aligned with the circle, he can create a stable portal through which he'll travel to anywhere on the continent, taking your equipment with him.
All right, we made a mistake, but you said the mage was harmless.
I said I didn't know him. I think we should protect the lab above all.
Don't panic, Marigold. We know you'd like to see our witch's secrets.
Vesemir, if that idiot doesn't shut it, I'll...
Enough! Lambert, stop baiting Triss. Show her some respect. Triss, if we go to the lab, they'll have us surrounded. We know tactics.
Maybe we should split up.
Geralt's right. We need to protect the lab and kill the Frightener. Who goes where?
Only I can break the barrier. I'm going inside.
Vesemir?
I'll stay and handle the Frightener and Savola. What about you, Geralt? We may both need your help.
This part actually took me by surprise. The Witcher has the player making a lot of crucial in-game decisions. These have effects on different aspects of the story as well as the player's overall experience. While the Frightener portion of the tutorial was intriguing, I felt more invested in the Professor as well as Geralt's connection with Triss.
The lab is important. I'm going with Triss.
Me too.
It's decided then. Eskel and Lambert will stay with me.
Savola just cast a spell. Something's happening.
The ground is shaking. Feel it?
They're breaking through.
Watch out!
Quickly, defend the laboratory!
As Geralt, Triss, and Leo re-enter the interior, the sorceress hands me a potion called Tawny Owl. According to Triss, it's handy while fighting mages as it restores endurance and allows me to cast more signs. As soon as the three of us make our way to the Great Hall, Savola appears. I guess the Tawny Owl might come in handy right about now.
You'll go no further, White One. I'll summon a powerful demon that will tear you apart.
A bluff. He's exhausted from teleportation. Magic light is about all he can muster.
Go. We'll deal with him and join you at the barrier.
This is what I'd consider to be the first boss fight of The Witcher, or it's at least the tutorial version of it. Savola is sapping all of the energy from the nearby bandits. This creates a force field around the mage, and it also encloses the battlefield. As it stands, Leo can't get through to help. So the idea is that for this first phase, if you can call it that, I focus my efforts on taking out the 4 lackeys. This is no biggie, as Savola has left them all in a trance. Once all the lesser bandits have been taken care of, it officially moves on to phase 2 and becomes a 1v1. This is where Ard would have come in handy, as it can easily disrupt Savola's flow of casts. However, I instead started to reinforce some possibly good but probably bad habits, focus all my efforts on melee combat, and relentlessly attack my foe. For Savola, it worked, but that wouldn't always be the case for my opponents. As soon as the Great Hall's been cleared, Geralt reconnects with Leo and the two run after Triss. It doesn't take all that long to find her though. While I was successful with my duel, it seems as though the same can't be said for her.
They're ransacking the laboratory. The other mage is... I underestimated him. Hurry.
With our mage down for the count, it's now up to Leo and myself to stop the intruders. What happens next is what kicks off Geralt's journey through The Witcher.
I found it. We have what we came for. Professor, deal with those witches.
I hear witches can parry bolts in flight. Let's see.
Leo, stop!
Ah! Another fairy tale.
What happened?
Smashed ribs, punctured lung. He's dying.
He needs White Rafford's decoction. Hang on, Leo. It was here. I can't find it.
Vesemir. Leo is dead.
From here, the two men go on to discuss the attack. Vesemir says that Leo's death is on them. They should have been better prepared. He also shares that Triss is still injured. As of right now, it's never been a worse time to be a Witcher. However, for the most part, Kaer Morhen should be safe. There might be the odd bandit or two roaming around, but that's something that gets dealt with shortly. From here, Vesemir suggests that Geralt gets some rest, as there's a lot of work to do. Events for the Witcher have been set in motion. The bandits ran off with the Witcher mutagen, and one of our own has been killed. On top of that, Triss is badly wounded, and Kaer Morhen isn't in the best shape either. Running around the laboratory, Geralt does this thing where he offers one-liners on anything that looks remotely interesting. At first, I thought it was kind of cheesy, as sometimes what he says doesn't feel very relevant. However, as time goes on, I've begun to appreciate his little anecdotes. They offer snippets of lore and backstory that otherwise would be hard to come by. The next feature that the tutorial introduces me to is meditating. This is the game's version of waiting/resting. It passes time, brings on level progression, and helps to cure Geralt of certain afflictions. The interesting part though is how it gets initiated. You either have to speak with certain NPCs and look for the icon in the dialogue window, or you have to interact with lit campfires. Admittedly, I didn't know the latter was an option for the longest time, so for the entirety of the first chapter, my only means of meditation was through NPCs. Once Geralt is rested, the conversation with Vesemir continues. The grizzled hunter believes that the fortress should be abandoned. He says that there's nothing more for them here and that there's a lot of investigative work to do outside of Kaer Morhen. Following that, Vesemir essentially lays down the groundwork for how most chapters in The Witcher work. At least it's how the tutorial and Chapter 1 operate. There's one big area to play around in, and within said area, there are a few different quests and objectives to do. All the quests will tie in with one another, but they're essentially different leads to follow. They usually consist of scavenging, detective work, and fighting. For example, in Kaer Morhen, Vesemir tells Geralt that Triss needs a potion, the remaining bandits have to be dealt with, and Leo needs a proper burial. It's a lot to remember, so of course, it all gets tracked in the journal menu. Here I can revisit the various tutorials, view my current quests, as well as study up on monsters, people, and ingredients. It honestly becomes the most useful tool during your playthrough, at least it did with me. For now, the two quests to follow are a potion for Triss and defending Kaer Morhen. While the initial first part of The Witcher was seemingly on wheels, this gives me a little more freedom with Geralt in the world. I have free reign around Kaer Morhen, can speak with most NPCs, and any loot I discover is free for the taking. For now, I set my sights on finding the necessary ingredients for Triss's potions. Speaking with Lambert about it, he says that I should be able to gather what I need from the fortress. There are samples of white gall in the armory on the upper floor, there's some calcium ecum in the evening hall, and there are white stones in some of the stronghold's chests. What those are exactly and what they do I couldn't tell you, at least not at this point in the game. However, as Geralt's adventures continue, he has the opportunity to become very well versed in herbalism and alchemy. Opening a nearby door, Lambert gives Geralt access to the upper floor of Kaer Morhen. Here, there's a two birds, one stone approach, as this is where the stragglers from the siege could be found. They're the same types and builds of bandits that I had faced during the first part of the tutorial. It's essentially meant to reinforce which fighting stances Geralt should be in and placing me in an open level scenario while doing so. Running around the keep, it seems like there are a fair bit of containers that can be searched. Not every single object with a cavity can be looked through, like say the Elder Scrolls, but chests, wardrobes, and quote, remains are a good start. It doesn't take me long to inadvertently complete the quest defending Kaer Morhen. By searching for the potion's ingredients, I faced and killed every single leftover bandit in the fortress. As for the white gall, calcium echem, and white stones, those were just acquired through looting the various chests on the upper level. While this mostly acts as a tutorial for brewing potions, it also introduces the player to looting containers and keeping their eyes out for useful items. Reporting back to Lambert, he says that the potion just needs 2 more ingredients, the claw of a mighty beast as well as some celandine. Being shooed off to Vesemir, the veteran hands me a few things. For starters, he gives me a proper loadout. I now have access to a steel sword as well as some basic armor. This will definitely give me a leg up on future battles. As for the real reason I was sent to him, Vesemir hands me what celandine he has left, and then he teaches me how to skin monsters. Luckily for the Witchers, there's the corpse of a mighty beast just outside their doorstep, so securing one of the Frightener's claws shouldn't be an issue. Even though Vesemir adds flavor and gives detailed instructions on how to skin monsters, for the player it's as easy as left-clicking on its body. With all of the necessary ingredients on hand, I returned to the Great Hall and started the preparation. The potion brewing process was as simple as meditating and accessing the alchemy menu. From there, I can scroll through all of my known formulas and select whichever elixir Geralt has the ingredients for. For now, I don't know that many recipes, but as time goes on, that list is surely to expand. With Triss's potion ready, the game leads me back to the upper level and into her quarters. Administering the elixir, its effects seem rapid. As you'll soon come to see, Triss clearly has more fuel in the tank.
Thank you, Geralt.
I hope this potion helps.
That was terrible. I dreamt Lambert was with me. He was staring at me, saying things like, "Don't go dying on me, Marigold," calling me big-headed. I'm so glad to see you. What?
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I know we should set out, but I have a feeling we won't be back. Perhaps ever. Won't you stay just a bit longer? With me?
I suppose we have some time.
I'm so happy you're back. When I saw you, all the feelings I tried to deny returned, stronger than ever.
Triss, I'm not ready to talk about the past.
Of course. I shouldn't pressure you. I just feel so... The powers. I'm behaving like a teenager. Let's focus on the present. I guess I disappointed you all. Forgive me.
Nothing to forgive. What I felt when I learned you were alive, hard to compare to anything.
Oh.
Except maybe what I feel as I look at you.
I missed you so. Let's see if the best bed in Kaer Morhen can hold us.
Call me naive, but I assume that by staying with Triss a while longer, the two of them would just simply chat about their past. This was in hopes that Geralt's memory would get jogged a bit. Well, I guess you could say that the two of them go jogging? It becomes apparent later on in the game, but for now, let's just say that Geralt gets around.
Geralt, a pleasure, as always.
As always?
You don't remember anything?
Unfortunately.
Well, you have something to look forward to then. No matter. Tell me, how did the battle end?
They broke into the lab, killed Leo, stole our mutagens, and escaped.
Poor Vesemir. Another protege dead prematurely.
We delayed the funeral until you awoke.
Thank you. As for the mutagens, their loss could prove catastrophic. Let's not lose any more time. Unless there's something you'd like to ask me?
During dialogue with NPCs, I'm able to ask some lore-related questions as well as some story-relevant ones. They aren't necessary for plot progression, but they of course help to shed more light on The Witcher's complex universe.
The theft. What are its possible consequences?
Most sorcerers and rulers would sell their greedy, power-hungry souls to get the mutagens. Only a master of the arcane arts can use that knowledge. Not many of those left.
What about wealthy merchants, dukes, kings?
Perhaps. Anything's possible, but speculating wastes time. We just don't have enough information.
True.
Geralt, can we go?
For now, that's about it for Kaer Morhen. This wraps up The Witcher's tutorial, and giving Triss the go-ahead, it's time to give Leo a proper burial.
We shouldn't keep Vesemir waiting.
Come on then.
We don't know where the bandits came from or who's behind them. We'll draw attention if we venture out as a group. By splitting up, we can also cover more territory.
I'll go west. I know a few people there, and I prefer the coastal
Then
climate.
I'll head east, to Kedwin, unless someone objects.
That's fine. Which way should I go?
South, to Temeria. King Foltest owes you a debt of gratitude. Some time ago you removed a curse from his daughter. You might happen on the bandits' trail there. And you, Triss?
I'll try to use my influence to find the bandits. If I learn anything, I'll contact Geralt. I'll gather what information I can and find you in Vizima.
Triss.
Don't, Geralt. I detest goodbyes. I'm liable to cry, and there's nothing more pathetic than a sorceress in tears. Don't get killed, Geralt. I don't think I could deal with that again. I'll see you soon.
See you, Triss.
As the scene closes out, we get a little bit of insight into Chapter 1 of The Witcher. The current sequence shows Geralt's travels to the Southern Kingdom. Overlaid on top of it are some blurbs regarding the universe's current events, although it's more or less what's already been discussed. The bandits were successful in stealing the Witcher mutagen, and their confirmed leader, this mysterious Zerrikanian mage, is much more powerful than the protagonists had thought. From here, each of the remaining Witchers have set off to the four corners of the world. As for Geralt, his travels had led him to Vizima, or in the case of Chapter 1, the outskirts of Vizima.
Caroline, I'm tired.
It's not far now, we'll be there soon.
I'm cold.
We'll fetch you warm milk and honey. You'd like that.
Very much. Thank you, Caroline. What are those dogs doing?
Dogs? Alvin, do exactly as I say. This is important. Run to the inn as fast as you can, and don't look back. Understand?
They're evil dogs.
Run!
What the hell? Shut the gate, quickly! The beast! The beast is attacking! Sound the alarm!
Chapter 1 of The Witcher opens with a bang. Geralt has made it to the outskirts of Vizima, but of course there are a few roadblocks in the way. The villagers are arguing on what to do about Caroline. Shawnee, a young woman who seems to know Geralt, wants to save her. A few of the villagers agree. Meanwhile, the guards and most of the other peasants are too scared to open the gates. However, in the end, the gates to the settlement fly open and these mysterious green hellhounds rush in. The nameplate calls them Barghests, and while terrifying, they're no match for a Witcher, at least for now.
What was that?
Magic, surely.
The beast!
Geralt, look!
The time of the sword and axe approaches. The time of the white frost and white light. The time of madness and disdain. to Dayrit, the final age. The world will perish amidst ice and be reborn with the new sun. Reborn of elder blood, of hen Iker, of a planted seed. A seed that will not sprout but burst into flames.
The old elven prophecy of Itlena. I hope he's all right.
It seems he saved us from the beast.
Yes, seems so. Oh, I do hope he's not hurt. I'll need to find someone to take care of him. He shouldn't be alone. We'll stay at the inn in the meantime.
Wait a minute. I ran into wild dogs on my way here, but they were nothing like these, and I don't mean just the green fur. Know anything about them?
They've been terrorizing the village for some time. Every few days, a villager is killed. The pack is led by a large hound, perhaps a wolf. People call it the Beast.
Someone might pay to have the beast slain.
That's what witchers do, isn't it? But enough about monsters. What brings you here?
I'm seeking men who wear the sign of the salamander. Seen anyone like that in the area?
Shh, not so loud. There was someone, but the peasants grow silent at the mere mention of him. The Reverend might know more. You may also want to ask him about the beast.
I'll do that.
Before exiting the conversation, I asked Shawnee if she and Geralt knew each other, as the conversation was all too friendly. She said she did, but she didn't go into detail about their past. Geralt explained his memory loss, and Shawnee said that mere medicine wouldn't be enough to help. A sorcerer would actually be his best bet. From here, the conversation ends, and I can now explore the outskirts of Vizima. Wandering around the fenced-in area, there's an abundance of NPCs I can interact with. Merchants, guards, peasants, you name it. Getting close to the inn, Geralt notices a notice board. This is one of the ways that I can get access to the side quests in the area. Speaking of which, pulling up my journal, there were a few starting objectives for this chapter. Of Monsters and Men, The Salamander's Tale, and Witcher's Secrets. As I mentioned back in Kaer Morhen, Geralt gets an area that he can play around in, and from there, the story develops. As it stands, 2 of the 3 quests kick off by visiting the village's Reverend. So, after sticking my nose in the tavern, which has a lot to offer, just nothing for a broke Geralt, I left the fenced-off section and ventured through the land. Even though there was a threat of hellhounds in the area, there's still a surprising number of NPCs out and about. I suppose nothing beats a nightly routine. The trek to the western side of the village ended up being somewhat eventful. Over by some of the abandoned houses, I got approached by a terrifying creature. This would happen to be a ghoul, and while I bested it in the moment, it ended up being a sign of the challenges to come. As I dashed through the quiet homesteads and followed the pathway, it eventually led me to the quote, Vizima Resistance.
Stop, what are you?
A witcher.
We're militia. We keep the peace.
I'll be going.
We needs to see you're not ill.
I'm immune.
Don't know what that means. We gotta check.
What's that?
Well, you look foul, but healthy. Move along.
Godspeed.
The Witcher is full of these comedic interactions between Geralt and the simple folk of the continent. Because Geralt's work is so above them, it's funny to see how they interact with him and intervene in his job. This stretch of the village seemed to have an abundance of barghasts. I did my best to stave them off in a timely manner, but in the end, most of the militia ended up getting ripped apart. Now, interestingly, I saw something quite intriguing by the Reverend's place. A stray dog was standing still, minding its own business, when all of a sudden, it dropped dead and a hellhound spawned over its body. Whatever is going on here, it almost seems like the local dogs are dying off, and their spirits return as these monstrous demonic barghasts. It looks as though this is a twisted form of magic, or possibly even a curse. Entering the Reverend's home, the man of the hour was fast asleep. I guess he's not as fazed about the village's safety as everyone else. However, after waking him up, maybe it would have been best to just let the old-timer rest.
Begone, devil's breed!
Calm yourself, priest. I merely wish to speak with you.
There's nothing to speak of.
Indeed there is. I seek Salamandra. I heard they come here.
They'll kill us because of you.
I have ways of showing gratitude.
What ways?
You're troubled by a beast?
Not your business.
I'm a witcher. I could help.
Another witcher came recently. Berengar. He promised to slay the beast, but fled when it howled.
I'm not Berengar.
If you want my trust, bear the eternal fire's light to the people and dispel the darkness. You'll find 5 chapels around the village.
Fire won't scare the beast. This is more than a stray dog.
The eternal fire, blasphemer. You can be sure it will scare off beasts, for it has been said that though his soul be in darkness, and his visage be a horror, do not judge him hastily, for he will carry the flame of hope into the night. And also, you shall only be safe in the glow of the eternal fire.
All right, but it will cost you 100 orens.
Very well, but the eternal fire must appear at night in all 5 chapels.
I'm looking for men who wear salamander-shaped pins.
That's not wise.
Why?
Vexing them may shorten your life.
Do I look scared?
Another Witcher came here before you. He too swaggered with audacity, and yet, do you see him? Not likely. He fled.
He's not me.
Do not sneer at Salamandra. The whole village fears them for a reason. You must convince us all.
What can I do?
For me, destroy the beast. As for the others, visit Odo, Mikkel and Haran. Can you solve their problems too?
Are they elders of some sort?
Everyone knows and respects them. Odo's rich, Haran a merchant, and Mikkel a city guard. Gain their trust, and you'll win the trust of the village.
We'll see.
Wait. They need to believe I sent you. Show them this ring of the eternal fire.
From here, the quests deviate from one another, and a new one, Berengar's Secret, gets added. Of Monsters and Men has Geralt lighting the chapels of the eternal fire. The Salamander's Tale is what has him seeking the approval of the village's 4 most notable men. Technically, Of Monsters and Men does work in tandem with the Salamander's Tale, as solving the Barghest problem is how I gain the Reverend's approval. As for Berengar's Secret, the description is brief and vague. It just says that hopefully sometime soon, I'll get to meet with this other Witcher. Well, kicking things off with the Eternal Fire, this one was pretty straightforward. Popping open the map, I could see 5 different waypoints along the village's trails. These small shrines, which for some reason the Reverend called chapels, are easy enough to get to. The area has its fair share of Barghests, and they seem the most active around the shrines. Really though, 1 against 1, 2, or 3, they still behave more like nuisances than actual threats. Interacting with a chapel, I can place 1 of 5 lit candles in front of it, and it's as simple as that. There's not much more to it, and according to the Reverend, this will surely expel the Hellhounds. Exploring the outskirts of Vizima, I'm technically brought to a few different regions of the area. There's the village portion itself, the witch hut, the crypt, the crossroads, the old mill, and those are just to name a few. The quests have Geralt bouncing around from region to region, so there will be a reason to visit pretty much all of them. Once all 5 of the chapels have been lit under the cover of night, the Barghests seemingly disappear, at least for now.
I carried the eternal fire to all the chapels.
The beasts still haunt us!
I told you it wouldn't work. Where's my payment?
Ah, yes, your payment. The curse must be stronger than I thought. Doubtless caused by that witch, Abigail. An evil woman.
A witch? Maybe she can tell us more.
She brought the beast and all other calamities upon us.
Perhaps, but I'd rather speak with her first.
We must know from whence the beast came. Learn the truth.
I will, for 300 orens.
Our community's poor. Perhaps 200?
So be it.
Well, it was worth a shot. Not even the continent's power that be could solve this one. However, according to the Reverend, there might just be another cause. In the beginning, Geralt did say that this was likely some form of magic. As you'll have noticed, the Witcher doesn't do these things out of the kindness of his heart, nor should he. You'll always see him negotiating with the townsfolk on pay and terms of the mission. At its core, Geralt is a monster hunter, and what he does best is kill monsters. However, it's tricky for him and everyone involved in the scenario not to get caught up in the drama that follows suit. Chatting with some of the townsfolk, you can quickly pick up on some of the small details of the current climate. For example, most people don't like Witchers. The game doesn't get into that right now, but a lot of folks tend to call Geralt a freak or a monster. Presumably, this has to do with the Witcher's genetic transformations and their altered appearances. Examples of these include his intimidating cat eyes and immunity to most diseases. While a neat aspect to the player, these are probably frightening to the common folk of the continent. For further flavor, it appears that there's some sort of lockdown going on in Vizima. Due to an ongoing plague, no one can get inside the city. This has halted loved ones from returning to their families, as well as workers from conducting business inside of Vizima. For now, it's an interesting detail to note. However, it does become more relevant as time goes on. Now, heading over to the witch's house, or Abigail's hut, there are two NPCs present. One is Abigail, the alleged witch, and the other is Alvin, the mysterious boy from earlier.
Oh my, a witcher. Welcome.
What happened to the man outside?
It was his own fault. Many come to me with pitiful fantasies I disdain to fulfill. They take me for a whore, when I am but a witch.
I'll remember that.
Don't worry, I'm not all bad. The sinner will recover. What do you want?
The Reverend believes you summoned the beast.
And what do you believe?
Nothing yet. What's your side of the story?
I had nothing to do with it.
I need to know where the beast came from.
Why ask me?
Aren't witches wise in the ways of magic?
Yes, but this beast is beyond me. Although I know someone else.
Who would that be?
The boy Alvin. He's a strong source and a diviner. What he knows we could not hope to imagine. However, if I were to give him a certain potion...
Won't it hurt him?
No need to fret, he'll be fine. Bring me the petals of 5 white myrtle and your questions will be answered. Myrtle grows outside the village. If you lack knowledge of herbs, I have this book. It's yours, for a price.
Well, for now, the witch doesn't seem all that evil. However, like Geralt said, everything's still up in the air. I'm still in the process of figuring out what's going on around here. As for this portion of the quest though, it serves as further introduction to herbalism. Essentially, I have 2 methods for obtaining 5 samples of this white myrtle. I can either pick them myself, or I could buy them from a merchant. Wanting to delve into that feature of the game, I decided to explore the former. Abigail has a book on field plants for sale. However, it costs 200 orens, and as it stands, I only have 106. Even after selling off some of my items, I'm still a good 44 orens shy. Without that book, Geralt is unable to identify which plants are which, and the option to collect them as ingredients doesn't exist. So, needing some extra money, I trekked back to the tavern and began to look around. There were a few NPCs in here who also acted as vendors. I was able to sell off a few more items to the barmaid, Vesna Hood, but I was still 36 orens off. However, that's when I noticed something that could easily lean into one of Geralt's strengths. In the corner of the room, there was a group of drunk men brawling. They had money on each fight, so maybe if I joined in on the action, I could earn enough orens and buy the book. Most of the men were too afraid to take me up on my offer amount. For most of them, 25 orens was out of the question. However, one man by the name of Fat Fred gladly took me up on it. The fist-fighting minigame was simple, but fun. I only had to worry about 2 things, punching and blocking. Every couple of seconds, Fred would lob a monstrous right hook at me. Blocking it would greatly lower the incoming damage, while taking it on the chin would drop my health by a good bit. In between each of Fred's hits, I just made sure Geralt was swinging like a madman. Before long, I used my final smash on Fat Fred and ended up winning. In terms of reward, I could either choose 2 flasks of moonshine, a ring, or some cash. While the former 2 were tempting, cash was king here. The payout ended up being quite surprising. It was 4-1, and I walked away 100 orens richer. I might have just stumbled onto an infinite money glitch. Pretty neat. Either way, returning to Abigail, I purchased the book of field plants from her and excitedly began to read it. Really, there wasn't much for me, the player, to see here. The book just gave Geralt the knowledge to identify a variety of plants, including white myrtle. No matter, exiting Abigail's hut, I started to look around for some ingredients. There were clearly plants around, ones that looked unique enough to be picked, but no prompt ever came up. Confused, I did some research and learned that there was an herbalism ability that Geralt needed to learn first. This ability came through the level progression process, and that's something that I'll talk about next. But first, while out looking for plants, something quite strange happened. A Barghest bluff charged me. However, this Barghest was different. It wasn't the usual green hound that I've been seeing around. This canine was much larger, it was red, and it appeared to be more menacing. If anything, it also seemed like it was the alpha. However, as quickly as it came, it would end up disappearing. Definitely a strange occurrence, but either way, the show went on. Now, as mentioned back in Kaer Morhen, leveling up is done through meditation. In order to level, Geralt has to kill enough enemies and or complete enough quests. These work toward amassing overall XP. When ready, I can initiate a rest and the level up menu gets brought up. At first, it can be quite overwhelming. there's a lot going on here. I can sort through the various attributes, signs, and weapons. Each category has between 3 to 5 abilities, and each ability has 5 different skill trees. Then, each skill tree is divided into bronze, silver, and gold talents. With each level up, Geralt gets X amount of talent points to spend on learning new skills. For now, I only have access to bronze talents, but those will be good enough for early game. Essentially, I can customize my very own Witcher, choosing to focus on certain skills over others. For example, I put a fair share of points into Geralt's strength, stamina, dexterity, and steel sword. As of this moment, I favored melee combat over all other fighting techniques. Then, in intelligence, I unlocked enough new skills to be able to reach the herbalism talent. After resting, I returned outside and could finally identify plants. Running around the village, found a bunch of white myrtle just outside the inn's gates. Similar to skinning monsters, extracting plants for their ingredients is as simple as clicking on them. With 5 samples of the myrtle in my inventory, I returned to Abigail and awaited further instruction.
I gathered the myrtle petals.
Excellent. Now to prepare the potion.
How is it made?
Interested in witches' secrets, are you? The recipe is yours if you swear to take it to your grave.
I swear.
Draw close and listen. Blend 2 ounces of cadaverine with the myrtle petals. Speak your name backwards, turn about 3 times leftwards, spit into the fire, and stir the potion again.
Complicated.
I knew witch's magic would be beyond the mind of a man. Grant me a moment to finish the potion.
See you later.
For now, of monsters and men comes to a pause, as Abigail needs time to prepare the elixir. I'm sure resting for a full night would have done the trick, but wanting to stay productive, I decided to use the downtime to my advantage. Beginning the Salamander's Tale, I popped open the map and had a look around. The 3 men were scattered throughout the area. Herrenbrog was at the center, Otto was in the south, and Mikkel could be found to the north. Having a clear path to Otto, the richest merchant in the outskirts of Vizima, I decided to focus on winning his trust first. Admittedly, Otto was a strange man. It seems like everyone in this game has their quirks, but Otto, he seemed a little paranoid.
Who goes there?
I'm a witcher, a monster slayer.
Why into my home armed? I have nothing worth stealing.
Calm down. I've no desire to hurt you. I just need to ask you a few questions.
I don't talk to strangers.
I'm Geralt. Now you know my name.
Have a drink with me, Master Garavant. I detest spies, and we all know spies don't drink.
Let's drink then.
Forgot the most important. Seen the Reverend?
Of course.
He told us to question strangers.
This little mechanic ends up reoccurring throughout this chapter. Equipping the Reverend's signet ring and flashing it, it instantly gets me in the good graces for most of these NPCs.
A ring of the eternal fire. Must be from the Reverend.
The Reverend sent me to help you.
He's always thinking of me. I have this gardening problem.
I'm no gardener.
Let me finish. Some time ago, strange plants erupted in my garden. These plants, they're alive. Useful they were at first, devouring moles and insects.
What's the problem then?
Now they're as big as a man with giant branches. Luckily, they're buried underground in daytime, but I'm afraid to go near.
I'll see what I can do for 120 orens.
I'll pay 50 orens. Let's drink to that.
120 and not an oren less.
2 weeds for 70 orens.
I said 120.
I need to live. I need to drink. My final offer is 80. Cheers.
Strong stuff. How about 100?
Deal. One last shot.
Honestly, this mission is more comedic than anything. Geralt gets blasted with Otto and then goes out on a monster hunt. What could possibly go wrong? Luckily, it happens to be an incredibly short quest. Operating a drunk and stumbling witcher, I just needed to make it to the other end of Otto's yard. Here, there are 2 monsters called Echinops. They're those aforementioned aggressive trees that have been sacking the merchant's garden. All things considered, even while toasted, Geralt is still a decent warrior. I'm more capable at dancing around the battlefield than I am walking a straight line. As for the Echinops, they hardly took much damage with my regular steel sword. After letting off a few combos and not really getting anywhere, I remembered another weapon that was in my arsenal. Back in Kaer Morhen, I had found a woodcutter's axe in a chest. I wasn't sure when and where I'd get to use it, but now seemed like an appropriate time. Wielding the axe, I was much more efficient when it came down to hacking at the monsters. Before long, both were down for the count and my deed for Otto was completed.
I've slain the monsters in the garden. Pay up.
You want your 80 orens? Here.
We agreed on 100.
We drank some ale, but my memory rarely deceives me.
Now listen here.
All right, here's your coin. I told you not to slay monsters while drunk at night, but you insisted. You frighten me.
I risk my neck for you and you try to cheat me. Don't forget to tell the Reverend I helped you.
Quite the strange task, but with that, the secret garden, a subplot for the Salamander's Tale, comes to an end. That makes for 1 out of 4 men whose trust I've earned. 2 of them are out there, waiting for a brave soul to come along, but in the meantime, it's back to Abigail's hut to see what she's come up with. Before venturing out into the village, I initiated a level up, dumped some talent points into the various fighting styles, and slept off the alcohol. Before Geralt knew it, he was back in his right mind and ready to continue with the investigation. Interestingly, I ended up encountering the Red Barghest again. It almost seemed like it was either challenging Geralt or sending him a warning of some kind. However, every time I'd run into the beast, it would just disappear. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, at least not right now. In any case, the Barghest would end up being the last of my worries. Closer to the inn, I ran into a group of men who were harassing the barmaid, Vesna Hood. Confronting the crowd, Hood pleaded for me to help her. The ringleader, Butch, told her to be quiet. The two then bickered back and forth for a bit, and from the sounds of things, you could easily tell that these men were up to no good. From there, I can decide whether I'd like to intervene and help Vesna, or ignore the commotion and just move on. Wanting to do the right thing, Geralt threatened to, quote, remove their manhood, and of course, a fight broke out. It was me and Vesna against 4 bandits, so nothing too difficult. Miss Hood was even brave enough to take a few swings at her assailants, and it was great to see her sticking up for herself. After the men were dead, Vesna asked me if I could escort her back home. A while ago, I stumbled into a house that had an elderly lady. She said that her granddaughter was late to come home, and putting 2 and 2 together, I realized now that she's referring to Vesna. The house is right across from the Reverend's, and figuring that I'd be back there shortly, I just told her to stick close. However, I did end up making Vesna wait around for me while I took care of Alvin and his potion.
Is the potion ready?
Yes. Alvin, drink this. Tastes bitter. No complaining. Now, speak.
Abigail, I'm afraid. Why'd they skin the puppy? Why'd they hurt him? He was gentle. He hurt no one. And the girl from outside the village, she screamed horribly, unlike any human.
Bad children torturing the witch's puppy again. Innocent blood. Evil faces twisted by drink and desire. Plow her well. Show her you're a man. Blood-stained gold. The beast is born! Death. The final judgment. The beast has met its end once. It doesn't fear death. It is death. How will you defeat human villainy? With your sword? You who died and still walk amongst the living. Who has summoned me?
Enough. This could end badly. Abigail, break the trance.
As you wish. By the power of the 7 spheres, leave this body. I compel you. Begone!
I'm sleepy.
Alvin, go to bed. Geralt, another Witcher, Berengar, preceded you. He left these missives.
Thanks. Farewell.
Taking a look at Berengar's notes, they read The Beast. First night, 95 kilograms of muscle, height around 4.5 feet, fangs the length of a man's thumb, to be avoided. Shares characteristics with Alzur's demon. Second night, summons Barghests with its howling, has the ability to disappear, probably by assuming spectral or spiritual form, can only be seen with the help of a potion. Third night, highly resistant to iron and signs, walked right over 3 Irdeens without noticing. Fourth night, all features of Alzur's demon confirmed. The beast asks a question, those who answer correctly stand a chance of slaying it. I don't know who Ulzer is or anything about his demon. However, a lot of what Berengar describes here does match what I've experienced. The physical description is spot on, it summons Barghests by howling, and it can disappear in the blink of an eye. As for Berengar's other observations, those will be handy to remember. It's resistant to iron and signs, and apparently it asks its target a question. If I have any hopes of slaying it, it's best that I answer said question correctly. In any case, with some information on the beast, I set off for the Reverend's home. However, tackling 2 birds with 1 stone, I also safely escorted Vesna back to the village.
We're here. Thank you. How can I repay you?
Shall we meet again?
I don't know. I live with my grandma and I'd rather not shock her.
What could possibly shock her?
Everything. Except if we met to pray together. But listen, I know this one place, the old mill.
Secluded and quiet.
Exactly. But people say it's haunted. I wouldn't want the miller's ghost disturbing us.
Ghosts wouldn't dare disturb a witcher. Others will stay away out of fear.
Settled then. I'll see you tomorrow after sunset. Bring wine, and I'll bring food.
Again, Geralt's got away with the ladies of the continent. While I'm sure it would have been a lovely date, I decided to stand up Vesna for our after-hours meetup. There was just too much going on right now, and I needed Geralt to have a focused mind. However, rest assured that wouldn't be the last time that the Witcher gets an offer like that.
I know where the beast comes from.
Was it summoned by the witch?
The beast appeared because of human wickedness. To slay it, I'll need to identify the guilty.
There may be wisdom in your words. When sheep run astray, the good shepherd must bring them back onto the righteous path. Otherwise they fall prey to wolves. I'll learn all I can to defeat the beast. I must gather all the villagers. Here's your prize, Witcher. 200 orens.
Leaving the Reverend's home, I noticed that Alvin was in here now. I guess he gets thrown around the village. Every night, a new person takes care of him. It's quite the sad reality. For now, of monsters and men comes to another pause. The mystery of the beast has been solved, but the creature itself hasn't been dealt with. I suppose it's no matter though, as the Reverend said he'd be able to deal with it on his end. Best of luck there. So then, this is where the Salamander's tale picks back up. Having helped the Reverend, that puts me in good graces with 2 out of the 4 of the most influential people in the village. Peering at the map, the next person I set my sights on was Heron. Brog lived on the shore of the nearby river. Down here in the fishing village, the enemies are different. They weren't hellhounds, they were instead these creatures called drowners. For now, I kept my distance, but soon enough, I'd have to go toe-to-toe with them. Nearing Heron's house, I encountered yet another group of men causing some sort of trouble. This time though, it wasn't a young woman they were harassing. It was instead a dwarf. They kept saying things like no non-humans allowed, they called him Stubby, and they said that they were going to shave off his beard. Again, I have the options of either intervening with or ignoring the situation. Wanting to continue with my good guy Geralt run, me and the dwarf took on the 4 bandits, as well as a stray drowner that, for some reason, decided to join in on the action. I'd probably place the drowner and the bandits on the same level. Both took about 2 or so combos to kill, but again, they were nothing more than a way for Geralt to get his heart rate up.
Thanks for getting those hounds off my back. Wait, Geralt, is it you? Well, I'll be damned.
Something wrong? You don't look well. Are you hurt?
True to a witcher. Died, came back to life. Nobody's seen him for 5 years, and he wants to know if something's wrong.
Who are you?
Yeah, drunk. I'm your pal, Zoltan Chiri. Where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you? What about...
Not sure I can explain much.
You don't need to tell Zoltan Chiri anything. Let's just say I'm glad to see you, though it would be nice to resolve some matters.
You misunderstood. I lost my memory. I only remember the last few weeks.
Know what, Geralt? Let's have a beer and talk like we used to. Clear your mind and maybe some things will come back to you.
For now, I ended up declining Zoltan's offer. I'm sure that down the road, him and I will meet again. But for the time being, I'd rather focus my efforts on the salesman, Heron Brog.
Greetings to the honorable gentleman.
You are?
Heron Brog, merchant and middleman at your service. What brings you here, Witcher?
What do you have to offer?
The Reverend sent you, I presume?
Of course.
Well, why don't I believe you? The eternal fire, a gift from the Reverend, I presume.
The Reverend sent me. He thinks you need a witcher.
I do. The dead emerge from the river at night. A ghastly cold blows from the water, making my flesh crawl. Help me. I'll spare no expense.
I'll help in exchange for information about Salamandra, and throw in 100 orens for my expenses.
I heard you were looking for Salamandra, but if so, you're looking for trouble. It's no matter to me. You have a deal. These damned undead are my concern. They scare customers off and destroy my crates. And this is a valuable shipment for a special client.
Where would I find these drowners?
Where? At the river's edge. They creep out of the water after dusk.
I see.
Brog's quest, Strangers of the Night, isn't all too dissimilar from Otto's quest. Both involve killing some monsters near their respective homes. However, Geralt doesn't need to get drunk in order to do Heron's quest, so there's that. The first few drowners ended up attacking me in a group. Taking on 4 at once wasn't too tricky, but of course, it's best to play things safe and use the appropriate combat style. The second batch of drowners, another 4, also charged at me as one cluster. Given their size and numbers, the quote griffin stance and the quote cat stance seemed like my best choices here. Before long, 8 drowners were dead and I received the go-ahead to return to Heron.
Kedmil Havkaran.
Greetings. I don't speak your language.
Nendwan Esavatgan. You'll not intimidate us, Witcher. Where's Haran Brog? He promised us some hawker's specialties.
I'm not sure I like your tone. Heron didn't mention you. I was hunting drowners.
Vat tel nain. You're no Ensaid, but you're not Dwan filth either. We'll just take our weapons, and let's part in peace.
The goods are Heron's. Sorry, Ensaid, but I can't let you touch those crates.
Listen carefully, Vatgern. We're part of a 20-elf unit. Our brothers suffer from disease and hunger. These crates contain food, medicine, and weapons. We want them now, for we can't approach Vizima's walls every day.
I guess I see your point.
Good. We have no choice. But you do.
This was a hard one. I had no clue who these people were, but they walked up to me after all the fighting was done and made claims to Heron's goods. The elf said that he needs it for his sick and vulnerable, but why don't they deal directly with Heron then? Was he stealing these items? Was he hoping to take advantage of a scared Brog? There was just so much uncertainty that ultimately I decided to get involved and denied the elf his claim.
Sorry, I'm working for Heron. You'll have to find your hawker's specialties elsewhere.
Willing to die for their greedy Dwan? You're not one of them.
Doesn't matter. Don't touch those crates.
We'll slay you and then Haran, as a lesson to all traitors. Sparley!
As of right now, I don't know if this was the right call or not. However, sticking to my decision, I guess I made an enemy out of this faction. Their nameplates called them the Scoia'tael. It seemed as though they were comprised of mostly non-humans, or dwarves and elves. In total, there were 4 of them that I needed to defeat. 2 melee fighters, a dwarf and an elf, and 2 archers, 2 more elves. Again, for the time being, I'd put them at about the same power level as bandits. If left unchecked, they could wreak havoc on Geralt. However, swiftly executing each member, ensuring that they didn't have time to counterattack, everything was once again quiet on the riverbank. Returning to Heron, I'd say that he had some explaining to do.
I killed the drowners and encountered elves.
Elves? I don't believe I know any elves.
They were expecting you. Who are they?
Scoia'tael. Squirrels. Young non-humans. Freedom fighters. Those who deal with them are hanged. Betray me and you'll hang too.
I'll keep quiet. If it's dangerous, why do you trade with them?
I have to make a living somehow.
Either way, I did my job.
My crates are safe then? I underestimated you, Witcher. Incidentally, what happened to the elves?
We had a disagreement. They're dead.
You killed them? Huh. Their friends are likely to return for the goods. When they arrive, we can blame it on the drowners.
No business of mine. I want my payment. Then you can tell me about Salamandra.
Here's your gold. Salamandra collect tribute from the villagers. Disobey, and they slit your throat, set your house ablaze.
Where can I find them?
Ask the Reverend. He'll decide what you should know, but I wouldn't mind them gone.
Farewell.
Well, the scoia'tael, or squirrels, might be an issue for Heron later, but it's best that Geralt just leaves them behind. Unnecessary drama and all that. They aren't my target, and they're just gonna get in the way. Now, as for the last of the influential men, Mikkel is actually not too far from the riverbank. He and a couple of other soldiers are standing guard by Vizima's eastern gate.
Halt! What?
What do you mean, what? I want to enter the city.
There's what do they call that? A quarter line.
Will it last long, this quarantine?
Commander's job to know, not mine.
And I guess the commander's inside. Does this quarantine apply to everyone?
Dunno.
Have you let anyone in?
People with passes, they're allowed in.
I see. Let's talk.
Does the Reverend know you're here?
Of course.
I don't believe you. He give you anything? The Reverend said, worship the fire sign. Seems he did send you.
The Reverend said you could use my help.
I've been told to get rid of those deadens.
Deadens?
Yeah. Commander told me to clear the crypt down the road. I've never fought beasts before. Too scared.
Deadens, you say?
Please, sir.
I'm a witcher, so I'll rid you of the fiends, but in exchange, you'll pay me 200 orens and tell the Reverend I helped you.
Sure, sir. I'll tell him what I know, which will be little, and I don't have much gold neither, but no matter, just so long as the deadens are slayed, eh?
See you later.
So the cycle continues, although Buried Memories isn't exactly as simple as slay a few creatures outside a home. These deadens are actually ghouls. Recalling my one and only fight with the ghoul earlier in the chapter, those things are quite tough. How many would I need to slay, and would I even stand a chance? Well, approaching the crypt, a region on the northeastern side of the map, I prepped Geralt for a tough matchup. Just outside the tomb, there was this strange glowing light. This was a place of power. Choosing to perform the ritual of magic, it essentially acts as a temporary buff for Geralt's signs. This one in particular makes it so my sign's intensity is increased by 100% for 5 in-game hours. There of course are other rituals that have different effects. Now entering the crypt, Geralt's quick to spot the problem area. A woman has recently died in here, and her rotting corpse is what's brought the ghouls. Next, the game goes over the dark areas mechanic. Since the crypt is going to be incredibly dark, I can either light a torch or drink a cat potion. Either method will drastically help with my vision. Spoiler, I don't do either of those things because at the time, I wasn't quite sure how to. Wandering around the various chambers are the ghouls that are harassing the villagers. For my first encounter, I was taking on 2 of them at once. Honestly, this was a pretty challenging fight, arguably some of the hardest matchups I've had so far. My steel sword wasn't really doing much damage to them. Fortunately, it didn't take me long to discover a decent finishing technique. By casting Ard, the ghouls would get knocked over. Regardless of their health, Geralt would be able to perform some kind of ground finisher move that would kill them instantly. Now, looking back, with this newfound knowledge, I don't see why I didn't just clear the dungeon this way. Maybe I was worried that I had missed an important piece of Geralt's loadout, and because of that, I went on a pretty long bender. The hope was that I'd find a silver sword. Having watched the show and having teased myself with The Witcher 3, I knew that the silver sword would be incredibly effective against undead, ghouls included. Well, I'll spare you the long search story, but yeah, there was no silver sword to be found. I must have traveled all around the village, twice, and asked just about every NPC. Alas, no dice, and I'd have to find a cunning way to bring down the ghouls. Again though, it's strange because I had already found an effective way to defeat them. I'm really not sure why I didn't just follow through with it all the way. Oh well. Re-entering the crypt, I approached the girl's corpse and got a better look at the scene. According to Geralt, the empty bottle next to her indicates that she drank some kind of poison and ended her life. Why is unknown at the moment, but for now, it's best to clear the crypt of its ghoul problem first. Venturing further into the tomb, it only got darker and darker. There was the occasional spot of light, but even then, it wasn't enough to help me see. However, as soon as Geralt triggered the next 3 ghouls, I made sure to lure them back to the crypt's entrance. This way, I could use what was left of the natural light to my advantage. Furthermore, my luck continued as one of the ghouls insisted on staying behind. This meant that I could deal with them in smaller numbers and hopefully have easier matchups. Well, it worked for the first two, as they were easy enough to take care of. For some reason though, as soon as the third came rushing in, a fourth ghoul popped out of nowhere and it was back to another 1v2. But considering I had taken on all the ghouls in pairs, it was nothing new for me to worry about. Finally, after all 6 of the dead ends were defeated, I got the journal update that the crypt was now cleared. Exploring around a bit, of course I only then made some discoveries that would have saved me a lot of trouble. For starters, the circle of inner fire was in the back chamber. This taught me another sign, Igni. Igni deals damage to enemies and lights fires. Ghouls have a weakness to fire, and after looking around the crypt some more, I found a bunch of items that I could have used to make a torch out of. No matter what's done is done, and moving forward, I have more tips and tricks up my sleeve. At this point, all I need to do is return to Mikkel at the gate and inform him of my deeds. From there, we should be square and I'll have all my references. However, it's never that simple. It wouldn't be an incredible story if it was that simple.
Leave me be. I won't surrender my workshop for all the treasure in the world.
Oh, you'll give it up, Gramps, or else.
Or what?
A witcher! Kill him!
Not likely.
You're ours, Witcher. You should have left Salamandra alone. This bridge will be your grave.
I seem to have caught the attention of the Salamandra. It's exactly as the Reverend said it would be. I poked the bear and now the bears come knocking. Fortunately, I have the help of Vizima's guards to take out the bandits. Together, we were able to make quick work of them. However, it certainly sent a message. Going forward, I should prepare myself for more attacks.
Thank you, Witcher. You saved me, and my laboratory, my beakers, my treasures.
Anytime. I know all too well what they're after. To use the stolen secrets, Salamandra needs equipment. Without it, the Witcher's mutagens are useless. They almost grabbed Kalkstein and his treasures. They almost succeeded at Kaer Morhen. Almost makes a huge difference. If I'd stayed and fought the Frightener with Vesemir, I might have faced a different threat today. They were here for me. I made a choice some time back.
Had you known this would happen, would you have chosen differently?
No. It was the right decision, and I'll deal with the consequences.
I'm not surprised at your answer. You don't seem like one to look back. Visit my shop in Vizima for any ingredients you need for your potions, at a discount.
Farewell.
Shouldn't have defended the old man. You come talking again.
What are you going on about?
The old man comes here and talks. Gives me headache. I'll stone him next time.
I wouldn't if I were you. He's a powerful alchemist.
Captain said only admit those with passes.
I know.
They're moving me to Millgate tomorrow. That's where I'll stand. If you have a pass, look for me there.
So that was a lot of information at once. Essentially, that little graphic told me that my actions had consequences. Back at Kaer Morhen, because I had gone with Leo and Triss to take on the Professor, I had this encounter with the Salamandra. However, if I had stayed with Vesemir, something else entirely would have happened or came after me. It's true, I don't regret my decision, but that's mostly because I don't know what the alternative would have been. So, I'm glad I got to spend Leo's last moments with him and in a way, thwarted the mage and the Professor's plans, at least for now. As for the man I saved, the alchemist, I suppose I have an open invite to his shop. That is, if I manage to gain entry to Vizima. However, as it stands, I'm right there. I just need this so-called pass, and then I can continue with the greater quest at play. Finding Mikkel by the mill gate, I continued our conversation from before.
I got rid of the ghouls in the crypt.
100 thanks, Master. Here be a month's pay. Oh, the boys will be happy. They plan to search for treasure in the crypt. Take a pic to one of the walls.
I found a young woman's body inside. The ghouls came for her.
Young woman? No, it can't be. My Ilsa, I loved her.
I wouldn't know her name. It appears she poisoned herself.
No, no, no! It was that vile witch! The devil's whore poisoned my Ilsa! No!
I'm sorry for your loss, but I need to know about Salamandra.
They have passes, they do. The only ones. Leave me be. You have the evil eye, you bring bad tidings. Be gone!
Don't forget to tell the Reverend I got rid of those ghouls. Farewell.
Unfortunate tragedy to the side, Mikkel said something rather interesting. The Salamandra bandits are the only ones with passes. Does that mean they're the only ones allowed in and out of Vizima? Why is that the case? Does this quarantine really have anything to do with the plague? Which, mind you, I haven't seen anything of the sorts. Or is there something far more sinister at play? Is there perhaps some deep-rooted corruption? Well, I shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. As it stands, the person I need to see is the Reverend. With luck, I might be onto Vizima real soon.
Odo's and Heron's monsters are gone. For Mikkel, I cleared the Crypt of Ghouls.
I must admit I'm impressed. You may yet defeat Salamandra.
To do that, I need to know where to find them.
I will say nothing until you eliminate the Beast Witcher. That is my condition.
I've done all you asked. Where's the Salamandra hideout?
Go to the inn, where a group of Salamandra's service has taken over. They hide in the old house. Olaf will have the key. And Witcher?
Yes?
Nothing. May the eternal fire shine on your soul.
Tell the villagers to stay at home now. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Well, there's just one more matter of business to take care of in the village. Ideally, with these Salamandra bandits wiped out, that should put an end to their tyranny here. The villagers don't have to live in fear anymore, and possibly, just maybe, the Hellhound problem will be solved too.
No! Leave me alone!
Ooh, little dove, cue us a different tune.
Keep your hands off me!
She is feisty. Say, let's do what we did unto Mikkel's girl, Ilsa. What a screamer. You knew too? He likely told you to wait like us. Let's have our way with this little chickie.
It so happens that this lady is with me. None of you will touch her.
So you say? We aim to have our fun and you won't stop us.
Is that so?
At this point, saving people from creepy men should be Geralt's day job, and he should leave the witching stuff as a side hustle. Jokes aside, these troublemakers were a dime a dozen. They were no different from the threats that I've already faced.
Geralt, you arrived just in time.
Are you all right?
I am now. They surprised me. All the peasants ran out and I was trapped. They killed the innkeeper.
That's the last time they hurt anyone.
That was some swift sword work. As for me, I'm done delaying. I need to get to Vizima. I hope to see you there.
Let me walk you to the gate. These roads can be dangerous.
No, you need to deal with the salamanders. Don't worry about me. I'll wait for you here. Make them suffer, Geralt. For me.
I'll come back for you, Shani.
I'll be waiting.
Rest assured, Shani should be okay for the time being. I don't see the bandits coming back in here and causing any more of a ruckus. Looting the innkeeper's corpse, he had the key to the abandoned house in his pockets. With that, I should be free to burst into the Salamandra's local hideout and clear their ranks from within.
Where's your tribute?
What tribute?
I mean the kids, fool.
Let me pass.
No tribute, no entry.
This is pointless.
I suppose the element of surprise is no longer an option. No matter, as if the rest of the fighting is anything like this, I won't need any cheap tricks or gimmicks. Entering the house, there were 4 bandits waiting for me there. With the confined space, it was hard to dodge and cast signs. I pretty much just resorted to group style, and while I took a bit of a beating, it ended up working pretty well. Before long, the immediate threat was cleared, but it wasn't all of the local Salamandra. Locating a trapdoor, I found a secret entrance to the real lair.
Those crates look familiar, like Heron's goods that I saved from the drowners. The son of a bitch is trading with Salamandra.
You took your time.
You have something of mine.
No longer, I'm afraid. And you, like your predecessor, you work for rapists and murderers. Enjoying it?
Where's Berengar?
That dolt ran off. But during our brief acquaintance, he was certainly more talkative than you.
No wonder, given Azar Javid's persuasiveness.
Who's Azar Javid?
A powerful mage. You're no match for him.
We'll see.
Your courage isn't lacking, Witcherette. We'll see how you fare after Azar gets you.
Did you say I work for murderers?
That lice-ridden village hick Odo came to us for advice on how to kill a warrior. We said someone so pathetic could only fight soldiers in dreams.
This is a scintillating conversation, but it's time for some action.
We don't have what you seek. It's not here. They took it straight to our base in Vizima.
Too bad. Let's dance.
The battle resumes with Geralt taking on another group of Salamandra's lackeys. Admittedly, they had me more on the ropes with this one than any other battle. I guess the difficulty of enemies was really getting stepped up as of late. Now, it's what these goons had to say though that was the most interesting part. They essentially called Odo, Heron, Mikkel, and the Reverend criminals, killers, thieves, and other terrible titles. Was there actually any truth to those claims?
That was some neat sword work.
Alvin, why are you here?
The Reverend sent me to this deserted house. He said someone would be waiting there for me.
That son of a... I'm glad you're safe.
I overheard them saying we'd be taken to Vizima.
To Vizima? That's where I need to go to find Salamandra. Follow me. We'll find a way out of this cave.
That wall looks pretty thin. Maybe we can break it down.
Let's try.
The plot thickens, and unfortunately, it's for the worse. The last person I saw Alvin with was the Reverend, and Alvin says that he told him to come here. Combine that with Heron's free trade with the Salamandra, Odo's inquiries on how to kill a warrior, and what the troublemakers had to say about Mikkel's love interest, this really isn't looking good. Looking around the rest of the cavern, there are other children down here. They of course seem frightened and confused. Why would the Salamandra kidnap children, and why are they bringing them into Vizima? Unfortunately, questions are only growing, and there's no answers. Using art on the unstable wall, Alvin and I are able to follow a tunnel that leads us further into the cave. Of course, wandering around in an obscure chamber, we lay eyes on the witch herself, Abigail. Now, what's her involvement with this part of the story?
Why did you come here, Witcher?
Why are you here, witch?
I'm brewing up another spell. Why?
Lots of smoke in your magic.
Mighty ingredients make mighty spells. Mighty enough for the whole village.
Why are you doing this?
The angry mob has come. Burn the witch, they cry. She has summoned the beast. I must defend myself.
Men summoned the beast with their wicked deeds.
I'm not surprised. Honest Mikkel violated Ilsa. She took her own life.
You profited from the poison.
Odo killed his brother for coin. The Reverend exiled his daughter when she became pregnant. Now she whores herself in Vizima. Heron sold a squirrel to the guards for gold.
You knew but did nothing.
They trade their gold for poisons and other potions. No business of mine how they're used.
It's clear why the beast haunts you. I need to expose the guilty. Stay here while I speak to those outside.
Don't let them harm me. My sins are not as great as they say.
Really?
Learn for yourself if you like. We're alone. We have some time.
Abigail, I was drawn to you from the start.
I guess that's one way to absolve her of suspicion. I knew what was going to happen, but still, considering there are children in the next cavern over, definitely a dangerous game by Abigail and Geralt. After their business has concluded, the only thing left for me to do is exit the cavern and face down the mob. There's a lot to think about there. All 4 of the village's most influential men have made accusations against the witch, and the same goes with Abigail accusing them. It's honestly a tricky road to navigate, but I think I know whose side of the story I believe more.
Burn the devil's mistress!
Let the bitch die in pain!
The witch hides within. Let the eternal fire consume her sinful body, and we'll be rid of the beast.
Not so fast. She must be judged fairly.
That bitch ruined my life! She cast her spells on my brother, wanted to steal him and his gold. My brother scorned her, so she did the devil's magic on me, used me to kill him! The treachery!
I came across a doll that resembled you in her hut.
I dream of it even now! Her magic committing the murder! She should die!
This is another crucial decision that the game poses to the player. Does Geralt side with Abigail, or does he side with these men? At the end of the day, I've found more evidence in favor of these men being guilty than I have against Abigail. No matter the choice that I make though, I know there's going to be blood at the end of it.
Your brother was a warrior. You're nothing but a drunk. How could you have killed him unless he was sleeping?
Why listen to him, Reverend? He's a mutant, a freak, a witcher.
What are your charges, Haran?
She made me a hawker. She promised herself to me if I helped the Scoia'tael. I detest non-humans, but I had to trade with them.
You've done all right for yourself.
Gold isn't everything. There are principles to abide by.
You trade with bandits who kidnap children. I don't believe one word of what you say.
Have you made your decision?
What do you think, Reverend?
The witch used Odo and Haran. She poisoned Ilsa.
Mikkel raped Ilsa, who took her own life.
Abigail should have departed long ago, but stayed to exact revenge for the evil fate that befell her. She used the devil's magic on these simple people and summoned the beast.
This would be my last chance to side with the village. After hearing these men speak though, I've grown extremely confident in my decision. No one's denied their wrongdoings. They've all just spoken into their echo chamber and are using Abigail as a scapegoat. It's become clear that these men are the reason the Hellhounds are in town. It's because of all their ill doings that the rest of the village is suffering. Doubling down, I stand by my choice to side with the witch.
Shut up, you bastard. You lead this band of rogues, so you must know they sell children to the salamanders, and you knew about the rape and murder. I spit on you. You're all the same. All guilty.
You'll regret this.
I'm getting Abigail. Return to your homes.
Since the beginning of time, woman has been the nest of all evil, the tool of chaos, party to the conspiracy against the world and the human race. Woman is ruled solely by corporal lust. To satisfy her insatiable hunger and unnatural desires, she gladly serves demons.
They intend to kill us.
Don't be afraid.
There she is! Burn the foul witch!
No one is burning anyone.
Friends, they wish to scare us. Fear not! They're helpless as long as we stand together!
Is that so?
Begone, Witcher, and leave the witch, or we'll burn you too.
I'd like to see you try, pleb.
Ah!
Shove off, and maybe I'll let you be. You have two options. Wait until I leave and then murder Abigail, but then I'll come back. I'll slay every lice-ridden peasant, anything that moves and can't climb a tree. Or you can try to lead honorable lives, clear your conscience, start again, like humans. The choice is yours.
Thank you, Geralt.
Let's go. We need to deal with the beast.
Here comes the final showdown. The beast has finally accepted Geralt's challenge. I suppose rooting out the guilty and exposing them was the question that needed answering. As of this moment, it's me and Abigail against the Barghests and the beast. This was an incredibly challenging fight. The beast is highly resistant to signs and iron. Fortunately, I think that excludes my steel sword, but still the hounds weren't making it easy. The lesser Barghests targeted the witch, while the beast specifically had it out for me. Using group style while surrounded and cat style while alone, I did a number on the demon, but alas, it was of no use. Using a stunning ability, it was able to get Geralt in a trance and work my health down. After some time, Abigail was down for the count as well, and before long, the beast had bested Geralt and delivered my first death. No matter, it's as simple as reverting back to my previous save. For the second attempt, I focused all my attention on the beast. I let off a flurry of strong style combos, and as soon as Abigail went down, I switched to group style. This seemed to be effective, as in less than half the time of the first battle, the beast and the Barghests were defeated. The curse of guilt and treachery was officially lifted from the village on the outskirts of Vizima. No longer would anyone here be terrorized by demonic dogs or corrupt noblemen.
Helping that whore was your last mistake. Die, bloody mutant!
I've enough strength for the two of you.
Odo, grab the pitchfork!
So I guess these are the true final bosses of the village. Odo, Heron, the Reverend, and some other wicked villagers. Interestingly, Mikkel is nowhere to be found. Either he didn't get the memo, or he knows he's guilty of wronging that girl. Either way, cutting through these villagers was 10 times easier than the fight with the beast and the Barghests. Abigail put up a valiant effort, and one by one, we slew each of the guilty men until finally, none were left standing.
Geralt, what would have happened to me without your aid? I'm glad you found it in yourself to believe me.
Who would I be otherwise?
Thank you. Farewell.
With that, Abigail goes running off. While she's been absolved, that doesn't mean that she won't be targeted again in the future. She's already been the scapegoat for the village's problems once, so I don't see why they wouldn't make her that again. Where she goes and what she'll do is anyone's guess. However, that might not be the last we see of NPCs like her and Alvin. They might have some further part to play in the continent's destiny. Now, having grabbed the pass to enter Vizima off of the Reverend, I shot for the village's inn and met back up with Shawnee.
Geralt, are you alright? I was so worried.
I'm fine. I'll tell you what happened on the way to Vizima. I'm done with this village.
So am I.
I hope I never return. It's unfathomable how many criminals live here.
These are hardly pleasant times, Geralt. The plague, impending wars.
Still, I'm astounded. Do you know how the beast came to be?
No.
They unknowingly created it with their misdeeds. A powerful sorcerer couldn't have matched it. And all they needed was hatred, baseness, and greed.
It sounds like a fairy tale.
Every tale contains a grain of truth. Let's go. Vizima awaits.
Well, it feels like it's been a long time coming. What started out as a right place, wrong time moment ended up becoming an entire adventure for Geralt. He lit flames in chapels, fought a beast and Barghests, took on Equinops, battled drowners, slew ghouls, befriended and killed some influential men, met a witch, worked with her, slept with her, and saved her, uncovered a child trafficking ring, defeated the local bandits, and honestly, there's still so much more to it. All in a day's work, I guess. Finally, though, it's time to move on to Vizima and learn more about the Salamandra, who took the Witcher mutagen, and who I need to exact revenge on for Leo.
Vizima lies beyond this gate. I hope we never return here.
Me too. The beast is dead. The salamanders are dead.
And the peasants.
I have a pass. Mikkel should let us enter.
Let's go.
Mikkel, I need to enter the city. I have a pass.
I wanted to say I was sorry. I apologize, Witcher.
Apologize to Ilsa, Mikkel.
Sergeant, that Witcher's here. The one I told you about.
Who do we have here, Mikkel? Is this the man we want?
Yes, sir, Sergeant, sir. It's that filthy freak, the Witcher.
A blasphemer and a counterfeiter, do I guess well?
Yes, he asked who's allowed into the city. They came with that letter of safe conduct from the Order.
Well, if that's a knight of the Order, then I'm Princess Ada.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, let me out of here, I'm innocent. Those £5 of fist tech were for personal use. Hey, you! Jailer! At least move me. I don't want to be with the politicals. Politics makes you rot. I'm a decent thief. Let me out.
Shut your trap! I'm busy!
Jethro, keep it down. You looking to kill me?
That thief's bugging me.
Thief, right. And I'm here with the politicals. Scandalous.
I said shut up!
Stop screaming or on my mother's life I'll bloody smash your junky mouth.
Abso-fucking-lutely beautiful.
What's your problem, Whitey? You wanna dance to Viziman? Come on, I wanna see your hands in the air.
Jethro, open the cell.
Ooh, scared. Soft as butter. Come on, Whitey, what you got?
Back off.
What, you wanna fight or not?
Professor, move it. You're free.
How ironic, our paths cross again. So near and yet so far. Fear not, Witcher, we'll meet again. I assure you.
You're making a mistake. This man's a murderer.
You fail to grasp the basic rules governing this world. You're a genetically modified murderer with no place in modern society. But we'll tend to that problem next time. Farewell.
I can't wait.
Like I said, it wouldn't be a fantastic story if there weren't a few twists and turns. While the Reverend and co were playing checkers, it looks like Mikkel was playing chess. Instead of being out and about in Vizima, Geralt is left to rot in a cell with this other riffraff. However, there are some possible silver linings. Shani didn't appear to be with me when I was captured. She could still be out there, but how she gets into the city and helps Geralt is anyone's guess. Furthermore, the professor is confirmed to be in town. That means that Geralt is hot on the salamander's tail. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and if I find a way out of here, I might be able to get revenge and possibly recover the Witcher mutagens. Besides, the Witchers are trained to fight deadly beasts. I think if Geralt really puts his mind to it, he should be able to find a way out of here. Running around the cell, I get a good look at who's in here with me. One of the NPCs is obviously the aggressive brute. As it stands, I wouldn't mind seeing Geralt hand him a new one. Most of the others in here though are thieves and crooks, likely folks who just had a bad hand dealt to them. One of the prisoners in here though is an elven convict. Chatting with him, he offers more than a flavorful one-liner. He tells me that today's his last day on the continent, as tomorrow he's headed for the gallows. The elf's dying wish is simple. He wants to play a game of dice. At this point in the story, I've probably been asked by about half a dozen NPCs to play this dice poker game. Figuring this to be a part of the get out of jail process, I took him up on it. At first, I didn't really understand what was going on, but after game 2, I realized that yeah, it's the same concept as poker, but with dice. Don't judge me. I ended up winning the first game with a high 5 straight, and the second with a 3 of a kind. Definitely not a bad gig if I want some extra orens. However, my theory ended up being right. Passing the time with the elf would end up presenting some opportunities.
Alright, you maggots. The king in his mercy will pardon whoever subdues the cockatrice in the sewers.
Pardon? What about half the kingdom, the princess's hand in marriage?
Clever. Watch what you say, Witcher. Political jokes could get you in trouble.
I'll slay the monster.
Too late. There's another volunteer.
I'm the better candidate.
The creep in the corner claims he'll defeat it bare-fisted.
Which creep?
Yo-ho!
That tub of lard? You're kidding.
You want freedom? Fight for it. Whoever wins faces the cockatrice.
Piece of cake.
I guess I get to have my cake and eat it too. Facing down the muscle man in a fist fight, it was pretty much like my brawl with Fat Fred back in the village. Every time he swings, I put my hands up and cover Geralt's chin. Whenever he's open, I get a lick or two in and repeat the process. Before I knew it, I was letting off a string of combos and the muscle man wasn't getting back up. Oddly enough, at the end of the fight, he attributed my win to the use of magic. I didn't let off a single cast during that whole tussle, but I guess those are some of the prejudices that the Witchers face.
Congratulations. You won the right to slay the beast.
I'm almost proud.
Want to slay the beast, or would you rather just stand there?
I need a weapon.
That's funny. We recently confiscated a Witcher's sword.
Where?
Not your business. Jethro, bring that silver sword.
The one we found at Thaler's?
Yes, idiot. That one.
Can I have it?
Get it from Jethro. The rest of your gear's in deposit for afterwards.
Fine.
One more thing. I'll pay extra for the monster's head, provided it's undamaged.
I'll see what I can do.
You know what they say about luck when preparation meets opportunity. Chatting with Jethro, he hands me the Witcher's silver sword as well as a potion. During the conversation, Geralt makes a comment about hunting down the professor. Interestingly, Jethro reacts by saying that that'd be a dumb move. Not because of the risk, but because it'd be better to strike at the boss, as are Javet. The salamander lackeys are always ending up back in jail, and it'd be a never-ending cycle. Cut off the head of the snake though, and who takes its place? Interesting anecdotes aside, Geralt descends to the sewers and begins his hunt. Apart from the cockatrice, the bowels of Vizima are also home to drowners. They certainly won't take kindly to Geralt hunting in their domain. However, I'm not the only one down here who's looking for the beast. It just so happens that the cockatrice has caught the attention of a whole other monster hunting organization.
Oh, you're a Witcher?
Indeed.
White hair, vertical pupils, signs of mutation?
Skip the medical exam.
Forgive me. I meant no harm. I'm Siegfried, a knight of the Order of the Flaming Rose.
I'm Geralt.
I've heard much praise concerning the combat skills of Witchers.
If you don't mind, I have some work to do down here, and I'd like to get it done fast.
A cockatrice, correct? That's why I'm here.
Let's talk.
Yes?
Think you can kill the cockatrice?
The sacred flame will guide me.
What prompted you to enter the sewers after a beast?
It threatens Vizima. The Order's been fighting beasts for a while, rather effectively, too.
Wait, that's Witcher's work.
You Witchers are relics and few in number. You're no competition. The Order demands no payment for protecting humans.
I suppose fairies funded your armor and castles.
I've no desire to argue. We're both here. There's no reason to await the other's turn, especially while there are drowners here too. Let's join forces instead. I long to see your combat skills, and I assure you, my sword is at your disposal.
Agreed. Let's go.
You lead.
Choosing to take on Siegfried as a companion, him and I traverse the sewers in search of the cockatrice. With the silver sword now at my disposal, the game informs me of its mechanic. The silver sword is most effective against creatures and monsters. Meanwhile, the steel sword has more promise against animals and people. Luckily, I get to test out my new blade on some appropriate foes. At the moment, I didn't necessarily feel the difference in combat, but I'm sure as time goes on, it will be more noticeable. After wading through the sewers and reaching a couple of dead ends, the beast finally makes an appearance. It flies in behind Siegfried and aggroes onto us. Luckily for me, it seemed like the dragon-bird hybrid monster focused most of its efforts on the Knight of the Order. This made it so that I could focus on overall DPS, and within no time at all, it was down for the count. After the hunt, Siegfried and Geralt discuss where the closest exit is. They decide that Siegfried's way of entry is the most reliable, and before setting off, he reminds Geralt to collect the cockatrice's head. I have to say, I had my doubts about him, but so far, Siegfried has proven to be a reliable ally. As the two men near the doorway, Geralt hears footsteps in the distance. Before long, two masked assassins come rushing in and attack the both of us. They were certainly within our skill level, but as Siegfried mentions, it's strange that they'd ventured down here, and even stranger that they knew where Geralt would be.
Friends of yours?
You could say so. The thugs with the salamander sign have been bothering me for a while.
Who knew you'd be in the sewers?
The captain of the guard, the loon from the jail, and the prisoners. I fought the cockatrice for my freedom.
A limited number of suspects. You'll likely solve the mystery when you find the leader of those bandits. I have a friend in Vizima, a detective. See him for help.
Where are you headed?
I have things to attend to at my quarters. Then I'll venture out in search of beasts, as the world is still filled with them.
You did well, Siegfried. Glad we met. I need to recover my things.
Make sure you get everything. Jethro is known to have sticky fingers.
Let's get out of here.
Here's the key for the passage to town. A few days ago, I locked the door to keep the cockatrice in.
Thanks. I'd rather not go back the way I came.
We might meet again if ever you visit the sewers. At times I venture down here in search of monsters.
Ah, your sacred mission of protecting humankind?
Your sarcasm is unnecessary. We're on the same side, Witcher. You'll realize this one day.
Farewell, and thanks.
If you ever need me, I'll be at my quarters in Vizima.
Signing off with Siegfried, it's not the last that I see of him, but for now, our paths deviate. Filling my pockets with gold and loot, I took the passage topside and can finally start to explore Vizima. As Geralt puts it, the city's temple quarter isn't the nicest place. Because of that, no doubt the Salamandra's base can't be far. Ascending to the main streets, the private eye that Siegfried mentioned lives right here. How convenient. Paying him a visit is definitely high on the to-do list. However, it comes second to recovering Geralt's gear. Wandering through the dark streets of Vizima, it's mostly filled with guards, beggars, and sick people. While I questioned it before, I suppose there really is a plague running rampant through the city. Reaching the dungeon, I first checked in with Vincent. Mice was true to his word and granted me my freedom. However, he also asked that I respect the city's quarantine. For the time being, I'm stuck in the temple district. Handing him the cockatrice's head, Vincent pays me out 400 orens for the trophy. This is definitely a hefty sum, and for what was to come, I'd be needing all the gold I could get my hands on. The last thing I asked the guard about was the Salamandra. Vizima's officials are investigating the bandits, and they have a lead on Azar Javed. Within the next few days, they're going to perform a sting operation on the district's warehouse. With luck, they'll be able to capture or kill the leaders of the organization. Fingers crossed it's that easy for them. The next person I spoke with was Jethro. The conversation was as standard as it gets. He also told me I was free to go, reminded me about the trophy to Vincent, and he gave me access to my equipment. Securing all of my gear, Geralt looked more like a witcher than ever. 2 long swords on his back, an axe on his hip, and a dagger on the other. As the old saying goes, look good, play good. From here, there's quite a lot of information to go over. Before organizing myself, I re-spoke with Jethro and asked further questions about the professor. Geralt wanted to know why he was released, and after some back and forth, the guard tells me that he was bailed out. The officials don't know who forked over the money, but they do know that it was transferred from Vivaldi's Dwarven Bank. It's definitely a lead to look into. The final piece of dialogue involved asking Jethro about his sneezing. At first, I thought it was early signs of the plague. As it would turn out, it's actually due to substance abuse. Jethro is taking this drug called Fistek. He tells me that his dealer is a man named Coleman, and he spends most of his time at the Hairy Bear. Believe it or not, this information would come in handy, as sooner than later, I'd need a way to bribe the jailer. So from here, a plethora of new plot lines have opened up. I need to talk to the fence who sold the Witcher sword, Thaler. I need to look into multiple suspects, for now just Vincent and Vivaldi, and I need to go see the private investigator. As you'll soon come to see, Chapter 2 is filled with investigative work. The game has Geralt running up, down, back and forth through the streets of Vizima. It's an incredibly detailed and thrilling investigation. There are a lot of new people to meet and work with, and there are also a lot of new enemies that get thrown into the mix. Making my way over to the PI, I couldn't help but notice that just a little further down, my new friend Siegfried was standing by the gates.
Geralt, good to see you. Where are you going?
To the dike.
No passage. Captain forbids it.
Why?
Captain's orders. Talk to him.
Gentlemen, that's no way to treat a hero. Geralt, the Witcher that saved Vizima from a terrible cockatrice.
A hero? Well, that changes things.
He's almost one of us.
In that case, please pass, Master Geralt. We'll drink your health at the inn.
Thanks, Siegfried. A surprise in the sewers. A night of the Flaming Rose, soaked in stench from head to foot. I usually work alone, but this was an opportunity to see a knight in action. I must say he did rather well for a human. That was rare gratitude he showed.
Another excellent demonstration that Geralt's actions have consequences. Sometimes they can prove to be negative, but other times they can be for the better. You never know what kind of benefits can come from opening up to people and working together. Because of Siegfried, I now have access to a different district of Vizima, an avenue that I'll be exploring in due time. For now, my focus is on the private eye and what he can bring to the table.
Well, 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 what do we have here?
I'm Geralt of Rivia.
A warrior like no other. Your legend precedes you. How can I help?
I'm looking for some information. Is this where I'll find it?
Good question. I used to work for the lawyers Codringer and Fenn. Satisfied?
The names mean nothing to me, but I'll assume that's a recommendation.
As a professional, you understand information has its price.
I'll pay.
I'm all ears, White Wolf.
I'm interested in the people who wear salamander pins.
Just so happens I know a thing or two. Before I go on, I wouldn't mind knowing what your interest in the case is.
Azar Javed. Name mean anything to you?
I've heard it. Why are you looking for Javed?
Let's just say my boots do a rendezvous with his ass.
Usually I charge for information, but I'll give you this bit for free. I've been working on that case for a while.
Go on.
Azar Javed, a Zerrikanian sorcerer, leads Salamandra. He's more dangerous than a pit of Kikimors, but unfortunately out of my reach. With his contacts and resources, he's got almost free reign in the city.
I got a taste of his abilities. Anything else?
I suspect Salamandra has built a large-scale operation, with gold simply greasing the wheels of their political ambitions. They're conducting genetic experiments, dangerous ones. Regular thugs wouldn't have the knowledge or means.
Who's working for Javed? Any guesses?
The captain of the guard who dropped that investigation disappears nights. Maybe you can squeeze some information out of him.
Is that all?
We might have one more lead. The city guards detained someone who could provide information.
The guards at the city jail?
Yeah. Find a way to question that prisoner. In the meantime, learn what you can from the guards.
Count on it. People open up to me all the time.
His information could be priceless. Good luck.
Know anything more about the salamander prisoner?
He may be one of the leaders, though in this town the guards capture pawns while the big fish swim free. We'll know for certain once you question him.
We'll see.
Just one thing. I think you're being followed.
Any suggestions?
Wait here a while. Make them nervous.
Surprise those who want to surprise you. I'll leave at midnight.
The Witcher is taking his time.
He must have left a different way. No matter.
Seems true. I assume the trap is set?
Indeed. Tend to your tasks in the trade quarter.
I'll leave the matter to our best agent.
Well, that makes for a few more leads to follow. A prisoner who might have some information, and a corrupt guard captain. Honestly, none of this surprises me. Furthermore, the Salamandra know that I'm a free man. This little attack outside of Raymond's house is just the start. They know that I'm hot on their trail, and because of that, they're going to do all that they can to throw me off of it. Peeking at the journal, all quests currently point to finding this prisoner. The best way to get leads on him, at least for now, is to visit my old friend, Jethro. Returning to the city dungeon, I spoke with the jailer and had begun to ask him some more questions. I could inquire about the salamander prisoner, as well as King Foltest's interest on the professor. The former, however, wouldn't get answered. Jethro didn't feel comfortable discussing it, at least not without a little bribe in the form of, quote, powder. As for Foltest having it out for the professor, the jailer said that the king's bounty is actually from his private treasury, so it almost sounds like a personal vendetta. The conversation leads Jethro to telling Geralt about someone who pays for salamander pins, confirmations on their deaths. The sponsor themselves is anonymous, but their messenger can be found at midnight in the Hairy Bear Tavern. As it stands, it looks like the inn is going to be my next point of interest. However, on my way over, I stumbled onto something quite convenient. Right around the corner from the dungeon is Thaler's house. Thaler is the fence who sold the Witcher's sword and who, for some reason, has a deal with Vizima's guards.
I'm a fence. I buy and sell.
What you deal in?
Everything worthwhile. So what'll it be? We doing some ploughing business?
The city guards found a Witcher's sword at your place.
First of all, it's the cocksucking guards. Second, why do you care?
Another Witcher, Berengar, came to see you.
Well, it wasn't his fucking razor.
How do you know that?
I have your boyfriend's other property. The sword I got elsewhere.
Other property?
Right. Meaning not his sword, got it? Like his undershorts that he pissed all over or something.
So where did you get the sword?
What'll you give me if I tell you?
I'll stop short of gutting you.
Fair offer. I bought it from a man at the Hairy Bear Tavern.
Care to describe him?
No need, he's the most famous dice player around. Out fucking standing, a real goddamn magician.
How did you get Berenger's property?
Stubborn-ass fellow, aren't you? From a middleman.
Where do I find him?
At the Hairy Bear Tavern. Doubt he'd want to talk to you. Man named Coleman.
The objectives at Hairy Bear Tavern are starting to rack up. That's 2 missions for Coleman, 1 mission for the gambler, and another one for the messenger. Right now, all signs literally point to the end. After a brief meditation at Toller's, a concept I still find quite entertaining, I started to trek to the tavern. Imagine getting grilled by a witcher and then they insist on meditating in your living room for the next 9 hours. Talk about a power move. During the daytime in Vizima's temple quarter, the city's certainly a lot livelier. Don't get me wrong, it still has its fair share of sideways characters, but the streets are full and active. While wandering about, Geralt spots the St. Lebiota Hospital. According to his monologue, this is where they throw the peasants who are suffering from the plague. Forced into a conversation with the guard, he says that no one's allowed in. The fear is that visitors will end up spreading pestilence throughout the rest of the city. Geralt's adamant that he gets access inside though, so I'm more than certain that I'll be back. Something else to note about Vizima, the Order of the Flaming Rose seems to have a greater presence here than I could have imagined. Their knights are posted throughout the city, they have their own headquarters, and they offer services like smithing and bartering. I guess it's for the better that I got on Siegfried's good side early on, or else I imagine Geralt might have been a little more standoffish. Now, as for the Hairy Bear Tavern, unsurprisingly, it wasn't in the best area of town. It was in the slums of Vizima, and judging from all the bouncers, beggars, thugs, bandits, ruffians, and escorts, it's probably frequented by a specific type of person. Heading on into the tavern, I ran Geralt through the ringer. There were quite a few NPCs in here that I could speak with, and let me tell you, I talked with almost all of them. For example, Zoltan Chive was having a drink in the corner. Chatting with him first, the conversation didn't exactly go where I thought it would. After talking about our struggles entering the city, Zoltan got into his love life. It was my fault, I asked how he was doing, but still, not really what I came here for. The next person I spoke with though was a thug named Ramsmeat, and he was a little more interesting than Chivi.
What you want, freak?
I have some questions.
You haven't the faintest idea who you're talking to, freak. One word and before you count to 3, you'll be facing a dozen hardened assassins.
You'll be dead before you count to 3.
Well, the cub growls, but does it bite? I could use someone for wet work.
I'll think about it.
Relax. A rhetorical question. I know how you handled the Provost and the Mishlat brothers' crew. I'll answer your questions as a token of goodwill.
What do you do?
I'm the king of the underworld, Wolf. Whores, thieves, murderers, they all answer to me. Come and see me when you need work.
I've been to Toller's place, found a few things there. Belong to someone I've been looking for.
Yeah? So what?
They belong to a witcher. How'd you get them?
We found them. Your friend was in trouble, scheming with Salamandra. Ask the people in the swamp. That's where we found those trinkets.
Some useful information, but rest assured, Ramsmeat plays a bigger role in Chapter 2 than the conversation led on. The next person I spoke to was a dwarf named Monroe Broyes. This was probably the least relevant conversation. Monroe recognized Geralt from his past, something about helping exiles from the war. He doesn't really expand on it though, probably my fault for not asking follow-up questions, and we pretty much left it at that. The next person I went to see was this Coleman, Jethro's powder dealer. Unfortunately, Coleman shut me out fairly quickly into the conversation, but again, my fault. I started off strong by asking about the Salamandra, and Coleman seemed to get spooked. He told me to leave him be and that I should shove off. Our conversation abruptly ended, and I was briefly banned from speaking to him again. Definitely not my finest work. In any case, the cavalry keeps charging. Chatting with the innkeeper next, I paid for a room and waited around until midnight. Luckily for me, this gave Coleman plenty of time to cool off. Revisiting our chat, I stayed away from the Salamandra topic and stuck to buying fist tech off of him. 100 orens was a pretty hefty price for a lead, but Jethro was my best shot at landing the prisoner. Admittedly, I just couldn't let Coleman's shadiness go, and after offering him a few drinks, I did try again with Salamandra. Of course, it didn't work, and all I ended up getting was a wasted Geralt. This should make the rest of the investigation even more fun. The last person I spoke to in the Hairy Bear Tavern was this mysterious messenger. Since it was midnight, I suppose he was here to collect those salamander pins. Again, I learned my lesson here. I came off too strong and shot straight for the intimidation route. Threatening to beat him up if he didn't tell me who his sponsor was, the messenger wasn't having any of it, and he too told me to shove off. That must be the line of the day for Vizima. Everyone's insistent on saying it to Geralt. Even though 90% of my investigation here led to busts, I'd say that 10% was all I really needed. With the fist tech in my inventory, I could bribe Jethro and learn about the Salamander prisoner. As a side note, I really don't like getting Geralt drunk in this game. The screen gets all blurry and distorted, and boy does it kill my eyes to look at it. I literally had to focus on the minimap in the upper corner, or else I'd be squinting and blinking the whole way there.
I never turn down good fizz tech.
Tell me about that Salamander prisoner.
But... I hardly know anything.
Where is he?
They took him to Lebioda Hospital.
Thanks.
That's about as much useful information that I can get here. The rest of the conversation is about Thaler and where to find him. Certainly not the most up-to-date topic right now. However, there was a side quest that involved further interrogation on Thaler. Plus, he's one of the most convenient means of meditating and passing the time. Chatting with the fence again, the first thing I asked him was why the guards leave him be. Apparently, the secret was to be an asset to all sides of the equation. Make a deal with the bandits, make one with the guards, and another with the thieves. This makes Thaler an important player to all of Vizima's organizations, thus granting him immunity. The next thing I asked him about was the Salamandra. He seemed to get pretty heated at the topic. Thaler dislikes them just as much as the next guy and has no clue what they're up to. From here, I can get into a mechanic for the Witcher that becomes reoccurring throughout this chapter. Geralt is trying to find the person or people who are linked to the Salamandra. Because of that, I can grill important NPCs on their affiliation with the gang. I can choose to go either good cop or bad cop, but as I've pointed out somewhat recently, a lot of NPCs don't take kindly to Geralt's accusations. Sometimes this burns bridges, but luckily, Thaler is more than happy to explain things from his perspective. His deal with the Vizima guard is in place, specifically so that the Salamandra don't bother him. For now, I'll buy what he's selling, but really, the investigation has only just begun. In any case, my next move is to enter Lebioda Hospital. With luck, I'll be able to chat with the Salamander prisoner there. First things first though, I needed to figure out a way past the guard on duty. My two options were to either flash a signet ring or to pay him a bribe. Unfortunately, the Reverend's Ring of Eternal Fire doesn't do a whole lot of good in the city, so offering up a handful of orens, the guard still wasn't biting. Feeling cheap and like I could have found another signet ring somewhere in the city, I left the post and went digging. Spoiler, I didn't end up finding it, and I'd be back to pay the toll soon enough. However, what I found at Vizima was arguably more interesting than any ring. Along the Merchant Street region, I managed to find Shawnee's home. So that sort of answered my question on her whereabouts. I guess she didn't try to help Geralt at all and just went back to living her daily life. Some friend. Entering Shawnee's home, the first thing that happened was Geralt getting accosted by her grandmother. She walked right up to me, shouted in my face about how the end was nigh and that it's hard to live in a cold house at an old age. The conversation with her grandmother is always brief, but the longer Geralt lingers on the main floor, the more she'll walk right over to him and spout some more nonsense. It's quite comical. But it's not what I came here for. Breaking free and heading upstairs, I finally found Shawnee. However, I don't think I caught her at the best of times. For now, the conversation between Shawnee and Geralt isn't the most interesting. She wonders how he found her, he says that he knew she had a house in the area, she complains about her pay, really it's small talk at best. However, Shawnee then goes into some of her past trauma that Geralt was seemingly involved with. She talks about something called the Battle of Brenna and the massacre. It used to give her sleepless nights, but now she says that she's used to the suffering and feels refreshed from it. It's a little bit of flavor lore, a peek behind the curtain into Geralt's past, but there's not much more to go off of there. The whole back and forth does bring on a new quest though, and knowing where Shawnee lives 100% comes in handy for later on in the chapter. Feeling ready to return to the hospital and fork over some orens, I left her home and found myself the subject of another assassin attack. These are some of Azar Javit's thugs, and it appears as though in the nighttime, Geralt's at risk for being ambushed. However, more often than not, some good Samaritan will come along and help me defeat my assailants. It's almost always a dwarf too, which is interesting. Because of that, the dwarves have quickly become my favorite race in the game. Time to step up, elves and humans. In any case, reaching St. Libodia Hospital and coughing up 40 gold, the guard finally lets me on through. This allows Geralt to have access in and out of the hospital whenever I need it. The ambience in here is quite different. While there's obviously pain and suffering on the streets of Vizima, there's certainly a lot of pain and suffering just in here. Sick men and women are lying on makeshift beds, keeled over and crying out loud. There's nothing that could be done for them though, but try to offer some sort of comfort. Down in one of the chambers, I spotted the Salamander prisoner and his host of guards. Attempting to get close, they tell me to stay away. Of course, my only option is to pay them off, but luckily, this time it's a mere 10 orens, the price of a coffee, as they say.
Stay away from the prisoner.
I want to ask some questions. Shh, he's talking.
Kalkstein. He's passed out. Shove off.
There's a commotion in the corridor.
Bloody thugs. Ramsmeat sent them.
Even though that was brief, I feel like I learned more in those 10 seconds than I did in the last 15 minutes. The prisoner specifically called out Kalkstein, the alchemist I had saved back on the bridge. Furthermore, the guards identified these attackers as a Ramsmeat's men. Why would the underworld boss send so many thugs after one sick and dying man? Something's definitely up here. Together, the two guards and myself fought off the bandits and ironically saved the Salamander lackey. I didn't think those words would ever come out of my mouth. After the tussle, my work in the hospital was done, at least for now. The next step for the investigation was to reconvene with Raymond. By now, he should have collected a great deal of information, and maybe, with what I had just discovered, we can start to piece this puzzle together.
So, I got to the prisoner.
He spill anything?
Didn't have time. Ramsmeat's men attacked.
You sure? Strange. Ramsmeat wants Salamandra gone, unless something I don't know about has occurred.
Javed might have scared him, or paid him off.
Something to check. Did you get anything out of the prisoner?
One word. Kalkstein.
Makes sense. Kalkstein's known to be a talented alchemist. He could be helping Javed with his experiments.
I've met Kalkstein. He didn't look the criminal.
That might be true, but we need to check all our leads. Let's get to work. I'll ask around town, talk to my contacts. You keep an eye on Kalkstein. Gain his trust. Get to know his plans and secrets.
How do you want to proceed?
Patience. This is just like fishing.
I prefer hunting.
Then gain Kalkstein's trust. Do him a favor. Learn something that interests him. You could get him to hire you. And talk to Ramsmeat, but don't overdo it. There's one with a short temper.
Unsurprisingly, the story leads me over to the chief suspects. Kalkstein is a bit surprising. He was a target for the Salamander just outside of Vizima. Why now would he choose to actively work with them? Threats, money, research, there are too many possibilities and still a lot of doubt as well. As for Ramsmeat, his part in the story falls in line with all the others. When I get the chance, I should speak with him and apply the pressure. Although, Ramsmeat strikes me as a guy who doesn't bode well with pressure, so we'll see what comes of that. For now, the chapter leads me over to Kalkstein's residence. If you recall, I have a standing invitation with the alchemist, so I don't necessarily feel bad about bursting through his door in the middle of the night and asking some questions.
Finally, the Witcher Geralt answers my call.
We meet again.
I need your help again.
With what?
A grave matter. Something that could prove a milestone in alchemy. Connected to your profession, too.
Tell me more.
Sorry, I got lost in thought.
You had a job.
Help me fulfill my life's work. A tower stands in the forest swamp near Old Vizima.
A princess up top, dragon below? Thanks, but I'll pass.
Silence, please. Legend says a mage and alchemist built the tower. No princesses or dragons.
So what's my job?
The mage died ages ago, and the tower was forgotten. The power within it attracted and deformed nearby creatures.
In short, it breeds monsters?
Precisely. I want to examine that source, Witcher, and write a dissertation certain to immortalize my name. I'll have access to secrets that have been hidden away in that tower for years. Unfortunately, the tower is locked. I'll pay 1,000 orens to whoever helps me get inside.
I'll see what I can do, though I'm sure this won't be easy.
Were it easy, I'd not need you. Breaking into a powerful mage's lab is complicated. We must gather detailed information on the tower.
Where do I find it?
In the tales and legends recounted by elders and swamp folk. In old books, too. Recorded wisdom is infinitely more reliable.
Any specific titles in mind?
Run St. Alvaro's The Secret Gates, and an alchemy treatise, Ain Soph Hour. I know a certain dwarf had a copy of The Secret Gates. The second book, written by an anonymous gnome, was lost long ago, and could be hard to find. While you search for these, you can test my newest invention, a crystal that links places of power and my workshop. It will allow you to teleport, disintegrating your being into billions of pieces that travel beyond the time-space curve.
And then it'll reassemble my being in your lab? Sure about this?
There is some chance of error, but it's minuscule.
Let's talk about Salamandra. I think you're in league with them.
What, me? Why?
That's what I'd like to know.
What is it you're after?
Evidence indicates you're linked to the organization.
What evidence?
The wounded salamander mentioned you.
That's likely, since I hired him.
What for?
To help with my experiments. I had no idea he belonged to a secret organization.
I suppose he distilled the fifth essence and dusted the Philosopher's Stone?
He protected me from Salamandra and did other tasks. He risked his life for me, and your sarcasm will not change that. Get out of my sight, mutant.
Again, these NPCs are excellent at deflecting and denying my accusations. Of course, it probably isn't that hard to do since I don't have concrete proof on any of them, but so far no dice. However, getting in league with Kalkstein could be exactly what I need. I'm not so sure what to make of this tower business, but it is considered a main quest and plays a major role in the chapter. For the time being, the only way forward is to gain Kalkstein's trust. So that means doing what Geralt's told and collecting those aforementioned books. On the northeastern side of town, there's the antiquarian, a dealer of antique and rare books. He'd be an excellent start for finding the texts on the tower. So heading over to my free inn, aka Thaler's place, I meditated until midday, leveled up, and set back out for the vendor. Chatting with the dwarf, I asked him about possible books on the Swamp Tower. He specifically brought up The Secret Gates and Ain Soph Hour. Unfortunately, he doesn't have either of them in stock. However, he knows who has a copy of each. Golan Vivaldi, the owner of Vivaldi's Dwarven Bank, has the former. As for the latter, it's a little trickier to get a hold of. The dwarf suggests that I try some of the swamp folk out of town. That's the second NPC who's directed me to Vizima's swamps, and something tells me that sooner or later, I'll be making a trek out to the marshes. I'll worry about that possible expedition later though, but first it's off to Vivaldi's. The dwarf aristocrat has a home by Kalkstein, and going on inside, I seem to have shown up in the nick of time.
Get out!
What's going on?
We're arresting him for collaborating with terrorists.
Him? A Scoia'tael warrior?
His nephew was in the very unit the Order captured. The same unit that slaughtered villagers near Vizima.
No, it's a mistake. My nephew is young and foolish, not a murderer.
Was. He's hanging already. Before dying, he admitted contacting you. Glad we caught them before they managed that weapons shipment. Aaron, a true patriot, lost his life luring them into a trap. Gather your belongings, Vivaldi. You can grieve in the dungeon.
I wanted no part of the business between the Hawker and the Scoia'tael. The fools gave me no choice. Fearing the revenge of the Scoia'tael, Heron betrayed the whole unit. Probably thought he'd be safe, get a reward. The young non-humans will be carrion for ravens and crows. The only true victors in this conflict, for someone is sure to avenge the freedom fighters. Use their deaths, take just revenge for the cause. And the scavengers will be fat and sated. Ravens and crows.
Essentially, due to my actions against the Scoia'tael at the riverbank, I caused their mass execution. All of those non-human freedom fighters are hanging in the gallows, and Geralt holds a lot of the blame. Something that makes The Witcher's storytelling so special is that it shows the player the results of their actions. A lot of other fantasy games try to do this, but most fall flat and not a whole lot actually changes. However, for Geralt's journey, due to a small conflict with an obscure organization, I'm now dealing with repercussions a full chapter later. The butterfly effect kicked in, and a seemingly innocent dwarf has been arrested because of me. It's moments like those that truly leave me in awe at what CD Projekt Red has done here. As for what to do next, well, I still need to talk to Vivaldi. So, heading to Vizima's dungeon and chatting with Jethro, I asked to see the dwarf. Since Vivaldi was considered a political prisoner, the only way he was getting out was if someone had paid his bail. The count was set at 200 orens, and at this point, I was brainstorming some extra ways to earn cash. These bribes, expenses, and bails are really starting to add up.
What brings you here?
Do you have a copy of The Secret Gates?
I do, and what remains of my collection. It's yours if you want it.
How much?
You pulled me from prison. Take it as a gift.
I'm looking for the leader of a certain organization.
You suspect me because I'm a dwarf?
I have several suspects, not only dwarves.
What do you want?
I've got my eye on you.
Come back when you stop talking crap.
I want to discuss Salamandra.
Why?
The professor's bail money came from your bank.
You offend me deeply with this slander.
But
generations of Vivaldis built this bank, and you suggest our gold serves criminals? Out!
It was worth a shot, and to be honest, I'm still highly suspicious of him. I feel as though Vivaldi offered the weakest defense against my claims. He just got angry and called Geralt's words slander. I understand he's had a tough day with wrongful imprisonment, but that doesn't change the fact that his bank was used to free a criminal. If he really wanted to get to the bottom of things, Vivaldi could look into the account that was used and who wired the money. But nope, he'd rather get angry and storm off. No matter, in the end, I managed to actually get both books, The Secret Gate and Ein Sof Hour. I was under the impression that I'd be recovering the latter in the swamps, but hey, it saves me the trip. Giving them a read, both texts are quite detailed. The Secret Gate discusses the history of this mage, his experimental tower, and theories on his disappearance. As for Ein Sof Hour, it's a little more cryptic. It's full of riddles, proverbs, and confusing passages. In the beginning, it talks about 10 mysterious cornerstones, and by the end of it names them off. I would give a summary for each book, but upon my next meeting with the alchemist, Geralt recites the details perfectly. Speaking of which, the next step to this quest is to report my findings to Kalkstein. Maybe by showing him the effort that I put in, he'll be a little more trusting and forthcoming.
About the tower.
Yes?
I have new information on the tower.
Tell me quickly.
Before this tower, the mage erected 2 others, but both collapsed. This one served as his house and lab.
I knew that. Anything more?
The mage lived there until he disappeared, most likely dead. He constructed clay golems that served him but hardly seemed a major achievement.
That would agree with the legends of the Sentry.
There are 10 cornerstones involving the elements and threads of fate from which all this was born.
Sephiroth! So the old scrolls are true!
One book contained hints of the stone's whereabouts.
We must find all 10 Sephiroth. I own one of them, Chokmah, the Stone of Wisdom.
I suppose I'm to find the others?
Yes. Near the tower, you'll find a circle of stone obelisks. When you have all 10 Sephiroth, place them on the obelisks. Ah, so close. What a breakthrough. I'll abolish the theory of those stuffy professors in Oxenfort. I'll destroy them, smash them.
Kalkstein, don't get worked up until I find the stones, which won't be easy. The information in these books is murky at best.
Sorry, could you show me these books? I'll make notes for you.
Here.
There you are.
Well, for now, there's nothing more in Kalkstein and the Salamandra. However, I am able to report back to the Private Eye in order to discuss the alchemist. Furthermore, Kalkstein's quest progresses, and now I'm to find the remaining Sephiroth. I have one from the alchemist himself, and somehow I've already come across the second in my travels. So that's 2 down and just 8 to go. Something tells me though that finding them won't be as simple as asking around. Well, not all of them will be that simple. You'll see what I mean shortly. Reading over the notes, they end up being Geralt's thoughts on Kalkstein's writings regarding the books. So they're read from a perspective of someone who's just as confused as I am. However, the notes are more like hints on where to go, who to talk to, and what to do in order to receive a specific stone. As would just so happen, most of these leads encourage Geralt to check out the swamps. So, the marshes are back on the schedule for this chapter. For now though, the quest marker leads me back into the hospital. At first, I wasn't quite sure why. After finding Shawnee and speaking with her, it got moved around, but referencing the notes on the Sephiroth, I think I now know why I was brought here. Either way, Shawnee asked me about the little kerfuffle the other night, the one with Ramsmeet's men. After explaining myself, she eased up a little and even shared some information of her own. The prisoner got moved to a safe location. She doesn't know where that is exactly, but rest assured, he should be out of harm's way. At least that was the goal. Chatting with Shawnee once more, just to see what else was new, she mentions a possible remedy to help with the plague. Not necessarily a cure, but something that helps to slow its effects. Celandine, the same ingredient that I used in Triss's potion, seems to be this magical extract. Surprise, surprise, guess where it grows? In swamps. I'll keep an eye out for these plants when I make my way over there, but for now, it's off to Raymond's house to touch base again. Entering the private eye's home, it appears as though he has himself some visitors. Assassins were now being sent after him. 4 thugs had cornered Marlov, and again, Geralt's timing couldn't have been any better. Together, Raymond and I killed his assailants and then right after, devised a game plan. For some reason, the cutscene went on, but my screen stayed black. Luckily, the subtitles were going and I could still hear everything. Basically, the Salamandra know that Raymond's been looking into them. It's because of that and the fact that he's working with Geralt that they're now trying to have him executed. It comes at a bad time too, as Raymond claims he was so close to solving the mystery. For now though, his #1 priority is getting Salamandra off his tail and then going dark. The private eye hands Geralt a list of suspects to look into and says that when the time's right, he'll reach out. So the chase continues and so do the cycles of investigation. This time, the leads are Ramsmeet and some new merchant named Levarden. As it would just so happen, Levarden also holds one of the 8 remaining Sephiroth. So call it a 2 birds, 1 stone type of approach. Exiting Raymond's home, the adventure led me to Vizima's Wharf, the area that was opened up by Siegfried. Running along the docks, I laid eyes on the merchant in question, Declan Levarden.
Yes?
I suspect you know about Salamandra.
I know nothing.
We'll see.
Can I return to my business?
We need to talk about your dealings with Salamandra. You paid to have the professor released.
Why would I bother with a criminal?
Why not?
Would I do it so clumsily as to implicate myself?
I don't believe you. I don't have any definitive proof, so I'll let it lie, for now.
Wise choice. You should trust your instincts more.
I seek the Sephiroth stones. I haven't yet located them all. I thought you might know such art and oddities.
I once purchased one for its magical potential, which turned out false. And I paid a mage a costly sum for the examination.
Then would you sell it to me?
Sell my Tipparath? I'm rather fond of it.
I'll give you a good price.
500 orns?
I didn't think it was worth so much. But all right.
I wear Tipparath as an amulet. We can deal right now.
I have 500 orns, though it's quite a price to pay for a stone.
I sadly relinquish it, but my reputation would suffer, as would my business if I did not deal. The Sephira is yours.
Even with a bold accusation, claiming Declan to be the one who released the professor from prison, the merchant still held strong. For now, there's not much more to go off of on his end, but I did manage to purchase a 3rd Sephir from him, even though it meant emptying out my coin purse. However, because of that find, I wouldn't say our little chit-chat was for nothing. Only 7 more stones to go. Continuing with the Salamandra investigation, my next suspect was Ramsmeet over at the Hairy Bear Tavern. I've had brief dealings with him and even survived a surprise attack from his thugs. Now it was time to get the truth out of him, or at least some other piece of information that I could go off of. I will say though, entering the inn, I was briefly waylaid by another NPC. He's been on my radar for quite some time and it relates back to the beginning of the chapter. The gambler in the tavern knows something about the Witcher's silver sword, which possibly relates back to Berengar, or someone else entirely. According to the gambler, he won it from a gardener who works at the hospital. You see what I mean when I said this chapter will have me bouncing around from person to person and place to place? It's one long game of telephone, but to be honest, I'm hooked. The story is unraveling at a slow but exciting pace. Every twist and turn has some element of surprise and thrill to it. Again, a testimony to The Witcher's excellent storytelling. From the gambler, I moved on to the real reason I traveled back to the inn, to interrogate Ramsmeet.
What do you want, Wolf?
Ever seen the Salamandra sign?
I've seen a lot. Have a problem with that?
Best tell me all you know. The name Azar mean anything?
I have a rule. Before I slit someone's throat, I give them some advice. Never threaten me. Make sure you remember that. I mean, image is everything, right?
I need to talk to you about Salamandra.
Quickly.
When I ask about Salamandra, your henchmen get shifty.
They're like me. We don't like Salamandra.
And I'm a priestess of Melitele.
You're either very brave or very foolish to accuse me.
Neither, Ramsmeat.
You should have asked my men why they get nervous. Now shove off.
Why did you contact Witcher Berengar?
What's it to you?
He was my brother.
Take a good look. Do I seem like a whore to you?
No.
So why you trying to fuck me? Again, what's it to you?
He was a friend. I suspect Salamandra had something to do with his disappearance.
You choose your friends poorly. Berengar schemed with Salamandra, and that's why we had our eye on him. As they say, keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. He disappeared in the swamp. Kalstein hired one of my boys to find him. Then he disappeared. That's all. Now get lost.
Your people attacked me at the hospital.
You cracked? I sent them there to bring back one of ours.
At this point, someone has to be lying to me. Everyone has some convenient excuse as to why they've meddled in my investigation on the Salamandra. Kalkstein and Ramsmeat seem to be at odds with their stories. The alchemist claims that he hired the thug for protection and assistance, but didn't know he was affiliated with the Salamandra. Then Ramsmeat tells me his intentions were to rescue one of his men. Was he referring to the thug or someone else entirely? I don't have proof on anyone yet, but the investigation keeps leading me back to these two. I won't count Vivaldi, Dollar, or Levarden out yet, but as of right now, their names haven't come up nearly as much as the alchemists and ringleaders. Exiting the tavern, the ball continues to roll as I'm approached by a little boy. He claims to be a messenger of Raymond's, and the message is simple: meet the private eye back at his home at my earliest convenience. Well, with nothing more to do except head for the swamp, which I'm building up to, I shot straight for Marlowe's place. It was good to see the detective alive and in one piece. I was 50-50 on if I'd actually be meeting with him again, but here we are.
Welcome, you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
Not so fast. Remember, I have expenses.
How much do I owe you?
200 orens.
This investigation is getting expensive.
I'm not the prophet Lebioda. I can't live on roots and berries. Neither can my informers. I guarantee you these are the bare necessities.
All right, 200 orens.
Down to business. They transferred the prisoner after the attack.
Not good.
Especially since we won't get anything else out of him. He died last night.
How did that happen?
Well, he wasn't in great shape, so I guess it's no surprise, but I have a feeling.
Someone helped him along?
Exactly. Shawnee's a good friend of yours, right? Ask her to do an autopsy, once we know the cause of death.
Wait a minute. Are you spying on me?
That's my job.
See you later.
Strange that Marlove is also keeping tabs on me, but I suppose he said it best. Better to have open tabs on everyone involved. Similar to my adventures with Kalkstein, this development puts a roadblock in the investigation. The Salamander prisoner was our best shot at seeing who the guilty party was. You'd think that with his death, that information goes to the grave. However, said guilty party likely had a hand in his demise, ushering him to the afterlife a little too prematurely. If Geralt and Raymond are lucky, the killer can be revealed through the prisoner's autopsy. Poison, stab wound, strangulation, whatever the cause of death is, just about any finding should be able to pinpoint who the Salamander's accomplice is. Wasting no time, I shot over to Shawnee's place, dealt with her grandmother, who this time was actually quite pleasant, and woke up my friend from her hard-earned slumber.
Yes?
Shawnee, I wanted to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
I need your help with an autopsy.
An autopsy? Since when do you deal with stuff like that?
Since I started investigating Salamandra.
Okay, though I'm no coroner. You'll have to interpret our findings. We'll meet in the evening. Until then, gather as many clues as possible.
I'll sniff around.
Get the body from the gravedigger. We'll meet at the hospital in the evening.
How do I find information to help the autopsy?
Ask Vincent Mice, but also look for books on anatomy and pathology.
Farewell.
Alright, now we're getting somewhere. In about 24 or so hours, all should be revealed. Following Shawnee's instructions, I went to go learn how to study a dead body. Admittedly, I was a little confused at first on where this quest, Anatomy of a Crime, was leading me to. It ushered me to the southeastern corner of the Temple District. Here, I got to do a bit of sightseeing. I passed by the Order of the Flaming Roses HQ, as well as the gallows that housed the Scoia'tael's rotting corpses. I guess in classic fantasy fashion, the officials left the bodies hanging in order to instill fear amongst the rest of the non-humans. Try to be like the freedom fighters, end up like the freedom fighters. Again, I felt a bit bad about my involvement, but I suppose Heron Brog was the one who cut the final cord. Now, as for my confusion, the quest marker was leading me over to Vizima Cemetery. This in and of itself was a whole thing. There were a handful of ghouls lurking around the graveyard's entrance, and of course, my presence had caught their attention. This brought them closer to the Order's HQ, and it also lured over a wraith. Seeing a monster with other monsters, I assumed it to be evil, so I got some licks in on the wraith. Well, as it would turn out, the entity was friendly. Attacking it ended up bringing some unwanted attention onto Geralt, and it slowly devolved into making an enemy out of the Order. While I was pretty sure there was, quote, friendly fire, or at least the ability to commit crimes, I suppose I found out at an inopportune time. Wiping out the city guardsmen as well as the Order's knights, I felt pretty good about my combat skills. However, I was now a wanted man and wasn't sure where all this fighting was going to lead to. So, accidental experiments aside, I reverted my save, cautiously defeated the correct foes, and began to have a look around. Geralt made a comment on how the cemetery likely had a whole host of dead and undead things in there. This was great, as I needed access to the prisoner's body. However, the cemetery was locked and I didn't know where I could find a key. Well, as it would turn out, I've actually encountered this problem before. The quest marker just shows the player where they need to go in order to progress with the quest. If it's an NPC you need to speak with, that's where they'll be. One crucial thing to keep in mind though, the time of day. Some NPCs are only present at specific times. For example, the Gravedigger, the one man who could locate the prisoner's body for me, only works while the sun's up. I had this exact same problem with the Antiquarian. It took me a little bit to actually find the dwarf, and that's because he's only out during the day. At least, he was only in his marked spot during the daytime. I have no clue if these NPCs can be found elsewhere in the night. Well, for the time being, I could at least focus on searching for some medical-related books to help with the autopsy. The most obvious one I can get a hold of was Forensic Medicine. Dollar was selling a copy of it, and while I could have compared pricing with the Antiquary, the Fence's services were just too convenient here. Reading it over, the book gives a basic overview of what to expect from an autopsy, how to conduct it, and what you might get out of it. Really, it helps with the optics and lore. While around Dollar's place, I took the liberty of resting for the night. At daybreak, I went out and found Vincent Mice. According to Shawnee, he might have some information on how to examine a body.
What is it, Witcher?
You ever do autopsies?
What for? Punctured stomachs mean gang warfare. Torn off heads mean beasts. And black tongues mean poison. The first case, we pressure ram's meat. The second, we pass on to the Order or a Witcher. The third, we go to the victim's wife. The culprit 90% of the time. Autopsies are a waste of time.
At first, Vincent's insight doesn't seem very insightful. However, believe it or not, there is one detail he mentioned that will actually prove incredibly useful for the autopsy. While there are a few more books and texts out there, I felt like I was ready to get this show on the road. Hoofing it back to the cemetery, the Gravedigger was finally out and about. I bet he has no clue just how much effort I went through to find him.
What'll it be? Pine or oak, perhaps? An entire crypt? Let's see, 5 ells wide.
What are you talking about?
Why would you come to a gravedigger? So I ask you, who will you be burying? Fear not, my prices are reasonable.
I'm here for another reason.
You should plan ahead. Very well. What is it you want?
Could you hand over the prisoner's body for an autopsy?
For a bottle of dwarven liquor.
The continent is fueled off of cheap bargains. No one can do anything out of the kindness of their heart. But you know what? I'm being hypocritical as Geralt does the exact same thing. Innocent lives need saving. How much coin are you willing to offer? I know it's his job. Being a Witcher is literally a skilled trade. But then you see the Order of the Flaming Rose and how they operate. I wonder if in due time they'll completely shut the Witchers out. After all, there are plenty of chapters still left in the game and 2 more installments to go, so maybe I'll get to find out. Either way, when I heard Dwarven Liquor, my mind immediately went to the tavern. As far as I can tell, they're the only ones who sell alcohol. Or, at the very least, they'll have the most options available. Speaking with the waitress and steering clear of her advances, I managed to find a bottle of Mahakaman mead. According to the flavor text, this is considered to be the dwarves' greatest contribution to the world. Let's just hope it's good enough for the gravedigger. Returning to the cemetery, I handed the hard-working fellow the bottle and tried again to get the corpse exhumed.
A prisoner died recently. Is he in the cemetery already?
Don't know. You can have another body. They all reek the same.
I'm after a specific corpse.
Particular. Come back when you know what you want. Examining remains is an art. Always worthwhile to look deeper. But who does that concern? Nothing like a good drink.
About the prisoner.
Where you want the body dumped?
At the hospital.
It'll be there by evening.
Farewell.
With that, all the pieces are set into place. Now it's just a matter of meeting Shawnee after hours and taking a look at the corpse. Just because I was curious, I paid a visit to the hospital during daylight. Shawnee wasn't here, which I figured that meant she was preparing for the big autopsy. Oddly enough though, the body of the salamander prisoner was already in the hospital's back room. I guess the gravedigger's more efficient than I thought. It's funny, the character model looks a bit different. The alive prisoner was bald and had other clothing on. Rest assured this would be who Geralt and Shawnee could open, but it was just a little strange to see. I suppose at times the Witcher shows its age. In any case, resting at Thaler's place until nightfall, I returned to Lebioda's and this time, the space was cleared of all its workers. The only people in here were the sick, nothing could be done about that, but also me and Shawnee. Running to the back, the medic was waiting for me.
Ready for the autopsy?
Let's get started.
For as long as Geralt doesn't talk to her again, Shawnee continues to pour the same liquid into 2 different vials over and over. At first, I assumed this to be part of the researching process. However, after waiting here for an embarrassingly long time, turns out that I just needed to speak with her.
Race, human. Gender, male. Wounds, extensive.
Shawnee, this isn't a lecture hall.
Whatever you say. He died yesterday, torn to pieces.
A werewolf?
The moon's shining. Wouldn't he turn into a lycanthrope?
I guess.
Geralt, no need to test me. I'm a professional. Moving on.
Could a human have inflicted these wounds?
Only with a 2-foot jaw.
The bone marrow has been sucked out. Must be scavengers.
Very likely. Plenty around the cemetery.
So, he was torn to pieces after he died. I'm interested in the cause of death.
I also see some stab wounds. A blade 2 fingers wide.
Something's wrong. His head's in an unnatural position, his hands twisted.
The wounds can't explain that.
Some kind of fit?
No indication of other symptoms.
Poison, maybe. But then why would someone stab him?
We'll find out. Let's check his internal organs.
Learning from my recent mistake, I wasted no time on this one and spoke with Shawnee immediately.
He wasn't killed with a weapon. What next?
Let's see the lungs.
As I suspected, he didn't die from stab wounds.
Let's look at the heart.
The blade severed the aorta, but internal bleeding is limited.
So the heart stopped beating long before?
Precisely. Someone stabbed a dead body.
Check the liver.
Completely cirrhotic. A strong poison affected the nervous system. Practically unavailable.
For an alchemist?
A gifted alchemist could obtain it.
I need proof.
Alchemical poisons cause certain changes.
Things are not looking good for Ramsmeat or Kalkstein, 2 suspects that were high on mine and Raymond's list. This last part is what could potentially be the final nail in the coffin.
Look, the tongue was crudely extracted, but not all the blackened tissue was removed.
Blackened?
Yes, the poison caused necrosis of the tongue, so the murderer removed it.
So we're certain a gifted alchemist is the murderer.
A gifted alchemist who's a crappy surgeon.
Kalkstein. He wanted to implicate the bandits, but he failed to foresee a professional autopsy. Thanks, Shawnee. That's the evidence I needed.
Good. I'm exhausted.
Well, it looks as though the results are in. Kalkstein is the guilty party. He killed the bandits, likely so he wouldn't squeal about their affairs. Admittedly, it does still feel like a strange accusation. Unless he was lying to Geralt, which could 100% be the case, He's one of the few suspects who actually offered any sort of explanation for his connection to the Salamandra. Now, why would the prisoner's body have stab wounds? It's even stranger that said wounds were apparently inflicted after his death. As the story goes, I guess Kalkstein tried to frame Ramsmeat, throw everyone off of his trail, and then cut out the tongue to remove any evidence of foul play. It's certainly a possibility, but I'm personally still a little skeptical. It's hard to say, but this discovery has moved things along. I need to go and pressure Kalkstein for a confession, I need to report back to Raymond and tell him what I've learned, plus I can inform Ramsmeat that he's been ruled out as a suspect. So much has happened so far in this chapter, and yet it feels like there's still so much more to do. What becomes of this mystery, and how far does it end up going? While my brain was still a little scrambled, the only thing I could really do at the moment was head for Raymond's. Maybe he might have had some possible explanation and or solution to my findings.
I have the autopsy results.
And?
I'm certain it was Kalkstein.
How do you know?
The liver was cirrhotic. The stab wounds were just a clumsy attempt to hide the real reason.
So, poison after all. But how can you be sure it was Kalkstein?
Changes in the eyeballs, typical of alchemical poisons.
I see you did your homework.
I sure did.
Come back later. I need to analyze this information.
While Marlove insisted on sleeping on it, I decided that I owed Ramsmeat an apology. I had accused him of working with the Salamandra and accosted him when I shouldn't have. Sure, he still might not be a stand-up guy, and I doubt our time working together ends here, but he asked me to come back when I learned something, and I think I did. For the time being, the underworld boss was holed up in his home. I suppose for some reason or another, he moved his operations away from the Hairy Bear Tavern. Well, in order to gain entry into his home, I had to chat with Ramsmeat's bodyguards. They didn't take kindly to visitors and thought it was especially strange that a witcher would come knocking. However, at the end of the day, money always talks. Throwing 20 orens their way, they were more than happy to let me pass, some bodyguards. Inside, I found Ramsmeat and updated him on the investigation.
What do you want, Wolf?
Want the truth about Salamandra?
I'm listening.
Someone wanted me to believe you led Salamandra.
And I thought Salamandra sent you.
That's interesting.
They really liked me out of the saddle. They tried to poison me and sent several masked assholes out to assassinate me. But that's all too little for Uncle Ramsmeat. I thought you were their next attempt.
I know you're fighting Salamandra. I'm hunting them too.
Javed wants to take over my business. He decided to start with the girls. Know why? Though he left Zarakini long ago and trained to be a mage, deep inside, he's remained a fucked up wild man. Now you get it?
Not really.
He's driven by instinct, thinks with that Zarakanian cock of his, and he's got some strange fetishes, likes fire. My girls are scared shitless, and they don't scare that easily.
Thanks. That helped.
No problem.
I'm honestly not too sure what to do with that information, but I guess on a search like this, any little bit helps. Now, from here, I could have easily forced a wait and returned to Raymond. However, wanting to be productive with my downtime, I decided to go looking for more Saphira. As it stands, I have 3 and need 7 more. Referencing Kalkstein's notes, I believe there's only 2 more stones left in Vizima. One of them is down in the sewers, or so I thought. Heading to the bowels of the city, I fought a legion of drowners and ran circles through the muck and waste. I thought for sure that the 4th one would be here. Plus, periodically, I kept hearing this terrifying deep growling sound coming from somewhere within. My mind put 2 and 2 together and assumed that whatever this monster was, it held my prize. After some time searching the sewers, I found a knight's corpse that held some items of interest. It had a key as well as a letter addressed to Knight Eric. It talked about how this dead knight might have finally found the location of a secret cult. The lionhead spider meets down in these sewers behind one of the locked off gates. Using the key, Knight Eric should be able to gain entry and eradicate the cult. Now, at this point, I'll come clean with something. I had recently learned that this 4th cornerstone I was chasing was the one that I had already found. It was actually on the cockatrice's body back when I initially slew it. Having transferred all of the items to my inventory, I picked it up without even knowing what it was. So yeah, the kingdom, or Malkad Saphira, has long since been taken care of, and I was wasting my time here. However, I didn't want to look at it like that. so I decided to do a little bit of exploring. I entered the cult's lair, fought some cultists, earned XP, secured valuable treasure, and developed a deeper appreciation for The Witcher. While doing these playthroughs of a game's main story, I rarely decide to embark on personal side quests and or adventures. Sometimes I end up doing some after all is said and done. However, getting to delve into the dungeons and further appreciate the ambience of these games while the main story is active, I feel like it unlocks a whole new level of fun and world building. I get a better feel for the universe, and it goes a long way for the added immersion. Also, if you were curious, no lionhead spider or any crazy monster down here. Either way, when my travels through the sewers were complete, I returned topside and sought out Raymond for our next move.
Here at last. Listen, I got it all figured out. Kalkstein and Ramsmeet were associates. I have irrefutable evidence.
What do we do with that information?
We set a trap, though it might be dangerous. Gather your equipment and come back later.
All right.
Yes?
I wanted to ask you about the commander of the Royal Guards.
I saw him in town some time ago, busy bashing perverts.
How come?
What don't you understand? Everyone knows the Guard commander hates anyone he can call deviant.
Everyone knows, but few care. I find your reasoning somewhat flawed.
Witcher, don't get me wrong, but this is hardly my first case. I'm in my element. Been wading in this bog for years. I'm good at what I do. I don't go around telling you how to hunt monsters, do I?
I know how to handle monsters.
And I know how to handle this case.
It's you. I have the impression you've changed.
No reason to be shy? Tell me.
I've heard some really vile rumors about you. Something about girls.
Oh, that. Ramsmeet's revenge. I investigated one of his underlings. Now they want to discredit me. Don't worry about that.
You mean all those strange things you supposedly do?
Come on, Geralt. I'm the first to admit I'm no saint, but I don't get into nasty stuff.
That's not my only concern.
What else?
That's 100% not where I thought this investigation was going to go. I find evidence that points to Kalkstein and absolves Ramsmeet, but somehow Raymond finds some that implicates both men. Furthermore, they're working together. I wasn't under the impression that these men even knew each other. The temple quarter's not that big, but I'd wager those two don't run anywhere close to the same circles. Also, what about this irrefutable evidence that Raymond spoke of? He didn't even care to explain his findings. One of Geralt's newer quests involves keeping an eye on Raymond. Going forward, I definitely think that's a good idea. Now, I will say, I did have my suspicions on Ramsmeet. While the autopsy said one thing, to me the motive said another. Something wasn't adding up, and I don't think it was as simple as Kalkstein trying to cover up. Maybe the two men aren't directly in league with one another, but perhaps Ramsmeet is still hiding something. This was honestly a tough call. However, given that this objective was a main quest and that I was looking forward to stirring the pot, I entered the criminal's home and started my assault. This was truly a challenging battle. Ramsmeet himself wasn't necessarily the issue, but it was his backup that came flooding in as soon as I'd start to swing. With the use of a whetstone on my steel sword and a tawny owl to boot, I could kill Ramstein in no time. However, dealing with his lackeys, henchmen, and bodyguards, that was something else entirely. They had numbers on their side, and while I could down a swallow or two, their overall DPS was just too much. Let's just say a few deaths had occurred here. Fortunately for me, perseverance is key. It's times like these that my combat expertise gets put to the test. I get to develop new techniques and can really explore the different fighting styles. I learned which enemies were better to take out first, when to use group style versus honing in on a specific target, and how to dance around the battlefield, dodging and evading incoming attacks. While trial and error were the name of the game, I'd say that my version of Geralt came out a better Witcher. Or I guess warrior really. After all these men were defeated, I helped myself to their wares, including a lump sum of orens. Ramsmeet had over 800 gold alone, and let me tell you, guilty or not, I probably would have attacked the guy just for all that. Returning to Raymond, I told him that the deed was done.
So I killed Ramsmeet.
Excellent. You broke the organization's spine.
I found no proof on him. He was completely clean.
That confirms Ramsmeet and his men were just a strike force. Now we know the evidence points to Kalkstein.
I see you've planned everything.
I have. We need to lure him into a trap. The swamp tower interests him. We can use it as bait. So I'll wait for you there. Geralt, we're nearing our investigation's end. The solution is within reach.
How do we handle this?
We need to secure what's hidden in the tower. All the books and scrolls. Bait for our target.
Just one thing missing. I have yet to unlock the tower door.
That's where I come in. This stone is the key to the tower, or part of the key. You make sure you get Kalkstein interested, like we agreed.
Sounds like very convenient reasoning on Marlove's end. Because Ram's meat appeared clean, that just means he was a pawn in this confusing game of chess? I'm not so sure I buy it, but at least Raymond and I can agree on Kalkstein. We need answers out of him, and luckily for me, this investigation just merged with my other one. It was now time for Geralt to focus on the stones. I'd put them off for long enough, but as expected, they're about to play a crucial part in the Witcher's journey. As mentioned earlier, I have 3 of the Sephiroth and need 7 more. According to Kalkstein's notes, the statue of Melitelli in the hospital plays a major role in collecting the 4th. Speaking with one of the nurses in Lebioda's, I asked her to help me out with the clue. It had to do with Melitelli and her mercy. She required some sort of prayer and sacrifice. Geralt tells the nurse that he's not the religious type, but she says that it doesn't matter. Melitelli will bless all who seek her guidance, and for the sacrifice, she simply requires fruits, plants, or flowers. Approaching the 3-faced statue, the only offering I could give was a honeycomb. I had just acquired it from Ram's Meat's inventory as well. Offering it up, to my delight, it worked. Just like that, I received not 1, not 2, but 3 of the Sephiroth. According to Einsof Hour, as well as Kalkstein's notes, it essentially acts as a gift from the 3 aspects of the goddess. So, very quickly, my total Sephiroth count jumped from 3 to 6. With only a handful more to go, Geralt's adventures would bring him to a long-awaited destination. It was finally time to go visit the nearby swamps. As it stands, there are quite a few quests that take place over there. Berengar's secrets, the mystery of the tower, and the Sephiroth. Zooming over to the docks, I located the ferryman and asked for a ride over. The interaction between him and Geralt is quite comical, but it does get old fast. During the conversation, Geralt essentially has to ask him 3 times to get brought over to the swamps. The Witcher calls out that the conversation is just going in circles, and that got a chuckle out of me the first time I heard it. However, every time Geralt wants to go from one side to the other, this same conversation ensues, and what should be a simple 5 orens off you go turns into a repetitive comedy routine. In the end, I can always skip past it though, so not a big deal. Upon landing at the other side, Geralt has a look around. From the perspective of something in the trees, we can see that he's being watched. While I'm not 100% certain, I'm pretty sure that it's just a drowner and that this scene is for flavor. It's meant to show you that these swamps are hostile. However, maybe there's more to it, and there's a good chance that I'm wrong. One of the first things I did at the swamps was chat with some of the local NPCs. For now, there's just one person around here who really matters, but there is some interesting lore that comes from these folks. For example, a soldier tells me about a famous Witcher slayer named Leo Bonhart, which honestly felt more like a threat than anything. I also met a man named Gramps who seemed quirky, but was probably rather wholesome. Venturing further into the swamp, I landed at one of its main hubs. There was a brickmaker's village which housed a decent population. According to Kalkstein's notes, the key person I needed to speak to here was an elderly woman named Vaska.
A traveller from distant lands. He has lost something he now seeks.
What shall I call you?
Vaska, the village eldress.
Geralt, Witcher. What do the villagers do?
We mine clay and produce bricks.
I see none working.
Hard times. Speak. What do witchers do?
We solve problems.
Want to ask something?
Kalkstein, an alchemist, claims you know about the mage from the tower and the guard.
A powerful sorcerer once lived in the swamp, an apprentice his only companion. All changed when a woman entered his life.
A fairy tale beginning.
But the end differs, for a wicked woman she was. He fulfilled all her wishes and she took advantage of his might.
Who was she?
Unimportant.
I'm listening.
Blind love spelled the mage's demise. He called upon forces he could not control and died.
What about the guard?
The mage's lover could tell fortunes, and the mage created a deck of extraordinary tarot cards. He illustrated a future event on each card.
And?
Golems guarded the mage's dwelling. Those spared the ravages of time survive at the cemetery, where they remain motionless.
One of them is the guard?
Yes, the most powerful golem acted as sentry. The tower card depicts how the golem can be revived. In turn, this will open the tower anew. Take this card. I no longer need it.
Has another Witcher been here? Berengar?
He has, asking different questions about those alchemies. The alchemist Kolkstein must have sent him. Then we happened upon his gear in a clay pit, covered in blood.
Thanks, Vaska.
White-haired one. There were signs of fighting there, and not with monsters. He was attacked by men. Beware of flaming lizards and dry ones. I need you alive.
I now have some leads on where to go around here. The clay pits aren't too far from the brickmaker's village. However, I think my next step will be to ask Kolkstein about the Golem Sentry. That's one I've actually been eyeing on the list for quite some time. Its instructions are pretty vague. It's an obvious read, stating that the sentry must be defeated, but there's nothing more to it than that. Well, here's my chance to finally figure out what else has to go into it. You know, this will actually be my first time interacting with Kolkstein since I've done the autopsy. I wonder what the dynamic will be like between him and Geralt. Awkward, aggressive, normal?
About the tower.
Yes?
Vaska helped me locate the tower tarot card. It describes how to wake the sentry.
Let's see this card. Interesting. Much depends on interpretation, but I think I understand. Alchemists find it easier to understand other alchemists.
Enlighten me.
The sentry can only be woken if it's near the tower, which it is, and by using a lightning rod.
A lightning rod?
The drawing depicts a man in a crown, a reference to King Herman the Mad.
Who's Herman the Mad?
Herman used to ascend a tower during storms and insult the gods. A hostile faction carried out a coup by removing the lightning rod from the tower.
An interesting story.
You'll need a device that attracts and conducts lightning. Put plainly, a solid metal rod. A good smith should be able to forge one for a decent price.
What next?
Yes, we'll need a thunderstorm, but I have no idea how to make Mother Nature cooperate.
I'll think of something.
When you have everything, attach the lightning rod to the sentry. Energy from the lightning bolt will revive the golem.
What next?
No idea, but you'll manage. If you kill the golem, you'll be able to make a rare potion requiring his heart. Here's the formula.
We'll see. I suspected you were working with Javed.
You think I lead Salamandra? I'll die laughing!
I'm certain. You don't fool me with your scholarly guise.
You're a fool, Geralt.
Well, the confrontation didn't go exactly as planned. It wasn't awkward, aggressive, or normal. Kolkstein put it perfectly. I think I just made a fool out of myself. I didn't even get to go into detail about the blackened tongue and organ failure. I just kind of accused him and didn't bring up any proof. However, for what it's worth, he didn't confess yet, so maybe there's some hope that Raymond's plan will work. Either way, mastermind Kolkstein to the side. Step 2 in getting the Saphira Stone is to have a metal rod forged. When I first arrived in Vizima, after the whole dungeon mishap of course, I spoke with some of the Order of the Flaming Roses smiths. One of them said that he's in charge of custom orders. So, speaking with him again, Geralt comedically has to explain what it is that he wants. Nothing fancy. Not a sword, axe, or even a dagger. Just a simple metal rod. At first, the smith declines, saying that he only forges weapons. But Geralt offers a 70 Oren donation, and of course, the smith accepts. He tells me to give him a little bit of time and to come back later. Usually, I'm able to make good use of my downtime and can embark on other quests. That's something that I have to praise The Witcher for. Just because there's some roadblock on the journey, that doesn't mean you have to twiddle your thumbs and wait for the detour. It just means that you can go ahead with one of the many other important tasks that have been laid out for you. However, in this scenario, I decided to just force a meditation, wait until noon, and return to the Order's armor. Coughing up the 70 Orens, I receive my lightning metal rod, as Geralt puts it, and am free to return to the swamps. Certainly nothing too troublesome back in Vizima. However, I'd argue that obtaining this specific Saphira is the most time-consuming fetch of the quest. That was just step 2 or 3, depending on when you'd start the counter, but there are plenty more to go. Reaching the swamps, I checked in with Vaska again, but didn't see an obvious dialogue prompt with regards to the next stage. This was my mistake. As I've learned the hard way, always ask questions, even if you don't think they'll lead anywhere. In The Witcher, I'd say there's a 40% chance that something comes of these inquiries. To me, those are pretty good odds and are definitely worth it. However, wanting to take a detour of my own for a moment, I decided to investigate the nearby clay pits. As it would turn out, this is a pretty important area. not just for Witcher Berengar, but also for the Saphira questline. The pits are literally right down the road from the Brickmaker's village. This is an abandoned work area, and it's been overrun by drowners. However, thinking back on the combined wisdom of Geralt and Vaska, drowners are usually scavengers, and some sort of human versus human battle took place here. Whatever it was about, it probably had to do with much more than just riches and territory. After all of the drowners were defeated, I began to have a look around the area. Not long into the search, I stumbled across some mutilated corpses on the banks. The flavor text says that even though the monsters tore into their flesh, the mortal wounds came from swords. Interestingly, after looting the corpses, Geralt comes to the conclusion that Berengar was killed in action. I suppose with everyone's intel, the Witcher having fought at the pits and with his gear left behind, the obvious thing to assume is that he's dead. To me, that's certainly not enough evidence to guess one way or the other. Geralt doesn't even know what the man looks like, so how can he be sure? Well, as of this moment, the quest just tells me that I should report this to Vesemir when I see him next, so for now, I'll put this one on the back burner. However, my actions at the pits would end up going a longer way than I thought. It comes up later in the story, but it resulted in progress made for the Saphira storyline. Now, as it would turn out, the Sentry portion of the Tower plot has its own designated quest. So that's why, for the time being, Vaska didn't have anything more to tell me on the Mage's Golem. I more or less already had the blueprints laid out for me. In order to summon a thunderstorm, if such a thing is even possible, the adventure brings me to the other side of the swamp, the Druid's Grove. Now, Chapter 2 mostly took place in the confines of Vizima. There, I'd maybe have the odd bandit or two who'd come after me. For the most part though, there wasn't a whole lot of action. Even for Chapter 1, other than the bar guests, it felt like I had to go out of my way to run into foes. Crypts, gardens, or the river. Well, let's just say that for the swamps portion of Chapter 2, I couldn't go 10 feet without running into an enemy. Drowners were everywhere, and I encountered a new monster called the Bloodseeker. Fun fact, this is apparently Dutch for bloodsucker, which is what they call leeches. Hopefully my brief Google search is factually correct on that one. The Bloodseekers are heavier opponents, calling for a strong style approach. Their special move, so to speak, is that when they die, they explode and spray this acid-like substance. If I'm not careful enough, that can hurt Geralt and work his health down even further. After quite the tussle in the marshes, I finally made it back onto solid ground. Here, I'd end up discovering a few things. Firstly, there were more dead bodies in the area. Whatever skirmish took place here, it stretched far beyond the clay pits. It almost seemed like this entire swamp was their battlefield. Secondly, I came across all of the legendary golems, the tower's protectors. As the legend goes, these clay beings were once the area's active guardians. However, with the disappearance of the mage and the tower's deactivation, they're currently nothing more than statues. Now, the third and final thing I discovered was unfortunate, but it would come in handy for later. There were 3 clay pillars lined up in a triangle. Activating the first one, lightning ended up striking it. Same went for the second. After the third though, Geralt got zapped and I died on the spot. I was pretty taken aback, both literally and metaphorically. Mishap aside, this would end up playing a huge part in the events to come, and as the old saying goes, no regrets. From here, the Druid's Grove was just beyond the Golem graveyard. It was like the mugginess and dirt from the swamp had come to an end. The grove was this enchanted forest filled with friendly creatures, a plethora of druids, a small group of pilgrims, and these utterly enchanting plants. The sun was shining perfectly through the trees. It felt peaceful and completely unhostile. I really didn't want to leave its confines, but alas, the show must go on. Here, I discovered the sign Erden. This was Geralt's third sign, and to be honest, I wasn't sure if I had missed any of the other ones. It felt like I should have had more by now, but in due time, my worries would go away. Erden acts as a magical trap that slows down my opponents. Like all signs, there's definitely a time and place to use it. After some exploration, I located the Elder Druid and asked him about conjuring thunderstorms.
What is it?
You druids control nature's forces, right?
No, we cannot. Rather, we live by its rhythms.
You train wild animals, and you can stir up a storm?
No, I mean yes, but not by force.
Well, I need a tempest with thunder and lightning. Can you create one?
I can, but as I said...
I'll pay. Call it a donation toward the prevention of further devastation of the environment.
500 orens.
That's too much.
Things are getting more expensive, and we have to live somehow.
500 it is.
Come back when you're ready.
Here's 500 orens. I await my storm.
It's no easy feat. I'm no common mage, harnessing storms with absurd stone posts.
I'll be looking for those storm clouds.
I know your intention, Witcher, and I would prepare. Imbibe some of those potions, for you'll need them.
A Witcher without potions is half a Witcher druid.
500 orens is a crazy amount. That's by far the most I've had to pay for a bribe in this game. I was just happy that I had gone through with killing Ramsmeat. Without his contribution, I don't think I would have had nearly enough orens. Luckily, the druids worked faster than they claimed, and the thunderstorm was already here. Approaching the outlier golem, I interacted with its body and stuck the metal rod in it. Before long, a bolt of lightning had hit it and the giant started to move. This was going to be a very interesting showdown. The battle took me 2 attempts to do. There was a very effective and somewhat obvious strategy to defeating it, but it took me until the end of attempt number 1 to figure it out. During our first tussle, I used a whetstone on my blade, drank a few potions, and experimented with all my different weapons and signs. The goal was to see what dealt the most damage to the rock monster. My Witch's Steel sword with strong style proved to be the most effective. Furthermore, Ard had a small stunning effect on the sentry and could allow me to either reset or charge in for more attacks. However, after a long time of going back and forth, I figured that something was wrong here. This thing either had an incredible amount of health, or I was missing something. Remembering my lightning mishap from earlier, I thought, hey, if Geralt can get damaged by the electricity, maybe this giant clay monster with a metal rod sticking out of its back can too. So, after activating all 3 pillars, of course, I was the one to get shocked and I ended up dying. All that hard work for nothing. However, it would end up being a blessing in disguise. Retrying the boss fight, this time I just focused on the lightning method. You see, the trick was that by the time the 3rd pillar gets activated, Geralt needs to be outside of the triangle and the golem needs to be inside. This would lead to just the sentry taking damage. After a handful of zaps and a fraction of the time, the golem was down for the count. This allowed me to retrieve the 7th Saphira, as well as the incredibly rare Golem's Heart. All in a day's work, I suppose. With that portion of the quest taken care of, the marker was now leading me back to Vaska. As I mentioned before, I had unfinished business with the Eldris. Or rather, I had finished business with her and I just needed to turn it in. It sounds confusing, but again, as I've learned, always talk to NPCs and trust your quest markers. You never know what might happen.
Want to ask something?
Do you have monster problems?
Indeed. Creatures have made nests in the clay pits.
What are they like?
As if drowned, then resurrected.
Drowners. I can finish them.
We're poor folks. I can pay no more than 50 orens.
That's enough. Where are they?
Towards the landing, but take the other road at the fork. At its end, you'll spot our tormentors.
If you recall, during my search for Berengar, I had already taken care of all the drowners. So, literally right after accepting this quest, it updated and told me to return to Vaska. Again, all in a day's work. Really, I just got lucky.
I've killed the drowners.
You showed us mercy, yet I deceived you. I can offer no money, but you cannot leave unrewarded. Take this amulet. It's Kezath, the symbol of mercy.
Will do.
Wonderful. Now we prepare for the coming of the lords.
Who are these lords?
We worship them and receive the grace of those from the eternal deep.
I keep thinking of the fish people, Vodunoi.
How dare you! Those names offend the lords.
I'm not too sure what to make of that last part, but as it stands, I now have 8 Sephiroth. I just need 2 more, and according to the notes, the last one will come to me. So, I guess I have to just put in the work for Saphira number 9, and 10 should fall into my lap. Fingers crossed on that one. Not far from the Brickmaker village, I landed at the next search spot, a cave. Heading inside, most of the enemies in here were wolves. Nothing more than nuisance creatures and simple fights. Popping a cat potion allowed me to see in here, and I could roam around the cavern freely. After taking on a majority of the pack, I'd end up coming across a lone wraith. It seemed to be guarding a tomb of some kind. After defeating it in combat, I saw that the stone was labeled Vrant's sarcophagus. Peering inside, I managed to come across Saphira number 9. This was huge. The objective for a mysterious tower updated and said that it was time to enter the tower. At the same time, I got a new quest that called for placing all of the Sephiroth in their respective monoliths. You see what I mean when I said the Sentry Stone was the hardest one to recover? Some of these Saphira took me less than 5 minutes to obtain, Meanwhile, it feels like I spent an eternity on the Golem portion. Rant aside, within the cave, I managed to come across sign number 4. Quen was a defensive spell and it puts up a temporary shield that protects Geralt from all damage. I'll definitely be needing this one down the line. So here comes the fun part for this quest. I've gathered 9 stones. Now I have to traverse through the swamps and put them in their appropriate places. By having the quest active, the marker will direct Geralt to the next convenient monolith and really simplify the circuit. That little act took me some time to do, so please enjoy my adventure of bouncing around from obelisk to obelisk. For the most part, the game was kind enough to allow me to bolt off to each monolith. There would usually be an army of enemies in between these stone towers. While I shudder at the thought of running away or past foes, there's only so much I can take. It's one thing to have to clear a room or dungeon, but when they're just getting in my way and act as speed bumps for the quest, I have very little patience. It's kind of like in select MMORPGs when you're on a simple fetch mission, but there's about 100 minor enemies in the area. If you don't have to, you probably aren't going to take them out. That's my excuse anyways, but maybe it'll come back to bite me. During my travels here, I ran up and down the swamp. I went to ruined villages, mangroves, the Druid Grove, and even a Scoia'tael base. To be honest, I was under the impression that the Scoia'tael were all gone. However, I guess it was just that small squadron that had dealings with Heron who got executed. It looks as though the resistance is alive and well, although the well part might be a stretch. If they're forced to live in these terrible conditions and are fighting for their lives every day, I don't think their opposition is going to have much of a challenge. In any case, after what turned out to be an incredibly lengthy marathon around the swamp, I finally placed all 9 Sephiroth in their respective monoliths. This gave me the green light and I was free to head to the Mage's Tower. Raymond Marlowe was patiently waiting all this time for me. Hopefully he didn't have too much trouble with the locals. The Private Eye claims to have the 10th stone, and with it, we should be able to get the tower up and running.
Aren't you eager to learn the truth?
I'd rather stay focused. Should I get the book from the tower?
Yes, hurry. We can't let Kalkstein get ahead of us. I hope that murderer swallowed the bait.
I think I made sure of that.
From here, there's only one way in and one way out. Trust me, I made sure of it as I horribly misread where the door was. With fated breath, I was finally able to enter the Mage's Tower, an objective that's long since been on my radar. Surprisingly, this part was a little anticlimactic. There wasn't much going on in here. There was a chest with some pretty valuable loot. This is where I found the Mage's Tower book, which was sure to lure Kalkstein over. There was also a 5th sign for Geralt. This was Axii. It temporarily turns enemies into allies. I wonder why the game would give me this ability here and now. How peculiar. Either way, when ready, I left the tower and returned to Raymond for the next steps.
You'll soon learn the truth.
Good. I was getting impatient. What do we do now that we have the treasure from the tower? How do we lure the mage here?
He's here already.
I only see you.
So you say.
The detective was onto me and you trusted him, so I killed him and assumed his identity. 2 birds with 1 stone. I needed you to open the tower. I don't need you anymore.
Well, that was certainly a twist you either were or weren't expecting. The game really started to allude to the fact that something was up with the detective. There was even a side quest that was all about keeping an eye on him. However, I would have never guessed that Azar Javed killed Raymond and was able to disguise himself as the Private Eye. I guess magic goes pretty far in the universe. After the battle with Javed's conjured Ifrit, things only continued to heat up.
I come at your command, Master. I listen and obey as a genie would.
Professor, cut the crap and get him.
You see, Witcher? Too much water around for Azaz if you're comfortable. Fire mage is limited. He needs me to do the wet work.
Good. 2 worlds with 1 stone.
This has to be the moment that Geralt's been waiting for. A brawl with both Azar and the Professor. As it stands, both men are capable fighters and rely on melee attacks. At first, I wasn't sure if there was one opponent I should focus on over the other. I hit the Professor a couple of times and then remembered my most recent sign. Casting Axii on the lackey, its effects were almost instant. The professor temporarily switched allegiances and started to focus on Javed. This made Azar focus his attention on the professor, and I was free to get some swings in unharmed.
Admirable fight, but duty calls us to the trade port. Contrary to popular opinion, chaos and terror do not spread on their own.
The venom of Zeracanian scorpions, lethal even to mutants.
Mistakes, Witcher. They can be deadly. Give my greetings to that young companion of yours. And now, have a nice time dying.
All felt the battle in the swamp was the beginning of events that would soon rock Temeria. Sensing the approaching conflict, both sides were eager to test the enemy. A routine skirmish between patrols erupted into a regular battle. Led by unwavering faith, the Knights of the Order showed greater determination and emerged victorious. The Scoia'tael learned that freedom could only be achieved by shedding blood, their enemies and their own. Azar excluded me from the battle. When Triss woke me, heaps of bodies appeared before my eyes. It was the last time I was able to avoid taking sides.
You're mistaken. I have him under control. And not just him. They're all leading out of my hand. I regret that Voltest is away at the summit, but I trust you'll tend to the King's Council.
I assume you've resolved matters with Luvarden as well.
Yes, I made an offer and he accepted. He claims his superiors had similar plans, but we beat them to it. Men can do nothing but talk and then always claim the initiative.
And how is your Witcher?
I should be able to convince him.
Don't overdo it. Geralt can be exceptionally perceptive.
I know. I must get back. I'll contact you when it's all over.
Never let the Witcher guess what you hide from him.
Triss?
Should you be up? I'd rather make sure you've recovered completely.
How?
Don't worry. This won't hurt a bit. Well, you seem to be at full strength. It must be that unusual Witcher's metabolism.
Triss, how did I get here?
Pure coincidence. I was scanning for magic anomalies and happened upon a false trail set by Kalkstein.
You found me in the swamp? What happened there?
I don't know. The alchemist is still there, examining solid stone. But he won't find anything. The greater anomalies are here in Vizima.
Magic anomalies? In Vizima?
Yes. I'd appreciate it if you could help me figure them out. But back to your health.
I thought I was at full strength.
You misunderstood me. Physically, nothing's wrong. It's your mind that worries me.
Explain.
You raved for hours. I had no choice but to read your thoughts to learn about your injuries and which poisons you took this time.
I'm sure you read beyond that.
I couldn't help it. Your thoughts were quite loud. In any case, I know about your recent adventures.
Can you help me?
Recover your memory? I doubt anyone can, but there's a small chance...
A small chance of what?
From what I saw, I think you would benefit by creating a stable personality.
Meaning?
Geralt, please, this is important.
Just limit the psychobabble.
You need to take a stand on the world's problems. It doesn't matter what position, just that you choose one. A strong identity may help restore your memory.
Can't you just tell me what you saw?
No, I don't want you turning into my vision of Geralt. I want you to decide for yourself who you are, without looking back.
I shouldn't take an interest in the past?
Exactly. Your memory should return in due course.
We'll see.
Geralt.
You said something about magic anomalies.
Various things can cause them, but more importantly, they can be the cause of true evil. When I last felt this way, you and a sorceress were trying to capture a genie, destroyed half a city in the process. You probably have no recollection, but a lot hung in the balance.
I don't recall.
I could use your help. I have some magic sensors that need to be placed around Vizima. They'll help us locate the anomaly's source.
All right, give me the sensors. I'll take care of it.
Always eager to please.
What are friends for?
I saw a perfect wall cavity in the trade quarter near Town Hall. Place one there, a second in the temple quarter near the entrance to the sewers, and the third in Vizima's cemetery. We'll create a typical Radcliffe triangle. You know, of course, that triangulation is most effective in these cases.
Who were you talking to through the mirror?
You heard me? Ah, sorceress business. Nothing important.
Sounded serious.
I had to make a few promises to learn about Salamandra.
You could.
Trust me, it was nothing important.
How did you get here?
Long story. When you men went chasing around,
Which proved effective.
by some miracle, I decided to look for Salamandra using unconventional methods.
Any results?
Very good ones. You'll learn it all in due time.
Why not now?
To get this information, I had to agree not to tell you. Patience, Witcher.
I'll see you later.
See you. Oh, I nearly forgot.
What?
Luvarden, a merchant, wants to see you. He hosts banquets at the new Neracourt.
I don't like banquets.
Important people will attend.
I don't know.
Including Princess Ada, whose curse you lifted. Apparently, she's slightly obsessed with you.
I'll think about it.
I'll be there.
All right, I'm convinced. Maybe I can gather some information there.
6 this evening. Here's the pass that makes you official in the trade quarter.
A pass?
Well, in addition to a quarantine, the authorities of Vizima have imposed martial law.
How'd I miss that?
It only covers the trade quarter, which you haven't entered.
So how do these passes work?
Only the quarter's residents are allowed to move about. I have a house here, so I was able to get a pass.
So what do I do?
Well, I registered you as residing here. Falsely, of course.
Well, a lot just happened now. For starters, there was the battle with the Professor and Azar Javed. Before things could really kick off, they fled the swamps and left a poisoned Geralt for dead. Luckily, Triss just so happened upon the Witcher and was able to essentially revive him. However, the most confusing part was the cutscene between the Order of the Flaming Rose and the Scoia'tael. It seems as though there was a bubbling conflict between the factions and it just let off. I had no clue the Order was the opposition for the Scoia'tael. I guess they're essentially Vizima's army, but now it looks like I'm going to have to take a stand with one or the other. To be honest, I've had one negative interaction with the Freedom Fighters and a couple of productive ones with the Order. I don't want to claim sides yet, but I'm definitely leaning one way. I really have to learn more about both factions though before I take a stance. Exiting Triss's home, I was immediately confronted by one of the city guards. He asked for my pass, which yeah, I guess I need to wander around the streets. No biggie, as thanks to Triss, I've got one now. So, I'm sure you saw it, but it's now on to Chapter 3. This brings on a whole slew of new missions. However, there are still some loose ends from Chapter 2 that need to be taken care of as well. It's safe to say that the Trade Quarter is much nicer than the Temple Quarter. The streets are well maintained, it's cleaner, the people are cheerier, and I'd argue there is a higher guard presence here as well. It's certainly not as bleak as the next district over, no offense to the people who live there of course. In any case, wanting to carry on with my work, the first quest I set off for was called The Source. This was what Triss was talking about. There's a magical anomaly somewhere in the city, and by placing some magical sensor at various focal points, she'll be able to pinpoint it. The first location is near the Trade Quarters Town Hall. I wasn't sure where exactly it was though, so I probably spent too much time exploring the hall itself, as well as Vivaldi's bank. Definitely nice places, but nothing regarding the sensor. However, after scoping out the exterior, I noticed a nameplate above a strange fixture. It was called Relief and depicted a ram's head, or something along those lines. Honestly, I'm not really sure what it was. Either way, it was where I could actually place a sensor, and now I knew what I was looking for. The next spot was Vizima's graveyard. If you recall, the cemetery was actually blocked off from the Temple Quarter. However, from the Trade Quarter, anyone has free access in and out. The cemetery is a bit of a strange place. It held formidable foes like ghouls, gravers, and this humanoid bat creature called a fletter or fleeter. I'm not really sure how to say it. The pronunciations are definitely going to get me with this game. Either way, this wasn't a place I wanted to be in for too long. I just find it funny that there are these terrible, dangerous, and scary monsters within meters of people's homes. I suppose though that's why the Order's bases are on either side of it, to stop any possible outflow from these monsters. Smart decision there, fellas. After the second sensor was placed, the third and final focus point was an easy one. I had remembered seeing it when I had ventured down into the sewers. I saw that it had a nameplate and thought, That's strange. Well, this exact reason would be why. On my way back to Triss, I ran past Raymond's old home. Since the private eye was dead, my curiosity was piqued. As it would turn out, this home now belonged to a dentist. Unfortunately, they were out at the moment and I couldn't get acquainted, but I wonder if in due time I'll get to meet them. Returning to the trade quarter, a district I very much wish I could just stay in, I spoke with Triss about the anomaly.
I placed the sensors as you asked.
I know. As soon as you did, I scanned all of Vizima and found the source of the anomaly.
Where?
A boy named Alvin, at St. Lebioda's hospital.
How can a child be the source?
You've forgotten everything? He must have immense powers. Elder blood must course through his veins.
Elder blood?
The gift of Lara. We must rein in Alvin's destructive abilities. Hurry, fetch him from the hospital.
I'll see what I can do. Will they let me take him?
Not readily. Your friend Shawnee refuses to hand him over. She has no idea what the entire city faces if he spins out of control. I don't know how to talk to her. She's your friend. Settle it with her. I'd be grateful. One more thing. Children of Elder Blood attract creatures from the beyond. Ghosts and specters. You might find this scroll useful.
So, Alvin's back in the picture. It appears as though his story didn't quite end in the outskirts. He has yet a bigger part to play in events to come. Also, I didn't like what Triss had to say there with regards to Shawnee. I was worried that the game would make me choose between the two of them, pinning Geralt between a rock and a hard place. Well, let me tell you, it absolutely went there.
Why were you in that witch's house?
If not for Triss, I'd be dead most likely.
I'll show you my other, less tender side if you're lying.
Ah. What brings you here?
That witch is trying to steal one of my patients, Alvin. What does that hag know about raising children? Everyone knows she can't have her own. I don't want her handling that child with her dirty paws. Devil only knows what she wants with him. Explain to her that Alvin's staying with me.
It'd be much simpler if you two would just agree.
Simple or not, you know her better. Please bring Alvin to me. Okay, give me a kiss.
Whoa, I have no idea where that last part came from. A kiss? There was absolutely nothing romantic going on between her and Geralt, and now it's like she's his long-term girlfriend. Also, why the hate towards Triss? I understand she wants to take Alvin, but it seems like there's some sort of jealousy going on here.
Geralt, I was looking for you. I had no idea Nurse Natala was such a wellspring of passion. You ever seen her leaning over patients? Those eyes.
Dandelion.
In any case, I was on my way here to entertain Natala with some scintillating conversation when I passed these two odd-looking men dragging out this kid who was hollering and crying. They called him by his name. I think it was Alpin or Albin or something.
Shit, that's who I'm here for.
Well, you'll be proud of me. Oblivious to any danger, I decided to help the kid and followed them. They dragged him to this house.
You're right. I am impressed.
Told you. You have to take me with you this time. This is true ballad material. Matter of fact, I'll lead you there. The house is in the non-human district. Follow me.
This is the bard Dandelion. It's my first time meeting him, but apparently not Geralt's. As it stands, Dandelion is one of my favorite characters in this game. From what I can tell so far, he seems like a decent friend, he doesn't have his own personal agenda, and all he really cares about is writing the most epic ballads.
This is where they brought Alvin.
Great. Wait here and don't enter until the fighting stops.
You always tell me to wait outside. No, this time I'm going in with you. I'll create a new genre. The proactive ballad.
I don't want you around when I start swinging.
Okay, I guess poetry requires sacrifices.
Not that I thought Dandelion was going to give me backup anyways, but I guess I'm truly alone on this one. Heading into the house, the action wasn't anything new. I just had to battle against a group of assassins and kill every last one of them. Classic Witcher stuff. Or maybe it isn't technically classic Witcher stuff, is it?
I'm glad you're here.
Everything will be all right.
Are they dead?
Yes, Alvin. They gave me no choice.
I understand, Geralt. Take me away from here.
Whoa, that's a lot of blood. Geralt. And here's the boy. See? Where would you be without me?
Shh. They're coming. Grab the kid and go out back.
You heard them outside? Amazing. Okay, I'll take him, but where?
Here the game goes with making me choose sides. Not only do I have to now decide on politics, but also relationships. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Alvin's better off with Shawnee. Triss was a little suspect with her mirror conversation. However, I really didn't like the way Shawnee was talking to Geralt back there, and I feel like he has a deeper connection with Triss. So in the end, that's who I went with.
Take him to Triss. She's a sorceress. She'll protect him best.
Oof. Doubt that'll make Shawnee happy. But it's better than angering a sorceress, I guess.
Get going.
Okay, I'll leave the boy with Triss.
Dandelion said it best. Oof, indeed. I really don't think there was a right or easy decision to make there, but only time will tell. Selfishly speaking, Triss does have a home on the nicer side of town, while Shawnee lives in the sketchier end, so I'd prefer to continue with my current living arrangements. From here, a group of assassins floods into the room. It's only 4 of them, and after killing Ramsmeet's gang, I feel like I can handle just about anything. Well, more specifically, just about any bandit that's in a group of 4 or less. I imagine I'm going to have an awkward conversation with Shawnee sooner than later, but for now, I decided to return to a blissful life at Triss's home. It seems like Dandelion's already beat me here, as Alvin's already making himself comfortable.
Triss, about Alvin.
Mm-hmm.
Is he safe?
Yes. Dandelion brought him here and explained. I knew I could count on you. Is Shawnee clear about this? No? Then go tell her the boy stays with me. End it.
Well, if I have to. Though I'd rather face a swarm of ghouls.
Well, that was fast. So much for the bliss and peaceful life. I guess Shawnee deserves to know that Alvin's with Triss, just so she doesn't get worried. But I can't imagine how that conversation's going to go, especially with her newfound feelings for Geralt. I'm not even joking when I say I felt anxious to have this conversation with an NPC in a video game. Kudos to The Witcher for making me feel that way.
Is all well, Geralt?
I left the boy with Triss to keep him safe.
How could you? She cast a spell on you. Out of my sight. I will forget your very name.
That went about as well as I expected it to. Trying to speak with her again, Shawnee pretty much just gives me the cold shoulder. I definitely wouldn't say her and I are in a good place right now. Will her and Geralt's friendship or relationship ever be the same again? I don't really know. However, I'd be willing to wager that her and Geralt's paths will cross again, and that they'll have to work with one another in the future. At least that's over with now. Surely the worst of it is in the past. Everything should be peachy over at Triss's place, right?
I spoke with Shawnee. She understood, but didn't take it too well.
I'm glad that's settled. Alvin needs someone who knows magic. Geralt, I wanted to talk to you about the future. About us.
Triss.
I'm not jealous. I'd just like to know where we are.
Can't this wait? I have this job. Clients getting impatient.
Please think about it, Geralt. We needn't talk. A symbolic gift would do. Say a ring.
Couldn't you just read my mind?
I could. But I don't want to. If you give me a ring, I'll treat it as a pledge. If you don't, I'll try to understand. See you, Witcher.
Geralt, how's Alvin?
Dandelion, do you always have to butt your nose into...
Just asking. Something troubling you?
She's just... I don't know anymore.
Let's go. Can't talk about women on an empty stomach.
But...
No buts. Zoltan and I agreed to have a drink today.
A mercenary dwarf and a wandering troubadour who knows all the loose women in town. I couldn't choose better advisors. Let's go.
Hey, Zoltan.
Greetings, Dandelion. Geralt. Our monster slayer looks bitter. Something happened?
Nothing you need to know.
Geralt is experiencing cognitive dissonance, a rather unpleasant tension that accompanies the appearance of 2 conflicting cognitions, be they thoughts or judgments.
You're so full of shit, Dandelion.
Simply put, he cannot decide. I assume the dissonance relates to...
My dissonance is nothing to you.
That's where you're wrong, Geralt. We're your only friends, and friends help each other. You'll see. We'll have a drink, and you'll know exactly what to do about Triss.
Somehow I don't think so.
Ooh, the vodka's nicely chilled. Gentlemen, cheers.
Damn all dissonances.
Ooh, delicious. Nothing like a good belt of liquor.
Yeah, not bad. Incidentally, Zoltan, why are we drinking from tankards? I swear I saw glass in here.
Serious problems require serious solutions. Half measures get you nowhere.
I get it. Half measures for Dandelion, though. He yammers enough as it is.
Will you stop whimpering like a spoiled lass and spit it out?
Triss is a fine woman.
But
I'm a witcher. Killing monsters is my destiny.
Don't bullshit me about destiny, Geralt. I realized long ago that all those pathetic bits by Etlina and the like are the same crap and humbug as those dissonances.
You may be right, but honestly, do you see me as a cobbler or a farmer?
No. I guess I see your point.
Damn it, I don't get it. What's one got to do with the other? No one said you'd have to stop slaying monsters, right?
She didn't say either way.
Let me explain, Dandelion. Just because a woman doesn't say it, doesn't mean she doesn't want it. In fact, they often say they want something when they really want the opposite.
I'll drink to that.
Oof, strong enough to make you cry. I'll tell you what's up with dames. You can theorize all you want, but you'll never figure out what's going on inside their heads. There's just no understanding women.
Highly original, Dandelion.
Sneer away, but you won't put me off. The problem is you don't know what you want.
And you don't know what you're talking about.
I've never had a family, but I am a poet. I know something about people. Tell me this, do you want a family or not?
Oh, Dandelion, it's not that simple.
Answer the question. You know what I mean. If it weren't for this mess, Scoia'tael, the Order, Salamandra...
There's no point in speculating.
Ha! I knew it.
Don't get excited, Dandelion. I just have my doubts.
Only a fool has no doubt. Let's have another drink. I can't throw these damned hiccups.
I know. Let's go to a whorehouse. Make it your stag night.
Dandelion, we were talking about relationships in case you didn't notice.
Besides, they won't let me in. I'm a filthy non-human.
Only the weight of your purse counts at the house of the night. Besides, the madam owes me a favor. Come on, Geralt. Live a little.
Do they have dwarf women there?
Sure they do. It's the best whorehouse in Temeria. So, Geralt, you coming? I'm telling you, nothing like a trip to the whorehouse to get you thinking clearly.
All right. Let's go.
One for the road.
And just like that, I'm back at Triss's house. First off, worst screen ever. My motion sickness was in overdrive here. I had to look at the minimap again and cross my fingers that I'd spot Triss out of the corner of my eyes. Secondly, Triss wanting a promise ring doesn't really seem like that's up her alley. Plus, I think that's a very unfair thing to ask of Geralt, a man who lost his memory and hardly even knows who she is. I can understand why the Witcher went for a couple of drinks, well, more like a handful. Finding Triss upstairs, she scolds Geralt for smelling like alcohol and stumbling all over the place, claiming that he's not being a good role model for Alvin. Already the warning bells are going off that things are just moving too fast here. There's not much more to say in this conversation though, and really, the best thing for Geralt is to sleep everything off. After a brief meditation, I can finally look at the screen again. Now that Geralt's in the right headspace, maybe he can communicate better with Alvin and Triss on his wants and needs. Well, not exactly. Alvin's elder blood connections seem to only show themselves at certain points. At most times, he's just a child who apparently wants a puppy. As for Triss, well, it almost feels like she considers herself Alvin's mother. The way she comments on Geralt's relationship with Alvin makes it feel like she's in way too deep. Sure, she could protect and foster the boy for the time being, but it's best she gets one thing straight. We're not a family here. We're comprised of a sorceress, a magical boy, and a witcher. We're hardly the Smiths. In any case, with Geralt now up and at 'em, I can continue with some of my lingering quests. For example, I'd say it's high time that he's returned to the swamps. I still have to finish with Kalkstein's quest and activate the teleporter that's in the tower. Furthermore, I'd say I owe Kalkstein an apology. I was extremely aggro towards him, and if Azar Javed had played his cards better, Kalkstein could have been a dead man. Now, I wouldn't say a whole lot has changed in the swamps. The brickmakers are still here, and most of the settlements and landmarks are standing too. I didn't venture too far out to see what became of the Scoia'tael and the Order, although I'm sure there are remnants of war somewhere around here. Interestingly, it looks like new monsters have been added to this region. The Kikimor are these big insect-like creatures. They come in different shapes and sizes. The warriors are some of the bigger of their species, while the workers are considerably smaller. However, they're still big enough to be what I consider nightmare fuel. Now, I didn't get to talk about it before, but the Mage's Tower is located at the center of the swamp. Due to the mangroves and debris that surrounds it, it's not the easiest place to get into. As it stands, there's only one way to get to and from the tower. That's where it becomes a bit of a pain, as I'm always finding myself running in circles until I find the correct pathway. However, it's all about to change. Entering the Mage's Tower, I found Kalkstein wandering around and had a long-awaited chat with him.
Greetings, Witcher.
What are you doing in this tower?
Finally! I've waited so long!
Kalkstein.
The greatest discovery of my life! Know that you fully earned your reward.
From here, the alchemist opens up the portal in the tower. It can teleport me back to Vizima, bringing Geralt to either Triss's laboratory or Kalkstein's. Furthermore, I can also teleport here whenever I please. It seems like my accusations against Kalkstein are water under the bridge now. He seems happy just knowing that he can disprove all the other researchers out there. And you know what? Who am I to take that away from him? I'm sure our paths will cross again with one another, but for now, maybe it's best him and Geralt go their separate ways. As it stands, there's only one main quest available for me. This was genuinely a pretty intriguing mission too, for more reasons than one. Levarden the Merchant was hosting some kind of reception on the upper level of the new Neracourt Inn. After dilly-dallying on the lower level, chatting with some of the locals, I readied myself and made way for this super secret private party. Triss was already here, and it looks like the reception is well underway.
Here we are. Wipe that frown off your face. You'll be fine.
Can't we go back to your place? Make sure I have no internal injuries.
Later, Geralt. Come on. This isn't so bad. Let's mingle.
The first room doesn't have anyone too interesting or memorable. No one engages in meaningful conversation with Geralt. They all just gossip and complain about something in the city. The next room, however, has a whole host of intriguing and unique NPCs. For example, there's Declan Levarden, the host of this whole thing.
Geralt of Rivia and Triss Merigold, welcome.
Greetings.
I thank you for coming. Look about the room and you will see the entire kingdom represented.
We thank you for your invitation.
Forgive me, I must return to my duties. I'm certain we'll speak later.
Up next, there's arguably the most interesting person at this party. Politically, she's incredibly important, but in terms of Geralt's story, it's someone who might have played a big role in his past, Princess Ada.
Milady, allow me to present the sorceress Triss Merigold, and...
Duet, I know who stands before me. We know each other, do we not, Witcher?
One could say so, Princess.
A princess indeed, though I do not always feel like one. So many duties. You could not imagine, Witcher. Why do you stare? Is my dress displeasing?
Forgive me, milady, but even the finest dress would pale in comparison to you.
Mind your tongue, mutant.
Duet, I will decide if and when I am offended.
Your Highness, he is an aberration.
Silence. It was a nicety. Leave us for now.
Maybe I came on too strong here, in the presence of Triss no less. However, I bet she understands that this is simply a job for Geralt, and the two of them are at work here. The next person I spoke with here was quite surprising. It seems like the fence, Thaler, has friends in high places.
Geralt, have you met Thaler?
Thaler? Here?
Let me introduce my master, the Honorable Erkin von Blunt.
Good day, sir.
Erkin has taken a vow of silence and thus cannot answer. You must be wondering why he is here.
Indeed.
He has made numerous vows in his life, one of which is to protect the royal family. Sadly, for unknown reasons, Princess Ada holds little respect for him. Vows, however, must be honored, whatever the circumstances.
And how are you involved? Are you bound by his vows by extension?
He authorized me to speak on his behalf, and I serve as his advisor.
Of course. We shan't be bothering you. Come, Geralt. Geralt, allow me to introduce Burgomeister Velerad.
Charmed.
Greetings. It's been a while.
Velerad is King Foltest's right hand.
No need for formal introductions. If you wish to open a factory or a shop, kill a monster, or petition the king, you must come to me.
I'll remember that.
Excuse us, Burgermeister, but we need to say hello to the other guests. You've met everyone who's anyone. I need to speak with Luvarden. You behave yourself. Beware of anyone who tries to pry information from you.
From me? But I'm just a witcher.
Don't be fooled. Anything you say may have political ramifications.
Well, I definitely didn't expect to see Thaler here. He sticks out like a sore thumb with his garb and unkempt appearance. But as it stands, barring Triss, he might be my closest ally right now, if you can even call him that.
Enjoying yourself?
Exquisitely. Not enough food, nowhere to sit, and nothing but small talk. And I may be the only one here not involved in one of the many schemes or secret alliances being forged.
It's a sign of the times. New customs and fashions. You think it better to show the Nilfgaardian we're barbarians? That we can't distinguish between a fork and a comb? That the only way we know how to feast is to get blind drunk and roar lusty songs while slapping the serving wenches on their arse?
I'm a relic. Someone from the past, so I'm rather attached to the old customs. Never understood nor liked the new ones. But really, Thaler, why are you here?
I'm a patriot. I've the good of the kingdom at heart. A kingdom threatened by the schemes and alliances you were observant enough to note.
I said I was an old-fashioned witcher. Be straight, like Thaler the Fence would be.
Thaler the Fence does nothing for free.
Thaler the Fence is a scoundrel who'd prefer the Temple District not know he consorts with the cream of Vizima society.
Have it your way. Let me tell you, friend, a serious slashfest is in the works. One without pardon. The defeated will be picked apart by crows. You'll be forced to fight for a new order, comrade, or against it. We will fight for our traditions and customs, for our land and our women.
Who's this enemy? Who wants to steal our women?
I wouldn't deceive you. I think you're one of us. It's a cause we share. I don't know the enemy yet, but I will soon, and when I do, the time of the sword and the axe will come. Blood will flow in the streets. And know this, comrade, there will be no room for your neutrality.
Who exactly are you? And be straight with me, comrade.
Temerian intelligence. I execute the king's direct orders. I find traitors, rats, and foreign agents. I'm a spy.
A highly placed spy.
I can't deny it. May I ask a personal question? The amphibians you're after, are they a personal matter or an ideological one?
Personal.
Care to explain?
They robbed me and killed a friend. That enough?
Got it. Thank you for being candid.
Who exactly is DeWitt, and what is he doing here?
That Nilfgaardian dog is a mere pawn. I cannot fathom why Ada tolerates him.
Explain.
Like most knights of the Order, he worries his dick's too small, so he gets aggressive whenever something scares him. Then, of course, he's a Nilfgaardian. Our princess has some weaknesses, but stupidity is not one of them.
Maybe the princess has a game of her own going.
Then she should choose better allies. Unlike chess, this game claims lives. I'm afraid someone might be using her.
Is Luvarden somehow involved?
I need to get Erkin a private meeting with him. At present, his intentions are a pure riddle.
To me, too.
Really?
What do you mean?
Your friend seems to get along famously with Luvarden. For two strangers, they certainly have much to discuss. See for yourself.
I trust Triss.
I suppose you know her better than I, but don't say I didn't warn you. Regarding Luvarden, we know he heads some transnational organization of merchants, bankers, and other wealthy folk. Make what you will of it.
Why do you want to draw me into a game that doesn't concern me?
This game concerns you more than you imagine. You mean to tell me you're not interested in the conflict between the Order and the Scoia'tael? You mean to tell me you don't care? What about your lover, Triss Merigold?
That's private. I want to destroy Salamandra. That is my only objective.
Salamandra has a patron. Someone in this room, or one known here. You're up to your ears in this, Wolf, whether you like it or not.
Excuse me for a moment. We'll talk later.
It's now time to play the game of politics. Luvarden's party has Geralt bouncing around from NPC to NPC, The goal is to try and figure out who's in league with who has their own agenda, and who's actually telling me the truth here. Princess Ada is a great start, as like I mentioned before, she seems to be the most important person at the party.
Witcher, you may approach. Duet, fetch me some wine. From that page boy at the end of the room.
Your Highness.
We may speak freely now. Geralt, tell me about witchers, and please, don't hide behind your code.
What are you asking, milady?
What is your view on politics? To me, politics is like an encounter with a lover. Would you agree?
I'm impressed by the comparison. Have you ever tried your hand at the fine arts, Your Highness?
I'm forced to study all kinds of nonsense, but books bore me, as does poetry for the most part.
I agree. Books are for bores.
Never mind. Back to our lovers ambulating about the room. You see, Witcher, politics is not unlike a tryst. It begins with foreplay, glances, conversations. Behold that witch with Leuwarden. Now look to our noble Erkin and the courtiers. The dance grows bolder, fondling and such. Then one is consumed by the desire to come together roughly, like animals. Finally, one is left with sad, passionless copulation. Velerad and Duet, for instance.
Excuse me, Your Highness. Sore throat.
We are adults, Geralt. We both know the desires of men.
You may be right, Your Highness. Power, sex, power, they both come down to one thing. Fucking others. May I ask you a question?
Go on.
What is the king's stance on this topic? I mean politics, of course.
Ugh, dull? I have grown hungry, and there is naught worth eating at this feast. I tire of partridge tongues and caviar. What do I most desire? I have it. I will answer your ever so dull question if you bring me what I most desire.
I shall return shortly, Your Highness.
I'm picking up that something's going on between Geralt and Ada. Curious to see where it goes, I spoke with the Burgmeister, an awesome word to say, in hopes that he could help me with the princess's riddle.
Speak freely, Geralt, but no politics.
I want to ask about the princess.
No politics.
About the curse.
Shh. I could use something stronger. Fine. Ask.
Does the princess have strange dreams?
How would I know? I've not spoken to Ada without one of those bastards from the Order prisons.
Any strange behavior?
You're awfully close to treason.
I'm not asking out of want for political influence.
Our sweet princess is completely normal. Well, her head's a little messed up.
Is she aggressive?
On occasion, but not unusual for a spoiled damsel. I don't know, she's...
What?
Well...
Spit it out.
She needs a man to give her a proper lay.
Right.
Must go.
Later.
A very direct response, and I think it's where we all knew it was going, but still, kind of funny and surreal to hear that come out of his mouth. Apart from that desire, it's clear that the princess wants something to eat. Maybe Velerad can offer more information on her favorite meal. Well, speaking again with the Burgmeister, he says that he needs a stronger drink before he can divulge any more state secrets. Unfortunately, I had recently just cleared my inventory of all alcohol. However, this party is situated right above a tavern, so it's pretty easy for Geralt to step out, purchase a bottle of Redanian herbal and Temerian rye, then return to Valoran with a small peace offering.
Ah, much better. The princess had a hard childhood. It left her with a penchant for raw meat. We tried to keep that quiet, but...
I see. Anything else?
Tala's angry. His intelligence agents scour the realm to fetch her treats.
Thanks.
Raw meat is a start, but Taller might have more specifics to share.
Any idea what the princess's favorite dish might be?
We have to know shit like that. As special agents, people of the shadows.
Calm down. What's the dish?
Tala does nothing for free. Go to the next room and fetch the letter from the box with the Temerian coat of arms. Be discreet.
But...
Then I'll tell you Ada's favorite dish.
I guess Geralt's long overdue for being used as a pawn. Spy work for the Kingdom of Temeria is certainly a bold choice for a party that's filled with powerful people. One wrong move and I might be starting some kind of war. Along the entranceway of the reception, there's a side room that holds a chest at the back. Let's just say that Geralt will be back here later for an entirely different reason. For now though, his priority is to take this mysterious note.
Why are you here?
Huh? I was looking for the privy.
In that box?
Point for you. Truth is, I was hoping for a superior drink.
The wine does taste watered down.
I found some liquor. Try some?
Gladly.
A sacrifice for the greater good. I'll gladly ruin my eyes if it means I can see this Game of Thrones party through. With the note in hand, I returned to Thaler and sought out the coveted information.
How'd it go?
Smoothly. Here's the letter.
You'd make a fine agent. I exaggerate. A goat would be just as good.
Start talking. What's Ada's favorite dish?
Catoblepis.
What?
Some time ago, this maniac who looked a lot like you arrived in Vizima claiming that nothing surpasses finely prepared catoblepas meat.
You're joking.
Not a bit. Since then, my men have been hunting catoblepas throughout the continent in secret. At market, it costs more than a good whore.
How's the meat prepared?
That's the Burgermeister's business. I smuggle in catoblepas, but I wouldn't know how to cook it.
According to the journal, the only person who can help me now is Triss. How, I'm not entirely sure, but I guess that's what sorceresses are good for. They can perform the inexplainable.
Geralt.
This is important, Triss.
What's important?
Ada knows something. I think I can get it out of her.
Really?
That spoiled little vixen, well, she wants some catoblepas. Rare would be best.
Are you kidding?
No. Triss, could you conjure up something, please?
Sorcery at parties is considered very unseemly.
I'll create a distraction.
I'll do better myself.
How and where this meat comes from is beyond me, but I don't think I even really want to know. In case you were wondering what a catoblepis looks like, this thing is an absolute monster. Imagine making this part of your everyday diet. On one hand, it has enough meat to feed an entire village 3 times over, but on the other, slaying this thing probably requires the whole village.
Catoblepis steak, rare for the princess.
Thank you, Triss.
You know I can conjure up orgasms too.
I think I prefer traditional methods. I'll find you after I've spoken with Ada.
Strange that Triss is worried about performing magic at these parties, but is more than willing to say something like that out loud. Either way, it's back to Princess Ada, and hopefully she'll confide in Geralt.
Steak tartare of catoblepis. Raw meat with a pinch of pepper and an uncooked yolk.
You know how to please a woman.
It is an honor to serve you, Your Highness.
I shall grant you a private audience. Come to my alcove in 5 minutes. We shall dabble in politics.
Well, I guess this is the moment of truth. Checking one last time with the other guests, no one else has anything important to say. Now, it's time to meet with the princess one final time. Hopefully she'll be willing to reveal some secrets about Vizima, the war, and or the current political climate. Who knows, maybe she knows a thing or two about Salamandra.
Finally, politics it shall be, but quietly. We should not be heard.
As you command.
I should think so.
Well, not quite. I guess Geralt isn't really in the talking mood, and he won't be getting any answers out of her. However, the most telling thing to come out of this is Geralt's medallion vibrating to the moon. This happens when there's some form of magic present. This could indicate that something's not quite right with Princess Ada. There's definitely more going on with her than meets the eye.
Geralt, I spoke with Declan.
And?
The two of you should talk.
What's so worthy of my time?
Don't be so quick to judge. He'll make you an offer, one I think you should accept.
Sure you're not using me as one of your tools?
Only in bed, Witcher. Only in bed.
Not finding this party dull?
Anything more interesting in mind? At home, Geralt. At home.
As it stands, Princess Ada and her entourage are gone. In fact, most of the party guests have cleared out. Something tells me my conversation with Levarden will be the last one that Geralt has here. That also means that it's going to be about something quite big.
I'm glad you've come.
What is it?
The old saying goes, any enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Get to the point.
Geralt, I urge you to change your tone. Listen to what Declan has to say.
Let me guess. You have dirty work needs doing and thought a witcher with amnesia perfect for the job.
Exactly. Will you help destroy Salamandra?
I'll help, but it hardly means we're friends.
Wonderful. It's as we've heard. All secret societies need gold. Fistek yields the largest profits for Salamander. Our spies say there's a new Salamander camp in the swamps. The herbs are harvested, then conducted to another base in Vizima's temple quarter.
A swamp and slums again. Great.
We're confident you can destroy both camps. If you discover papers, evidence that might aid us, return to me.
Yes, sir. Permission to commence mission, sir.
Both camps are new, without sure defenses. A simple matter for you. The Salamanders would slaughter groups of humans easily.
Much simpler to sacrifice one Witcher. I'll return once I have new information.
See me tomorrow if you need help. Triss obtained this formula especially for you.
With a new ally in my corner, Declan Levarden, this brings on a whole slew of new quests. Lock and Key, Following the Thread, and Reaping Time are just a few. As the beginning of Chapter 3 closes out, the rising action gets ushered in. The hunt for Salamandra continues. However, it seems like there's more than just a dangerous group of bandits to worry about now. The politics portion of the game is really starting to take shape.
Geralt, don't listen to that piss-swilling cheat.
What's wrong, Taller?
He's involved. The counterfeit royal edicts.
But I thought...
Where do you get the royal seal, you ball-licking bastard?
How dare you accuse me, mongrel?
You believe the seal's fake?
Clearly. If this is a royal edict, where's Foltest's signature? Geralt, this is a provocation.
The king need not sign every edict. The seal is authentic.
You lie, DeWitt. I can prove it and you'll hang.
You can prove nothing. Surrender and live. Stay out of this, Witcher.
Never. You won't take me alive, you bastards.
Keep your hands off him.
You'll regret this. You'll all regret it.
Quiet, priest. Thanks for your help, Geralt.
You best disappear for a while.
Good idea, but I must speak with you.
Later. I need to do something.
Fine. Meet me at the new Narracourt.
Certainly an interesting development. Is DeWitt forging edicts? According to the quest, All the King's Men, this edict decrees that Thaler should be dismissed from his post. I don't blame the fence then for fighting tooth and nail to claim that it's fake. What's more, when I picked up the letter, it did say that it was hastily written and that the penmanship was sloppy. Might not necessarily be indicative of a forgery, but it does sound like it was written last minute. Couple that with the fact that Foltest's signature isn't there, and I understand the worry. As it stands anyway, I like Thaler more than I like DeWitt, so any chance to undermine the Order's lackey, and I'll take it. Now, real quick, while roaming the streets at night, Geralt gets stopped by another Knight of the Order. This time, it's regarding an all-new pass. These people really can't get enough of their passes, can they? This one allows people to wander around at nighttime. In exchange for said pass, Geralt vows to slay every Kikimor that he comes across. I guess the insect-like creatures have made their way from the swamps and into the city. That'll be a fun thing to look out for. Either way from here, it seems like events are only picking up. Azar Javed, the Professor, and the rest of Salamandra are still in the wind. The criminal organization seems to be pulling more strings than they've let on. Furthermore, Geralt is now getting pulled into the kingdom's politics. The Order, Scoia'tael, a princess, wealthy merchants, it's all a lot for an elite monster slayer to handle. Where things go from here and how far they'll end up going is truly anyone's guess. With pretty much all of the quests from Chapter 2 now closed out, I had my pick of the litter for Chapter 3's missions. While they all seem to focus on Salamandra, each one would end up leading Geralt down a different path. Doing a quick once-over for the big three, I decided to kick things off with Following the Thread. This quest was all about investigating the organization's presence in the Temple Quarter, and I'd even get to speak with my old friend Jethro. Wandering through the Trade Quarter, I finally got a taste of those Kikimors the Order had spoken of. A small spoiler, but my mindset would quickly shift as to which district I liked better. Literally any time I'd go outside during the night in the Trade Quarter, I get assaulted by swarms of these monsters. It definitely got old real quick. For some reason though, the Temple Quarter was free and clear of them.
You? We must speak.
About what? You won't toss me into the sewers again.
This is how it works. I describe a job. If you refuse, it's the dungeon for you.
Like to gamble? I do.
Gamble?
I wager I can cut off your nose before you can sneeze again.
A little edgy today, are we? Listen, I know the people with the salamander badge have long been after you. I know where they can be found. Deal with them and your problems are over. And, in the process, you'll help me out too. How about it?
We'll see. Tell me what you know.
Salamandra has nearly taken control of the drug trade. If no one stands against them...
Why should I care?
They're after you. Destroy them. Take the information you need and return here. Oh, and gather any drugs you find as evidence.
Where do I begin?
An informer spoke of a dealer called Angus who holds some powder. He works in the slums. We must know where he gets his goods. He's often at the tavern.
Right, confiscate the fist tech for evidence. I'm sure it'll all go directly in the cell to Jethro's left, and it'll never move from there. I'm eager to see how this one turns out for him. Either way, a lead's a lead. Heading over to the tavern, I briefly looked for the man of the hour. He wasn't inside, and I certainly didn't see any drug dealers outside. Well, I probably did, because this is the sketchy part of town after all, but I'd know a man named Angus if I saw one. So, resting until noon the next day, I looked up and down the streets again until finally, I laid eyes on my target.
Who are you?
No matter. You Angus?
What the fuck does no matter mean?
I need some stuff.
Who said I sell anything?
Ram's meat.
This is way over your head. You're making a big mistake.
Spit it out. Who are your suppliers?
Eat me. I'm out of here.
Even editing this portion, I'm still chuckling at Angus's dialogue. His reaction to Geralt saying, "no matter," kills me every time. I'm sure you saw, but I had a 1 in 4 chance of possibly picking the right reference. Even then, I don't know if any name would have actually worked, although Ram's meat might have been the weakest option to pick. In any case, it doesn't really matter, as Angus takes off and makes a break for his home. Following the dealer, the next step is fairly simple. Entering the hideout, Angus turns aggressive, as was expected, and starts to swing a dagger at Geralt. This is a fairly simple fight, and all that's needed is 2 or 3 fast-style combos. On Angus's person, he has a key as well as a letter of recommendation. This document gave the dealer free passage in and out of Salamandra territory. Unsurprisingly, said territory is down in the sewers. Letting out my inner TMNT, I ventured to the underside and began my crawl. At this point, the drowners are just nuisances. I can't pass through to other zones while Geralt has aggro, and these things just never let up. Fortunately, they are easy kills, but boy are they abundant. At the end of the line, I spotted 2 Salamandra enforcers. These brutes were guarding the way to the base. Chatting with them, they asked for some kind of password. This could have been on the document that Angus dropped, which admittedly I didn't read. So, in the end, I was forced to eliminate them. But hey, this worked perfectly and I was free to go inside. There's always more than one way to do something, right?
Well, look who's here. Witcher Geralt.
Angus sent me.
Who you trying to fool, Witcher? You've entered a lion's den, wolf pup.
Now, the Salamandra hideout is where I started to gain some perspective. An awesome viewer commented that I should try and do some side content. This is mostly so that I can acquire new gear. As it stands, I'm well into chapter 3 and still have Geralt's basic armor, silver sword, and steel sword. My skills and abilities can only elevate the Witcher's combat so much. Furthermore, while it could be seen as strategy, if I was too afraid to face a group of bandits head on and needed to pull them away in pairs, I think that's a sign that something needs to change. Also, the heavier salamanders were now wielding warhammers. Maybe they've been fighting with these and I was just looking for a scapegoat for my own inadequacies, but I have to imagine that the damage dealt by these was much more than their flails, axes, and maces. In any case, this was where I really took notice that Geralt needed some upgrades. From this point forward, new gear would officially be on my radar. As far as the dungeon goes, this hideout was actually structured similarly to the Cult Slayer that's also down here. There are long stone corridors, large open chambers, closed off pathways, and even human lackeys to boot. By the end of the crawl, Geralt had stumbled across a chest that held some pretty valuable information. For starters, there was a key that allowed access to the sewers from the trade quarter. Then, there was a letter from someone named Gellert Bleinheim. It essentially talked about Salamandra's troubles with their camps in the swamp. Apparently, labor and production aren't up to snuff. Allegedly, that's where they're now going to be focusing most of their attention. Sounds good enough for me. On my way out, I noticed the city guard had started to rush into the hideout. Better late than never, I guess. Taking advantage of them, I used the city's force to clear out the rest of the dungeon and secured as much loot as possible. While it felt good, there was a chip on my shoulder knowing that I wasn't fully able to do it alone.
Good work, Witcher. A few people died, but I'll turn a blind eye.
Self-defense.
Well done. The community is better without their kind. Back to business. Where hides the Fizztech producer?
Gellert's the one responsible.
Great. I will secure the evidence and the drugs. For the public good, of course. You deal with Gellert.
Excellent plan. Perhaps I should kill everyone involved in trafficking Fizztech? Or maybe I inform Vincent you're seizing goods.
What riles you? You got all you wanted.
That's the only reason I'm still talking to you. But don't give me any more orders. Is that clear?
As a bell. But we still must deal with Gellert.
Fizztech softens your brain. I'll do it.
Get ready, Geralt.
Don't worry about me. I have my potions.
Even Geralt knows that Jethro has some, shall we say, ulterior motives. The jailer practically lives off of Fizztech, so in theory, he gains the most to have it seized and locked up for, quote, evidence. From here, I was thinking of where to go and what to do next. It seemed like the clearest answer was the swamp. At the moment, more than a couple of quests were pointing back there. However, first things first, I wanted to look into new gear. As it stands, I have quite a few orens to spare. Fingers crossed it's enough to purchase everything I need. Well, let's just say it didn't quite get me there. For example, the smiths I went to were selling new armor, but it ended up costing me 5,000 gold, which is obviously way over budget. So I decided to hone in on swords, specifically the steel sword. While I try not to make a habit of it, I did do a little third-party researching, aka the fandom's wiki. I read that, for the time being, there's not many upgrades for the silver sword. Plus, it's been human enemies that have been kicking Geralt's rear as of late. With this in mind, I made a circuit of the city smiths and finally landed at one who could help me. The Order Armorer can make custom swords, and as it just so happened, I had the necessary materials to craft one of 3 options. The meteorite sword I went with did 13 more damage than the steel sword, it had a plus 20% chance of inflicting the critical effect, pain, and it had a plus 10% chance of the critical effects, stun, and precise hit. Furthermore, it would only end up costing me about 1,000 orens. While there are probably better upgrades out there, I figured that I needed to just get the ball rolling. 3.5 chapters in and nothing on Geralt's been swapped out. Well, at least I have a better edge on human opponents now. So, as it would turn out, I thought this quest was leading me to the swamps. However, the aforementioned Gellert Blindheim is actually running some sort of operation in the Temple Quarter sewers. Heading on down there, I regret to inform you that I was still getting humbled by the Salamandra. Remember the big game I talked when I took down all of Ramsmeet's men? Yeah, that was all out the window at this point. Here, Geralt was running marathons through the sewers, popping Swallow, casting Quen, and just sort of figuring things out. This is something that becomes apparent later, but everything I thought I had learned about the different fighting styles, best to toss those theories out the window. I'll harp on it when it becomes more apparent, but let's just say that group style deserves way more credit than I was giving it. Either way, with a miraculous win on my hands, I began to have a look at some of the corpses. Gellert's had a couple items of interest. For starters, of course, new steel swords would start to pop up now. Granted, they were all worse than my new meteorite sword, but still, it felt like the game was mocking me here. Next, Gellert had some sort of cheat sheet for cracking Salamandra's coded letters. I'd assume all of the higher-ups have something of the sorts. And then lastly, the most shocking find was that there was a royal letter of safe conduct. This was an official pass given out by King Foltest to Gellert. It allowed him to walk the streets at night and exempted him from quarantine. There's always the chance that this document was stolen, but nevertheless, it's incredibly strange to see on a wanted criminal. Either way, I don't want to jump to any conclusions just yet. Returning to Jethro in the city's dungeon, I reported my findings and success to him.
I killed the drug lord.
Strange, admitting to a guard you killed a human? I jest. You've done well. Now, take your payment and go.
Maybe you should disappear.
Me? I don't get it.
Deal Fizztech again, and I'll make sure you're never found.
Okay, don't worry. I'm a law enforcement officer.
Farewell, Jethro. Remember what I said.
Well, theories were right for this one. Not that they were that hard to piece together though. According to Geralt, Jethro did have plans for the drug, but they went above and beyond mere consumption, or rubbing? I guess the corruption in the city runs even deeper than what was let on. With the Temple Quarter investigation all wrapped up, all signs now literally point to the swamp. The quest, Reaping Time, has Geralt chatting with Vaska about Salamandra. Since she's the village eldress, she'll probably know a thing or two about what's been going on around there. Before setting off, I decided to rest and gain some talent points. To my delight, I finally got my first silver talent. This felt like a golden ticket, or a silver one. There was only 1 point available, so I had to make good use of it. Where this becomes tricky and very personal is that I have to think, what has Geralt struggled with the most, and or what has he had to deal with the most? Obviously, I wasn't going to use my silver point on a skill like Igni, the sign I've probably touched the least. Thinking about it for a while, I decided to go general with it, applying the talent point to strength. With what was promised at level 3, I felt like I'd gotten a little bit of a lot, if that makes sense. There were small upgrades to damage, parry, vitality, and a couple of resistances. For now, those would do, as in the moment, I really couldn't think about which fighting style and which sword type needed more work. Rest assured though, that answer will come up soon, and in fact, I've already spoken on it this chapter. Either way, when ready, I made way for the swamp. At first glance, not much has changed here. However, after chatting with Vaska and doing some exploration of my own, there's certainly been some progress in the area, both for the better and for the worse.
Greetings. Much has changed. Townsfolk have violated our swamp.
Who are these strangers?
Dry ones.
How dreadful.
They drove off the lumberjacks and many were slain. They carry off our kin. The Waterlords are angry. Only the druids dare remain in the grove.
Anything else while I was away?
A great battle between a man with a fiery soul and an elven lord.
Who won?
Our lords were victorious. Praise be to them!
May I ask a question?
What?
Tell me about this battle.
The man with the fiery soul came with his steel-clad brothers. They angered the lords and dark waters engulfed them. The one who steps lightly through shadow and whose heart is consumed by hatred went to face them. They met in a terrible, savage battle, staining the waters red. Who won, you ask? The fire or the shadow? My answer is neither.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I heard you're having problems. Drowners again?
Yes, but we have another problem.
Speak, Veska.
Bandits with salamander badges are forcing my kin to gather herbs.
That's very interesting.
They separate our kin into groups. Armed guards watch them.
Where are they?
I saw one group by the fallen tower. Please help them. I'll reward you. Their boss, Roland Bleinheim, is an evil man. Kill him.
I'll do just that.
So it took me a second to piece together, but Vaska's tale about the fire and the shadow refers to the battle between the Order and the Scoia'tael. I guess from her perspective, the Waterlords triumphed as neither side was crowned victorious. This obviously plays a big role in the game's politics, and rest assured is something that we'll get to see a lot more of. As for the task at hand, it's up to Geralt to liberate these groups of brickmakers from the Salamandra. As it would just so happen, this Roland Bleinheim, likely some fraternal connection to Gellert, is in control here. Maybe with both the Bleinheim brothers down for the count, Salamandra will get knocked down a peg. Now, while out adventuring, I stumbled across an abandoned shack. Curiosity piqued, I went on in and made quite the grotesque discovery. Judging from Geralt's disgust, whoever lives here is snacking on human flesh, organs, and bones. This spurred on a side quest called The Cannibal. There are only so many interesting missions that can slip by before I start to take notice. I was already planning on doing it, but now I feel like I definitely have to make a video on some of the Witcher's side quests. Without much knowledge on them, they appear to possess those old school, dark and quirky RPG elements that I just adore. So 100% I've got to cover them when I get the chance. Alright, rant aside, rescuing the 3 groups of brickmakers wasn't that difficult of a task. Admittedly, it was the swamp's older residents that gave me more trouble than the newer ones. The Kikimors, Bloodseekers, and Drowners were fine, but there were also the Econops lookalikes called Archospores that gave me a lot of trouble. For whatever reason, they'd always best me in combat. However, looking it up after the fact, I see that fire would have been a simple way to deal with them. I guess Igni isn't so useless after all. Better late than never, I guess. Now, as for the groups of salamander bandits, they were easy enough. After every fight, the villagers would tell me where their next encampment was and a little bit about their goals here. Their objective in the swamp was already pretty fleshed out. They're gathering herbs and ingredients for making Fistek. This much I already knew. As for their work sites, the game has Geralt hustling through the different regions of the swamp, fighting for his life every 10 feet and dealing with incredibly low visibility. Again, it wasn't even the quest relevant part that was time consuming. It was just getting from end to end that took a long time to do. After a while, I began just following the pathways and stopped taking the most direct routes. The marshes held every single enemy type while the dry land only had Kikimores and Archospores. Finally liberating all of the villagers, I had heard that Salamandra's main base here in the swamp was at the former non-humans camp. I'm assuming that's where I first stumbled across the Scoia'tael while out looking for Saphira. Now, on my way back to Vaska, I ended up traveling through the clay pits and made another neat discovery. All of the villagers had gone back to work. Because of my, or Geralt's actions, they were free to return to their jobs at producing bricks. While it was hard to get a read on their overall enjoyment, I'm sure hard work is better than no work, right?
I freed all the brickmakers. They confirmed Salamandra's evil deeds.
I thank you for your bravery. If you are to destroy the bandits, seek the Hierophant in the grove. The druids are watching Salamandra.
I'll do that.
I know how best to reward you. I bestow upon you the Water Lord's blessing. You may bathe in the holy waters of the swamp and rejoice.
I feel truly honored for who is greater than the Water Lords.
I'm sure everyone was thinking the same thing as Geralt there. Whatever floats Vaska's swampy boat, as long as she continues to feed him information, she could deliver whatever kind of blessing she wants. From here, the journey onward continues. While I really enjoy the ambience of the grove, there's one glaring issue with it. I don't mind peeling back the curtain here, but there's an NPC who's completely naked and just wanders around the place. It's difficult to keep her out of frame because sometimes while chatting with other people, NPCs can just show up in frame, and let me tell you, it's happened a couple of times so far. Luckily, my discussion with the Hierophant was relatively PG.
Welcome.
Greetings.
Do my eyes play tricks? Is it Geralt, the famed White Wolf?
Indeed. How do you know me?
I've heard about you from our friend, Mousesack.
I lost my memory and don't remember Mousesack.
A pity. Perhaps I can help, if you stay for a few years.
I must attend to urgent matters.
Yes?
Greetings, Honorable Hierophant. Vaska said you might be able to help with the bandits wearing salamander badges.
Welcome, White Wolf. I know what brings you here. I have heard it in the wind and seen it through animal eyes.
You know?
You battle Salamandra, and have saved many from Salamandra's experiments. You cannot enter their secret base. It is too well guarded, even for you.
Can you help?
Possibly. Their leader wants us to use nature's magic for his purposes. I'll propose a meeting where our chances will be even.
What can I do?
Bring me a psilocybe mushroom. They grow in a cave guarded by cockatrices. I will create a potion to entice the salamanders to meet us. When we meet the salamander leader, I'll help your fight.
And why do we need this mushroom?
The salamanders want a more potent version of their drug. For this, I need the psilocybe. They pester me endlessly. If I send them a sample, they will suspect nothing.
This quest, Diplomacy and Hunting, feels incredibly fantasy RPG-esque. A sacred priest is asking me to fetch a magical mushroom in a bird-dragon-infested cave. What's not to love here? I do find it interesting though that the game essentially recycles the same cave for different quests. While looking for the Saphira, it had wolves and a wraith. While rescuing the villagers, it had bandits. Now, while looking for a mystical plant, it has cockatrices? At the end of the day, it's whatever, but a second new cave could have gone a long way as well. As a quick side note, I don't have all the proper materials for a torch, nor do I have the ingredients for a cat potion, so please enjoy this incredibly dark experience with me as I try to navigate my way through here. As it stands, my only experience fighting a cockatrice is in Vizima's sewers with Siegfried at my side, so I really don't have a good gauge on just how tough they really are. Well, I'm glad to report that I didn't have too much trouble with this one. The cockatrices are formidable foes, and I had to let off a fair share of silver sword fast style combos in order to just kill one. But I found myself lucky, or skilled enough, you be the judge, to be able to pull them one by one. This allowed me to keep the monsters in a trance until they died, and I'd be free to move on to the next one. I never got swarmed, and my health was never in danger at going below 50%. After discovering the magical mushroom, psilocybe, which mind you looked like all the other mushrooms in here, I was free to return to the Hierophant. Really, not a bad or difficult quest. Again, it was just hard to judge whether my plan of pulling enemies one by one was a product of being underleveled, or if at this point in the game, strategies like that were necessary. I think the answer is a bit of both. My version of Geralt could certainly have better gear, but I wasn't always meant to be able to take on 5 enemies at a time and come out unscathed. If that were always the case, then there wouldn't be much of a challenge and the overall enjoyability of The Witcher would decrease. In any case, rant aside, I returned to the Druid's Grove with the psilocybe and handed it to the Hierophant.
Yes?
I have the mushroom you wanted.
Excellent. I'll add it to the potion, then send the birds to deliver it.
Is the meeting set?
Yes, we'll leave when you're ready.
You said we'd leave when I was ready.
So, may we depart?
I'm ready.
We are to meet in a clearing. My friend will come too. It's the least I can do to help.
I've never fought alongside a wyvern.
Let's go.
Well, would you look at that? It's been a while, but I actually have backup for a critically important fight. It's crazy to think that it comes from a sacred priest and a wyvern. 2 NPCs who could probably care less about the continent's politics. Now, not to leave you hanging or anything, but please remember this exact moment in the game. This literal part, Geralt wandering over to the area of interest, will be extremely relevant in the near future. That's all I'll say for now. Leave it nice and cryptic. My current objective is to escort the Hierophant over to the logging camp, and of course, he takes his sweet time. Everyone else who's ever been his ally is always sprinting on ahead, but not the Hierophant. He's never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. As soon as the Hierophant steps onto his marker, he tells Geralt to take up arms as the bandits will be here soon. In a matter of moments, Salamander lackeys start to run out from the fog. Strangely enough, accompanying them are Kikimor warriors. At first, I thought their arrival was purely coincidental. However, after seeing that they weren't attacking the bandits, I knew something was up. Was there some offhand alliance between the monsters and Salamandra? Could this explain why there's a Kikimor infestation in Vizima's trade quarter? This matchup spurred on a lot of questions for me. Fighting tooth and nail, myself, the Hierophant, and his 2 wyverns, not just one, came out victorious. It was a grueling, rewarding, and epic battle. Probably one of my favorites to come out of the game thus far. Among the pile of corpses, I found Roland Blindheim's. His inventory looked almost identical to his brother's. There was yet another royal letter of safe conduct, turning it away from a coincidence and into a conspiracy, and he also had an encrypted document. My best guess was that this letter went in tandem with Gellert's code-breaking letter.
It's over. The Salamander leader is dead.
We are grateful and will always lend you aid. I return to my brethren. Keep safe.
That wraps up the quest, diplomacy, and hunting, and as far as I can tell, for now, that's it for the swamp. However, remember to keep that recent moment in mind, the one I had just told you about. That's incredibly important for later. No longer caring for violence or feeling the need to prove myself, I just booked it out of the swamp. I was ready to return to a more civilized region, one where I didn't have to fight something every 3 meters. Debatable on if that's what I'd actually be going back to, but at least there are friendlier faces and cleaner areas. Interestingly, on my way back, I laid eyes on something that, up until this point, I assumed to be a myth. Wandering by the clay pits in the nighttime, I saw one of the fabled Vodinoi. It didn't look too far off from a drowner, but it did have some features that made it more distinct. For starters, it could speak. Well, sort of. It just kind of garbled. But more impressively, it wasn't hostile towards Geralt. It simply minded its own business and walked off into the water. I suppose there might be more to Vaska's deities than I originally thought. In any case, on my way out, there was one last thing that I wanted to take care of. Honestly, It was long overdue, and I think my chances have already been blown, but I wanted to grab those 5 samples of celandine for Shawnee. She said that it could make some waves with fighting back against the plague, and maybe, just maybe, I could put myself in her good graces again. After all, she did help Geralt a lot in Chapter 2. Well, moment of truth, crossing over to the other side and wandering into her house, I tried again to get through to her. Unfortunately, as expected, nothing more than a cold dismissal. There was no opportunity to hand her the plants, and there was nothing more for Geralt to say. It's sad to see that that's likely where this relationship is going to end off, but with the decisions that were made, there's nothing more I can do. So, for now, it's off to the new Neracourt Inn in search of Levarden and Triss. Oddly enough, right outside, I found myself facing off against 3 Kikimor workers and 1 Salamander bandit. Yet again, no fighting between the 2 factions. Strange tidings indeed. Before heading to the upper level of the tavern, I remembered that Thaler wanted a word after his whole discourse with DeWitt.
We meet again, Witcher.
Worked out that way, I guess.
I suppose I should thank you for saving my ass.
I'm still not sure it was smart to tangle with DeWitt.
Of course it was, provided you have Temeria's well-being at heart.
What do you mean?
There's something afoot.
You forget I'm a simple Witcher.
It's like this. Before the king departed, he placed Vizima in my care. See?
Seems authentic. During my absence, I entrust you with...
I know you can read, Witcher, but notice both the king's seal and his signature.
I see. That isn't on the other edicts.
A seal can be stolen, but a signature is difficult to forge.
So the royal edicts are fakes?
Exactly.
I'd say that theory was already in place when I found Thaler cornered by DeWitt. However, this plays a big role in all of the official documents that I've been finding on Salamandra's goons. If what Thaler is saying is true, then whoever's forging these fake edicts is clearly in league with Salamandra.
Yes?
I have the papers you wanted.
Great. I'll deliver them to our codebreakers. Return tomorrow. We'll assay our next move.
For the time being, I decided to use my downtime wisely and looked into some other pressing matters, like for example, the Salamander pins. I have so many piled up in my inventory, and knowing that someone's willing to pay for them, I just had to figure out the secret there. Well, unfortunately for me, woe is me, I know, I don't think I'll be seeing the messenger around anymore. Even at midnight, when he used to frequent the Hairy Bear Tavern, he's nowhere to be found. At first, I wasn't quite sure why. Technically, I'm still not sure, but I do have a theory. I seem to remember the messenger stopped showing up right around the time I killed Ramsmeat. So, I'd have to assume that Ramsmeat was his boss who was willing to pay for Salamandra brooches. Yeah, I know, I messed up by killing him, but hey, those 800 orens went a long way. Kind of. This next chapter, though, has been a long time coming. Remember the whole Silver Sword arc from Chapter 2 and how Geralt was interested in finding the original owner? Well, I think it's high time that I spoke with the hospital gardener. If you recall, Jethro sent me to Thaler, Thaler sent me to the Gambler, and now the Gambler has sent me to the gardener. As of right now, no one's really sure how the sword ended up in his possession. Technically, this isn't relative to the main story, and really, it's more for flavor and lore on Geralt's past, but I think it's worth playing the dialogue for.
This hospital garden demands a caring hand.
You seem to like what you do.
Like it? I love plants and know 'em well. I spent my life dealing in bloodshed. Now's my chance for peace and quiet.
Bloodshed?
It's no point of pride, but I long earned my living as a mercenary. Those times are behind me now, and here I am, content.
I'm more interested in silver swords.
I knew one of you would come by, eventually.
You lost it playing dice?
I was sure I'd win. Beware the sharp one plays well.
Where did you get this sword?
5 years ago there was a battle near Brenna. When the dust had settled, our men had beaten the Nilfgaardians. We ceased to call ourselves an imperial province that day.
You captured the sword during the battle?
Yes, it was Witcher Cohen's. A strapping fellow and a rare breed. Not very talkative, mind you.
Like most of us.
I gave my word the sword would find another Witcher. As he lay dying, he mumbled about teeth and destiny. Then he laughed at his own death.
Yet you lost it gambling?
I kept it hidden for 5 years. I lost hope I'd ever run into another Witcher. Miss Shani knew Cohen. She works at the hospital.
Thanks.
Good luck on the path.
Well, that puts an end to the mystery. It's already been established that this wasn't Berengar's sword, but now we know that it belonged to a Witcher named Cohen. He's obviously deceased, as put by the gardener. He died during the Battle of Brenna. Interestingly though, this was a war that Geralt partook in, so one can only wonder if their paths had ever crossed. From here, it's safe to say though that the rest of the investigation is dead and cold. The only person who can take it that step further is Shani, and unsurprisingly, she's still not talking to Geralt. Well, maybe that'll change one day, but for now, it's back to business. Almost. Outside of Shani's house, I ran into a dwarf named Zaheen Schmartz. As it would turn out, he's the dentist who's moved into Raymond's old home. For now, we just had a surface-level conversation regarding teeth, but I bet if I pried deeper, I could get some sort of quest or factoid out of him. Alright, now it's officially back to the new Neracourt Inn to see what Declan Levarden could have possibly learned.
What did you learn from those documents?
The location of the last salamander cell in Vizima's merchant quarter.
I'll hurry there now.
Not so simple. It's beyond the supervised zone. Entrance is forbidden.
So what's the plan?
A city guard officer is our informer. He's posted in Vizima's streets.
How will I recognize him?
He'll respond to a password. Speak the words, "The lily has yet to be engulfed by flames."
I'm getting tired of this espionage crap.
He will answer, "3 lilies make 1." He will direct you to the hideout.
If I had an Orin for every time Geralt had to bust down a door to one of Salamandra's hideouts, well, I'd actually have a handful of Orins. Again, it just goes to show how influential and widespread this organization really is. Wasting no time, I left the inn and started wandering the trade quarter. As far as I knew, I was just looking for some kind of knight. However, beyond that, who and where was anyone's guess.
Geralt of Rivia.
In the flesh.
You managed to avoid the quarantine and gain official support. Martial law is in effect. Wartime rules apply.
I'll do my best to comply.
You'd better. Traitors taste steel.
The lily has yet to be engulfed by fire.
What? Do you want flowers or something?
I mean...
Go and bother somebody else, yes?
The lily has yet to be engulfed by fire.
What? Is that a password?
Is it?
Wait, are you testing me? Hey lads, I think we've got a troublemaker.
I better go.
I should toss you in the dungeon. You're lucky I'm receiving a medal from Princess Ada soon.
A medal?
For fighting the elven terrorists.
Aren't there more pressing problems? What about the plague? Monsters?
Do I look like a sap to you? A terrorist bags twice as much gold as a kikimor.
And they're probably much easier to capture.
Capture? One need only identify a non-human collaborator.
Well, not off to the best start here. However, as the old saying goes, third time's the charm.
The lily has yet to be engulfed by fire.
What?
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. 3 lilies make 1.
You could have thought up an easier password.
Okay, here's the plan. At midnight, my unit will arrive in the sewers.
You're not coming with me?
We'll watch your back, but only for 2 hours.
See you there.
Men! Turn hut! Forward march!
Of course, it's back to the sewers for Geralt. I'll explain later, but basically, for that portion, finding the correct knight, it's always going to be the 3rd knight that Geralt speaks to. Doesn't matter the order, it's always knight number 3. At the very least, that was my experience through 2 separate playthroughs. A little teaser there for you. In any case, for literally no reason other than to try and sell some things, I spotted a random merchant in the district and spoke with him. However, instead of the usual awkward banter, he ended up delivering a threat. Some mutual friend of ours said for me not to meddle in affairs that don't concern me. At the time, I really didn't know what this could have been about. However, thinking back on it, this more than likely had to do with me standing up for Dollar while he was being accosted by DeWitt. Already, the political drama is leaking over into Geralt's life, just as he said it would. Now, this next part may come as a surprise, but I decided to heck with it. Speaking with Triss, I caved in and decided that Geralt could give her that ring she so desperately wanted.
So you love me and have forgotten her?
Triss,
You're sweet, you know. The only one I trust. You've endured a lot. Time for a reward. The little one's asleep, so let me show you some real magic.
I'm just gonna skip over the scene because you already know what it entails, but that went better than I expected. Really, it seemed more like a display of dominance over Shawnee than it did a meaningful token for their relationship. I expected wedding details to follow, but not quite. It was just what Triss and Geralt tend to do in their downtime, I suppose. I promise I'll be heading into the sewers in just a moment, but in case you were wondering, I'm on Geralt's Loose Ends tour. I just wanted to see an ending for everyone and everything that he's encountered across the last 2 chapters. Next on the list was Kalkstein. I felt bad that I didn't get to see if there was an apology option the last time we had spoke, so trying again, I can officially confirm that there's no such thing. The only conversation left between these two is Kalkstein explaining his theory on what are essentially atoms, and Geralt just rolling his eyes at him. It's actually a pretty comical scene, but it's not really relevant to our past. Alright, with that out of the way, I was now ready to head into the sewers at midnight. From the trade quarter entrance, the knight and his men were waiting for me at the end of the tunnel.
Comrades, the ladder.
Everything ready?
We're expecting the salamanders shortly.
They know we're here?
No, but they're vigilant. They have an important guest.
The guards bring over a ladder, and using it, Geralt's able to pop out into a restricted section of Vizima. He's basically behind all of those barriers and blockades that you might have seen in the trade quarter. For now, it's relatively quiet here. Heading over to the marked house though, that's all about to change.
Just a moment. Hurry! Now to begin. Akayala Ambra Kur. We have picture. A blurry one. We may not connect with the Redanians today. Easy, the crystal's warming up. I'll boost the magical correlation. It worked! We have picture!
I greet you.
Greetings, sir.
Enough formalities. What do you want?
Our military bases around Vizima have been broken up. Spies from Nilfgaard may have played a part.
So you're hip deep in manure. Why contact me?
Sir, we're requesting financial assistance.
Why would I help you?
Our mutual acquaintances are working for people with close ties to you.
You must think me mad.
But sir...
You're in over your heads. All your experiments, fifth tech deals. I won't help you.
Shh! Hear something? In the corridor!
Geralt's cover gets prematurely blown, and from here, all hell breaks loose. Admittedly, this fight took me a couple of tries. The officers in and of themselves are relatively difficult foes, but it's the mage that kept giving me a run for my money. He ends up summoning an Ifrit to aid them. I guess this is something that all Salamandra magic users know how to do. In any case, for this fight, I found that sticking to the steel sword and taking out the humans first worked best, and then, when ready, I could switch to the silver sword and focus on the conjuration. Not necessarily a law or anything like that, but it helped in the moment. When all was said and done, I walked into the central room and noticed that the communication portal was still up and running.
Bravo! An impressive slaughter. Here I feared those idiots would bore me with incessant pleas, but they proved entertaining after all.
Who are you?
Radovid. I don't like being interrupted.
Listen, Radovid, I don't much care what you like. You'd better explain your connection to Salamandra. I'm sure we'll meet someday.
Nobody said that to me in a long time. I like you. You go straight for the jugular. I'll tell you who I am. I'm not out of fear. I share nothing in common with Salamandra, absolutely nothing. I once thought to use them as a tool, but I changed my mind.
A tool?
Political leverage, Witcher.
Can you be clearer?
I can, but I won't. Suffice to say that Salamandra's actions don't suit me right now, which makes us allies. Good luck, Witcher, and say hello to Ada.
Whoever this Radovid is, for the time being, it's unclear whether he's evil or not. I'd place my wager on yes, but in this game, you can never know for sure until it's too late. From here, I was a little confused on what to do next. The journal told me to grab some stone. I had picked up a stone-like object from one of the dead Salamandra, so I thought maybe my game's just bugged? This led me to the basement of the hideout, which evidently turned out to be an entirely optional portion of the base. With no stone in sight, I spent the next couple of minutes scratching my head. Was this it? Was my game glitched? Would I be forever stuck at this point of the story? Well, no, not at all. I just had to be more perceptive. That's usually the case. This stone was literally the rock that was right in front of the magical mirror. You know, the one that's glowing and shooting out magical light rays, the very obvious one in the room. Yeah, not my finest moment here. After getting my eureka moment, I was finally free to leave the hideout and could report back to Triss and Levarden. So I'll spare you the details. This is a fairly long cutscene that's void of dialogue. It's pretty reminiscent to the opening scene where Geralt is trying to cure Princess Ada of her affliction. The werewolf and the witcher go back and forth for a bit. However, the strange thing is that it seems like the beast doesn't want to fight Geralt. The witcher essentially chases it up and down the block, and the werewolf is actively trying to get away. This goes on for some time until finally we get some kind of conclusion, albeit a bewildering one.
Geralt.
You know me?
It's me. It's me, Captain Vincent.
This explains your disappearances at night.
I was covering you. Those imbeciles didn't even crawl from the sewer.
You want thanks?
Just tell me what you learned.
Radovid spoke to the salamanders through a teleprojection.
The King of Redania? Some support?
No, he refused, but they have mutual friends.
Anything else?
Nothing special.
We're on the same side.
I can help you break the werewolf spell.
No need. I'm better at catching criminals this way. Also, the criminals fear this terrible monster that defends the poor. Meaning me.
Why should I spare you?
Why wouldn't you?
You kill humans.
How many have fallen by your sword? I'm not a monster on the inside, unlike you.
You're right. Appearances don't matter.
Thank you. Let us both be on our way.
Well, there you have it. The werewolf is Vincent, and no offense to the voice actor, he probably did the best he could with the script that he was given, but man, that was cheesy. The growls and snarls, the raspiness in his voice, they could have just done a simple voice modification in post or added realer sounding effects for those animalistic noises. Anyways, I digress. As you saw, I had the option of either fighting Vincent or letting him go. The fight likely would have been epic, but I really did believe in staying my blade. The city's already so far gone as is. Maybe something as unconventional as a vigilante werewolf could do some good. From here, the only way out of this area is through Mice's Batcave. In the basement of an abandoned forge, the guard captain has an entire setup consisting of weapons, armor, provisions, and books. Geralt thinks it's concerning, but I thought it was pretty neat. In any case, this leads the Witcher back down into the sewers, and then allows him to emerge out into the streets of the trade district. At this point, I was just ready to turn in everything I had learned to Levarden and Triss.
Yes?
I found a magical stone at the salamander hideout.
Show it to Triss. She knows about such things.
I thought.
I know nothing about magic.
Listen, I found a magical stone at the salamander hideout.
Interesting. Let me see. Geralt, it's a telecommunicator. It leaves a magical trace of any transfers.
Use plain language.
With a bit of luck, we can use this to find the salamander base.
So?
I need to speak with Luvarden. We'll talk later.
We have news about Salamandra.
Good news, I hope.
Alas, no. Its influence reaches further than we anticipated.
And you have an offer for me.
Why the sarcasm? Salamandra has strong political backing. We've been unable to convince town or military authorities to take them on.
How's that possible?
I suspect it relates to recent suspicious edicts.
What will you do?
We need support. An army unit or similar force.
How does that involve me?
We'd like you to negotiate with our potential allies.
Who do you have in mind?
Salamandra have ruffled some feathers. The Squareton, the Order of the Flaming Rose.
I'll see what I can do.
If you succeed, we will meet them here.
At this point, my objectives all get streamlined. The goal is to build a force that's strong enough to take Salamandra head on. Who those allies could be? Well, the game's really throwing me through the ringer on this one. It's now time to officially choose between the Scoia'tael and the Order of the Flaming Rose. I either need to seek out Yavin, the leader of the Freedom Fighters, or Siegfried, a holy knight of the Order and my friend. Chatting with Velerad, the Burgomeister of Vizima, he refuses to take a stance. Why that is, well, he can't exactly say. More tight-lipped politicians is exactly what this city needs. Now, listen, I hate the idea of making an enemy out of the Scoia'tael. They're essentially fighting for equal rights and just want to be treated the same as humans. Sure, their methods are not as good, but when all is said and done with Salamandra, I'd love to see their goals accomplished. However, I've had nothing but bad experiences with them, and Geralt already has an in with the Order. Siegfried is his friend, and as far as Holy Knights go, he seems to have a good head on his shoulders. I literally have no idea where I'd even go looking for Yavin, so because of that, I'm choosing the Order as my allies on this one. Unfortunately, that ends up plopping Geralt directly in the middle of their mess. Now, before I go find Siegfried, I paid a little visit to Triss and asked about the stone I had found.
Know anything more about that magic communicator I gave you?
It allows conversations over short distances. With some knowledge of magic, one can draw quite a bit of information from it. If the salamanders were using it to communicate with their base, I should be able to pinpoint its location.
Short distances. Interesting. Can you check the last communication?
The communicator sent a signal to a house in Vizima. It's marked on your map. Is there something I should know?
I have a hunch. I'll check it out.
All right, but be careful.
An interesting development, and one that'll be relevant real soon. Now, as for Siegfried, I had remembered seeing him standing guard outside the Order's base in the Temple District. Wasting no more time and wanting to exploit our friendship, I rushed over to the Holy Knight immediately.
I'm listening.
If you detest Salamandra, I have a proposition.
What is it?
I have powerful friends who can destroy that organization.
I don't know if I trust you.
Still manning your post?
Work hard, play hard. Any ideas on what to name my new unit?
Flaming Spears of Destruction.
Very well. Flaming Spears of Destruction.
Why are you here?
I'm wondering about the introduction of martial law. I must prepare my unit. I need other assistance, however.
With what?
People disappearing in the town cemetery. Go investigate.
Is there payment?
Certainly. Besides the Order's gratitude.
I'll go look.
I'll pray for you.
Know anything about the cemetery?
Only that people truly fear to venture there, for ghouls abound. The cemetery cannot be inaccessible to the townsfolk.
I guess everything we've been through hasn't been enough for him. I suppose too, though, the only thing that we've actually been through is slaying a cockatrice together, so I get it. For now, I'll have to further prove myself, and it appears as though that's done by heading into the cemetery. Psych! Do you remember that moment in the swamp? The one that I said to never forget? Well, my worst fear has officially come to pass. I played through the rest of Chapter 3 and had gotten close to Chapter 4, only to realize I never pressed the record button. Thank the Waterlords I had one autosave that went far enough back. It happened to be just before the fight with Roland Blindheim, while I was escorting the Hierophant over to the logging camp. I didn't bother to re-record all of the preceding quests, and in fact, having the luxury of skipping past the dialogue and knowing how to better handle myself in these fights, it didn't take me too long to catch up to where I left off and to finish off the chapter. Although, boy was I paranoid the rest of the time that my screen was actually being captured, but safe to say no more hiccups. Because I didn't do this my first go around, I decided to quickly look into the communicator's hotspot that Triss had pointed out to me. It ended up leading Geralt to a random house, and inside, I came across Radovid, the King of Redania. Unexpectedly, Radovid the Stern was actually a good guy, or better put, he wasn't hostile toward Geralt. In my book, that goes for something. Geralt and the king go back and forth for quite some time. There's a bit of a tell-all on Radovid's side. I learned that his father was murdered by the Nilfgaardian kingdom, and ever since then, he's sought retribution and justice for his lands. Radovid then doubles down on what Dalar had previously brought up. The royal edicts are fake. This means that King Foltest did not declare martial law, and that there shouldn't be a curfew nor a quarantine. Whoever's behind this is actively aiding Salamandra's agenda. Next, Radovid mentions that he knows a sorceress named Philippa Eilhart. She belongs to a magical clan called the Lodge of Sorceresses, same as Triss. Even though Geralt defends Triss and vouches for her, the king says to keep a watchful eye. Sorceresses are known to be incredibly influential and believe that it's their job to steer the fate of the continent. The last thing that Geralt and Radovid speak of is Princess Ada. Keep in mind, up until this point in their conversation, Radovid still hasn't told Geralt that he's the king, but even the werewolf, Vincent Mice, could figure it out. Radovid says that he wants the king, aka him, to marry Ada. This way they could combine the powers of their kingdoms, weed up the traders, and increase their levels of trade. He also asks Geralt if she can bear children. Quite the odd question for the Witcher, but I suppose he was referring to her Striga affliction. In the end, it's a great moment for Geralt to learn more about the powers at play. The information goes toward the side quests, All the King's Men, but doesn't necessarily have much to do with the main questline itself. Speaking of which, now it's off to the cemetery. Something to remember is that from the gameplay you see, I've had the benefit of already going over it once. I'll be sure to call out any areas that I had issues with my first go around, because believe me, there were a lot. Entering the restricted area, it's just as creepy and dystopian as I remember it. This time though, there are fresh corpses littered around the graveyard. It's as if someone or something has been hunting in the area. Heading toward the center, I can hear these vicious ripping noises and the sounds of snarling. Rounding the corner, I could see a graveyard snacking on a human's corpse. Getting close to it, again, Geralt encounters yet another first.
Delicious. Ooh, where are my manners? Never seen a ghoul before?
Not one that talks.
I hate to boast, but I am exceptional. My kin prefer growling.
I found some human corpses.
Hey, not my work. I don't eat live ones. I'll tell you who's to blame if you spare my life.
Agreed.
The pointy-eared ones. They rob graves and sneak about. Whoever's in their way, they kill.
And your group leaves them alone?
But they taste terrible, and they bring us food.
Thanks. Now shove off.
Be seeing you.
I think both myself and Geralt are amazed at the intelligence of some of these creatures. It almost feels like there's a world where they can live side by side with humans and non-humans. You never know what's possible. In any case, standing awkwardly in one of the cemetery's corners, I can see the culprits that Vitala had mentioned. Getting in close, the band of Scoia'tael warriors approached and confronted Geralt.
What do you seek here, Witcher?
Murderers.
Then visit the city. It's inhabited by a criminal race. We fight to survive. Humans only comprehend force, and thus will we talk to them.
I doubt you'll live long.
You threaten us, Dwan? But no, 6 ape people, including women and children, remain inside the crypt, with the ghouls. Kill us, and you'll never reach them in time. Aid them, and we'll be free. Choose, mutant.
While I didn't want to let the elves and dwarves go, there was one key thing I had to remember. WWSD. What would Siegfried do? Obviously, the morally correct option here is to save the people in the crypt. Furthermore, I don't even really know if the Holy Knight would care that much about Geralt killing Scoia'tael, especially if it came at the cost of human lives. The crypt is unsurprisingly incredibly dark. Fortunately, it doesn't take much adventuring to find the pack of ghouls and the citizens. A few combos with Silver Sword group style and the way out was clear. The dialogue here was mostly just the citizens professing their gratitude, which honestly, save it for Siegfried, I need the street cred. Once all wrapped up in the graveyard, I was free to report back to the Holy Knight.
I dealt with the cemetery issue, but...
What happened?
Besides the talking ghoul, the Scoia'tael played a role, robbing graves and slaying anyone in their path.
A talking ghoul? Perhaps you've taken one elixir too many. Be serious now.
I saved the humans thrown to the ghouls, but the murderers fled.
Eternal fire, like a true knight. Fret not, my units will catch the murderers.
I don't understand.
You saved innocence. No greater good could you have done. You deserve a bonus. I'm proud of you.
400 orens richer, but no more communication with Siegfried. During my first run-through, I was here for a good minute or so just scratching my head. I didn't know how to reach him again, but I didn't realize that this was just a stepping stone for the grander story.
Master Richard!
What, boy?
The bank's been robbed! Master Velarad said we should fetch a witcher!
What's going on?
Follow me, Master Geralt!
There's always something larger at play. Maybe it was just a coincidence that both the cemetery and the bank were being attacked, or perhaps it was a clever distraction by the Scoia'tael. Keep the Order busy with alleged monster attacks while they send a message to Vizima's elite. Not bad at all on the freedom fighters' end.
We need help! The bank's being robbed!
Strange. I wouldn't think Siegfried would let an opportunity like this slip by.
We need help. Armed robbers have occupied the bank. They've taken hostages.
Let's wait for Siegfried.
He's coming!
Just in time.
Sorry I'm late. I was assembling the assault force.
Greetings, Siegfried. Shall we negotiate?
It's about time we did something.
How do we get in?
We got the key to the town hall. We'll surprise them from the back.
I thought we were negotiating.
I'd rather negotiate without an arrow in my eye.
It's certainly an all-hands-on-deck type of call. The Order and the City Guard have blocked off all the entrances or exits leading to Town Hall / the bank. Whatever's going on inside must be huge. Giving Siegfried the go-ahead, together we made our way to the back of Town Hall and assessed the situation.
We're in! Onward!
Is it true you wish to negotiate, Dwan?
Dwan? Dwan? Who is this Dwan they're incessantly going on about?
It means human, Siegfried. Yes, we're here to negotiate.
With terrorists? Never!
Bloody Dwan.
We're not here to fight, Siegfried.
Why else? To be ambushed and killed?
This can be settled without anyone else getting harmed.
If you must speak with terrorists, do it alone.
You win. Attack!
For the Flaming Rose!
So, during my first run-through, I had actually tried to see what this negotiation path would have led to. However, Siegfried gets upset with Geralt and it seems like he forsakes him. Scared of what that would have entailed for our alliance, I reverted to the previous save on my previous try, I know confusing, and just went through with the attack. While I would have been curious on the peaceful option, at this point, I'd rather just keep my allies happy.
Witcher!
Yes?
To the vault! You must get their leader.
But...
before it's too late.
Together, myself and Siegfried continue to slash our way through the Scoia'tael forces. The first two rooms of the building were never that tricky for me to clear. However, it's what comes next that had me hitting the retry button a few times.
You killed elves. You killed our people. What does that get you?
Yavin, calm down. You still have a choice.
No, Dwan. You chose for me when you raised your arm against us. At him!
Glad there are no matches.
You chose wisely. The Order of the Flaming Rose will be grateful.
Siegfried? What are you doing here? You shouldn't...
No time to explain. Yavin is escaping into the sewers.
For my first time playing through this segment, I died a handful of times. Even for the second go-around, it wasn't all that easy and there were a few close calls. There's something about those dwarven berserkers that I just couldn't figure out. They were some of the only enemies in the game that I've seen carry shields. Their abilities to block were incredible. Basically, if Geralt's group-style attack is blocked or parried at the beginning of the combo, it essentially cancels out completely. So, being swarmed by a group of dwarves with godlike blocking abilities, it took me a long time to get something going here. Fortunately, no deaths on the second playthrough, and when ready, Siegfried and I ventured down into the sewers.
The eternal fire guides me.
Let's just get him.
This last section of the chase is relatively short. Geralt and Siegfried are in some special area of the sewer. It looks a little too nice to be a part of what I've been crawling around in. It almost appeared to be the remnants of an abandoned kingdom or something of the sorts. There was even a strange looking throne in one of the rooms. Either way, after killing an enemy that I can't quite show on YouTube and looting its quarters, I followed the elven trail and battled more of the Scoia'tael. I truly believed that there was going to be some kind of resolution with the Yavin, but alas, the elf leader had disappeared into the sewers. All he left behind were some of his fall guys, and while it seemed like a loss, it ended up being the last push that Siegfried needed.
It seems he escaped.
But we expelled him from the bank.
Thanks to your aid. How can I reward you?
You can help me dismantle Salamandra.
Interesting idea. But how?
I have certain powerful friends who know how to destroy that organization.
Am I to be embroiled in some political plot?
Siegfried, we've gone through so much together. You trusted me at the bank.
All right. Any details?
There's a banquet every evening at the new Naracourt Tavern. Come by tonight.
I'll be there.
Wait for our sign.
It only took an entire battle with the Scoia'tael to get him to trust me, but hey, here we are. With a powerful ally on Declan's side, that should hopefully be what he needs to destroy Salamandra. Just think what the Order of the Flaming Rose could accomplish if they put their minds to fighting crime instead of monsters and non-humans. Either way, from here, there's just a little bit of housekeeping that needs taken care of. Firstly, reporting back to the Burgomeister, Geralt tells him that the bank is now safe, but that Yavin escaped. Luckily, Velerad seems to have a good head on his shoulders, for now, and he's just happy that all's well again. Next, before talking with Luvarden, I wanted to tell Triss that we found a new ally in the Order.
Listen, I've found us some allies.
Great. In time for our meeting with Luvarden. We'll discuss it with him.
Agreed.
Geralt, you should know we've angered some powerful people. This meeting could change much.
What do you mean?
Tend to any unfinished business in Vizima, and prepare. Afterwards, it may be too late.
I'm ready. Let's meet at the new Naracourt.
I'll inform the interested parties.
How do you know who?
I'm a sorceress, remember? And you think so loud, I can't help reading your mind.
Every time I hear this in a video game, I always have to point it out. This is the devs' not-so-subtle way of saying, you will not be coming back here / the world is about to change. Finish side quests, buy gear, talk with NPCs, go exploring. After whatever's about to happen next, you won't have the chance to do any of that. Entering the inn, I ran into someone who I certainly wasn't expecting to come across again.
You're in danger.
What? Why?
The militia learned of your meetings. Salamandra has spies in the army. You must flee.
No, I won't. I must speak to the others.
The Salamanders will be here soon.
So I'll face them. You run.
Are you mad? I knew you wouldn't run. I even counted on it. Don't get yourself killed.
You too, werewolf.
Will you fight alongside a werewolf? Our trap worked both ways.
Not entirely.
So here's my reward for letting Vincent Mice live. Because I chose to not slay him in the trade court or courtyard, he's now here to back me up in the tavern. Obviously, the heads up and the help is nice, but what's more, it has a direct effect on Geralt's personality. If you recall, at the beginning of Chapter 3, Triss asks Geralt, what kind of man does he want to be? What are his beliefs? How does he react in situations? And who does he align with politically? Well, this moment is a direct reflection of that.
I let Vincent live. A deadly beast. A changing world. New, more dangerous monsters. Fistek. Slavery. Banditry unpunished. Werewolves are no longer the enemy. No longer the evil lurking in the dark. A dark avenger. Keeper of peace. The world's changing. And Vincent's a decent werewolf.
As soon as all of Geralt's assailants have been taken care of, the Witcher nods a farewell to Mice and ascends to the upper level. Here's the moment of truth, meeting of the Fellowship. Declan, Siegfried, and Triss are waiting for him on the other side of the door.
Geralt, we were waiting.
Greetings.
I was worried.
Decided anything?
The Order is apparently willing to cooperate.
We will rid Vizima of this evil once and for all.
Misunderstandings do arise between different members of the Order, but I take it we're clear about what we're doing.
Misunderstandings?
No matter. Apparently we're to be magically transferred somewhere.
Triss will teleport you and Siegfried to the Salamander base. You'll open the gates for the knights.
When?
Still needs deciding.
Quiet. I hear footsteps. Was I followed?
The door is locked.
Open up in the name of King Foltest and the Flaming Rose!
It's De Wet. Traitorous monk. A disgrace to our profession.
I didn't foresee this problem.
Siegfried, I know you're associating with that witch! You're finished!
Triss, can you transfer us now?
Is that wise?
This may be our only chance. Akimbaga Hara!
I knew this knight who turned to soup while being teleported.
I'm counting to 3! You're screwed, Siegfried!
Soup? Maybe,
Dark Ambra der Hadrin!
And just like that, Geralt gets zapped to who knows where. Siegfried is nowhere to be found, and Geralt seems to be all alone in the dark. So, this was where I had made it up to for the whole unrecorded session of this playthrough. Thankfully, I had that one last autosave from the swamp, and I didn't lose the rising action for the finale of Chapter 3. From here on out, this was all experienced from a first-timer's perspective, so please enjoy the shoddier experience. Wherever Triss brought me to, it does seem to be a salamander base of some kind. On the other side of the cave, I encountered a whole band of bandits. Even though this was a deep, dark, dank, wet hole in the ground, it seemed to be their living quarters. I could only wonder why they were here and or what they were looking for. A little further down the line, after meandering through the natural tunnels, Geralt had managed to locate Siegfried.
There's no time to lose.
Siegfried?
Open the gate and let the Order inside.
Where's Triss?
She stayed behind to deal with that lunatic De Wet. She told me to warn you that Azar has gained immense power thanks to some book.
I know the story.
Would you take on the entire base yourself?
Any ideas?
The Salamanders are using a magic portal to enter their base. Cursed elven magic.
Can we use it?
The sorceress said it is activated by a magic stone. There is something of the sort in the cave, to the right.
Getting a good look, there appears to be a small army of bandits on the other side of the chamber. Not wanting to deal with those just yet, I peeked around the corner and saw a lone mage guarding another one of those magical stones. Taking him and his conjurations out of the picture, me and Siegfried were able to secure the rock and use it to our advantage. Carefully advancing to the center of the room, crossing my fingers that I wouldn't trigger any of the bandits, I managed to make it to the portal and fired it up for use. With members of the Order now through, I let them initiate the battle. It was an all-out skirmish between Siegfried's forces and the Salamandra. Of course, the criminals were no match for skilled knights in heavy armor. Our forces ended up steamrolling through theirs. While before I had said that the Hierophant fight was one of my favorites, I'd say that this one now takes the cake for overall. It was incredibly fun and epic, and in my eyes, it cemented some of Geralt's views and allies for this playthrough. Once the dust had settled, I spotted both the Professor and Azar Javed standing at the back of the cave. Readying myself, I approached the duo and confronted the leaders.
White Wolf, we've been expecting you.
I see we're all here. Good. We can resolve this.
Ha, you've learned nothing from our last meeting. Even Siegfried of Denel would follow you into fire. All is aligning with the grand plan. Should you demonstrate wisdom, you'll see it realized.
What if I refuse? Witches are simple and sentimental.
Don't make me laugh, Geralt. Simplicity suits you like a fist in the nose, and sentimentality suits you even less. You can't deny that. You're too smart. Besides, who do you want to defend? Foltest, a monarch with more sins on his conscience than the professor has long words in his vocabulary? Foltest impregnated his own sister and let his offspring eat the city's inhabitants for years. Furthermore, during the war, he allowed Nilfgaard to plunder and torch neighboring allied kingdoms.
What's your point, Javed?
If not Foltest, then who? The Lodge of Sorceresses? You know not what those bitches did to influence post-war treaties. The resettlements, deportations, the unresolved matter of the Scoia'tael and others.
Your dazzling conclusion?
Salamandra is not evil, not more than those with the will to shape their own fate.
If Salamandra is not evil incarnate, then what of Javed? Immorality, rape, murder, treason. What would you call this creature?
The future, evolution, or destiny?
Screw that future. I'd rather fight a nightmare, even if it's hopeless.
Remember the magic book from the tower in the swamp. Observe some useful spells. I never expected so little challenge from a witcher. What's the matter? Let's talk about the marriage stuff.
I lost the skirmish in the swamp. Javed made off with the book. This marked the true beginning of our conflict. Though Javed escaped once more, on balance, things are rather favorable. 3 Salamandra bases annihilated, new allies gained, and the Professor for dessert.
Geralt, are you well?
What happened?
What a blow. And a miracle you still live.
I am alive.
Professor escaped, and the barrier blocks our path.
I'll find him.
I suppose the ragtag duo know that Geralt is the better fighter, and therefore they have to resort to cheap tricks and sucker punches. If anything, that should be an ego booster for Geralt, not that witchers really need that sort of thing though. Fortunately for me, the Professor and Javed only went as far as fleeing to the next chamber over. For the time being, all I had to fight were the Salamandra lackeys. I didn't have to bother with the leaders nor the swarms of Kikimors down here. Again, it was strange to see the insects living in harmony with Salamandra, and it further strengthens the claim that they had something to do with Vizima's infestation.
The book in the swamp contains some interesting spells, including Alzor's shield, which even Professor can use to destroy you. Observe.
I seriously doubt it.
Goodbye, Geralt.
No doubt your life will end soon, and how useless it's been. You'll die knowing you're an aberration.
You're so full of shit, Professor.
Why do you seek to prevent the creation of new witches? The answer's simple. You feel you have no rightful place in this world. You owe your existence to the conjunction of spheres. But your creators erred. Know how?
Enlighten me.
They failed to strip you of emotion. You were meant to slay monsters without making judgments, philosophizing, or nursing doubts. You're ineffective.
Well, this ineffective, doubt-ridden historical freak is about to kill you. Let's dance.
So I was actually pretty confused for most of this fight. The setup was fairly simple. It was Geralt against Kikimor warriors and the Professor. However, the Professor had some sort of active effect. He was shrouded in lightning, and getting in close, Geralt would periodically get zapped. At the same time, depending on my fighting style, I wouldn't be able to inflict any damage. I wasn't sure if the two were linked, or if I needed to attack the Kikimors first. Perhaps some combination of signs were needed. In the end, I decided to just keep it simple, purely focus my attention on the Professor, and stuck to fast style. Lo and behold, it worked, and before long, I had him right where I wanted him.
You've triumphed. Go ahead. Your invaluable witch's treasure awaits. You have what you wanted. Show mercy. Never hurts to ask. So you can parry arrows in flight.
Even though the professor is officially dead, meaning one of Salamandra's many heads has been cut off and Leo has been avenged, there's no time to celebrate. Geralt is stuck in the Kikimor Queen's lair. Attempting to fight it, the monster ends up one-shotting me. So it seems like flight is the answer here. Honestly, this part was the true bane of Chapter 3's climax. In order to escape the Queen, Geralt has to knock down the support beams in the cave. If he doesn't have enough clearance though, and believe me, he needs a lot, the debris just topples down on top of him. This section took me way longer to clear than it should have, and realistically, it's probably not even that hard. I don't know why I was incapable of following basic instructions, but alas, in the end it all got settled. There's one final chamber that holds a handful of support beams. Blasting one with Ard and clearing the area, the entire Salamandra base comes crashing down and it crushes all of the Kikimors, including the Queen. From here, Geralt makes a comment that he needs to cut into the beast's belly. Apparently, the Queen had time to fully eat the professor. Sweet, sweet justice. Inside her stomach, I found a couple of interesting items. Namely, there was a report left behind by the professor, as well as a letter. In tandem, they reveal the twist of the chapter. Princess Ada has been working for Salamandra the whole time. All of the royal edicts, martial law, their political advances, it's all because Princess Ada has been aiding them. No wonder Geralt's medallion started to vibrate when they were doing their thing. There's more going on with her than meets the eye, and when it comes down to it, she's just as guilty as Azar Javed and the professor. With this newfound information, letters that could topple the whole regime, I'm free to leave the cave, find Triss, and settle this whole mess once and for all.
I should have known you'd discover who was behind the counterfeit royal seals. I was wrong to see you merely as a monster slayer.
The better you know me, the more impressive I become.
Any chance you haven't deduced everything?
Not much. I know you plan to stage a coup, assume power while your father is away. I also know you found an ally in Salamandra.
My plans remain unchanged, and you won't stop me. I condemn you to death, sentenced to be carried out at once.
Your Highness.
Sorry, Geralt. The right of state never sleeps.
As the condemned, I have the right to a last wish. One last kiss from you.
A scandalous request. But the last wish is a sacred custom. So be it.
You wish, Witcher.
He has been spirited away. Someone will pay for this.
You fell out of that strange hole in the sky.
Clever girl.
Mother says I meddle.
Perhaps.
I know everything. Ask me.
What is this place?
This is the shore. Beyond lies murky waters, and beyond that, fields. By boat, you can get to the island.
You do know a lot.
I know everything. Ask me.
What's happened here recently?
Alina, the village chief's daughter, will soon marry. For gold, Mother says.
Right.
Mother also says Alina's sister Selena yearns for Julian. He's Alina's fiancé who lives at the inn. What does yearn mean?
She really likes Julian.
Oh, then Julian yearns for Alina, Selena yearns for Julian, and Alina likes Julian's gold but yearns for Adam. Adults are stupid.
Undeniably.
I know everything. Ask me.
I saw a city.
The submerged city of an ancient race full of treasure and monsters. Now fish people live there. I fear them, but the one sitting by the statue of the lady seems jolly.
I'm losing track.
And I sometimes take fish to the sick and poor elves when the Fisher King catches them. And on the island you can meet the lady, more beautiful than Alina. She yearns too.
I'm completely lost.
Stupid adults. How can you take care of us when you don't understand and you're always yearning?
Do you know who I am?
You have white hair, like every grandpa. You're ugly, but I like you.
That's lucky.
I know everything. Ask me.
Is the shore safe?
Yes. Sometimes those evil fish people creep out of the water and drive off the funny fishermen. I hide under the fisherman's hut.
Clever.
Of course.
Take care.
With the quick getaway provided by Triss, Geralt has been ushered away to a distant land. This is what closes out Chapter 3 and brings on Chapter 4. As was clarified, Princess Ada is now on to Geralt, and if he ever gets to return to Vizima, I can't imagine there will be a warm reception. This explains De Wet's suspicions of Siegfried and all of the spies in the Order and the Town Guard. The corruption runs as far as the literal princess of the kingdom herself. In any case, Geralt has all new problems to solve. Where was he teleported to? Where are his allies? What's become of them? And where does the story go from here? Tricky questions to answer, but with a little bit of perseverance, I'm sure The Witcher can reveal all. After my chat with the resolute girl, I felt like I still had more questions than answers. Who were Julian, Selena, and Alina? Where am I? How far is Vizima, and what are these fish creatures? Rest assured, I would get my answers, but it'd be a slow information gathering process.
And
I'm Geralt. Pleased to meet you. I don't speak your language.
Your language I speak very well.
Evidently. Let's talk.
Kneel before lady. Speak easy. No kneel. Must be Dagonan and battle. No speak.
So I'm to pay tribute to the Lady of the Lake?
Exact.
All right.
Oak. Gulpul Talhul.
Everything all right?
Great sadness. No peace in house.
I'm sorry to hear that. Got any work for someone skilled with a sword?
Bull. Humans great enemies to Vodianoi. Hire Witcher big for Vodianoi to kill. Witcher big at crypt. We love with humans, yet humans swim our waters.
Did I hear you right? Another Witcher?
Gralol, exact. Disloving ghouls at crypt.
I need to speak to him. Farewell.
Another Witcher in town? I've heard that one before, but this time it feels different. It sounds like they're actively still here, working a case. Could it be Eskel or Lambert? Perhaps Vesemir? Maybe another Witcher entirely, like Berengar? Well, there's only one way to find out. While following the paths along Lakeside, I decided to check in on one of the nearby buildings. It's said that it belongs to someone named the Fisher King. With a nickname like that, obviously my curiosity was piqued. For now though, nothing too important comes out of our conversation. He's a quiet man, resorting to groans and grumbles. However, by the end of it, Geralt asks him if he could use his boat. It's a bit premature in the story, but rest assured, this plays a huge role in events to come. Wandering along the shoreline, there aren't that many enemies in this region. In fact, compared to the last chapter, there's not nearly as much fighting. However, for the creatures that are actually present, those are rather formidable foes. Gone are the days of nuisance monsters and bandits. For example, wyverns are abundant here at Lakeside. I've encountered them before in the swamps near Vizima, and let me tell you, I don't think I was ready then. While I still hardly feel like my version of Geralt is up to snuff, there's nothing I can do about it now. I've just got to keep my head down, wave that sword arm around, and watch my health. I'd honestly say that Chapter 4 feels like a blend of Chapters 1 and 2. It has an identical atmosphere and feel to the outskirts of Vizima. It also has a plot that's larger than Salamandra and focuses on the lives of specific NPCs. The story involves a lot of investigative work and problem solving. If you know me, then you know that's what I look forward to the most in these types of games. Now, back to the matter at hand. Arriving outside the crypt, I readied myself for whomever or whatever awaited Geralt inside.
Berengar, mysterious witcher and outcast. I finally found him.
What do you want, Witcher?
I've been looking for you, Berengar, for some time. I have some questions.
You mean you're not looking for that legendary suit of armor? Well, you'll have to wait, because a Wraith and some Brooksai will be here any minute. You think you can handle them?
Think I can't?
Fine. Play tough. As that old stooge Vesemir used to say, let's fight and see.
I can hear them coming. Get ready.
I've been ready since childhood. Those bastards at Kaer Morhen sorta that.
This portion of the quest has Geralt and Berengar fighting alongside one another. The enemies in question are called Alps. They're the same ones that I had to censor back in Vizima's underworld during the bank heist. Unfortunately, well, I think it's rather tame. YouTube might think otherwise, so I have to censor these ones as well.
Nice style, but not perfect. During a half pirouette, you leave your groin unprotected.
I don't think so.
I'll demonstrate when we get out of here.
I don't intend to discuss swordplay. What do you know about Salamandra?
Straight to the point. Know why I'm laughing, Geralt?
No.
I'm laughing at you. So witchily, fast, deadly, and sure of yourself, with your unwavering sense of what's right. Think you're better than me?
I don't know, but I don't want to fight you.
Oh, that's right. The code forbids it.
Watch it. Here they come again.
Clearly Berengar's got some kind of chip on his shoulder. He seems to have it out for Geralt and pushing it a step further, possibly all other Witchers.
That was easy enough.
Berengar, I'm not about to get killed by a few Bruxae, if that's what you were hoping for. Let's talk.
Who said I wanted to talk? You gonna force me?
I hadn't intended to. I was thinking.
That since we're both Witchers, somehow we'd come to an agreement? To me, you're no better than that scoundrel, the Professor. You're just a bigger hypocrite.
So you worked with Salamandra after all?
I never said that.
Shit.
We're almost getting somewhere, but of course the Alps and Bruxae needed to be dealt with. Near the two Witchers, there was a sarcophagus that held something quite interesting. Apart from the weapons upgrade, it contained a mysterious armor piece. I wasn't quite sure what to do with it in the moment, but given that it was considered a quest item, I knew it had some kind of importance.
Looks like we're done here.
Can we talk?
Fine, but not here. Let's go outside. Sit by my fire.
Finally.
Editing this part is going to be a nightmare, but I promise you, there are worse censorships ahead. In any case, there's not much more to the crypt, and really, the armor piece is the most significant item in there. When ready, I left the tomb and followed Berengar to the nearby campfire. It looks like he might have incurred some head trauma during the fighting. My brother-in-arms was tending to some cold logs. Let me get that for you, Berengar.
Alright, what's so urgent?
I'd best start at the beginning. What's your connection to Salamandra?
What the hell? It's a simple story. They found me some time ago and the professor made me an offer I couldn't refuse. You know the kind. Help us or we'll feed you your balls. I did what I had to do. It's funny. They remind me of Witchers. Never had a choice, with them or you. The Witchers made me a mutant. The professor made me a criminal. An outcast twice over. I escaped as soon as I could. They got nothing out of me. I didn't sell anyone out. And then I came here.
I heard you're attempting to resolve the conflict between humans and the Vodyanoi.
What? Did they send you here to dissolve my contract? Fine by me. Take it.
What contract?
The one negotiating a peace between humans and the Vodyanoi. Both sides came to me. I have no intention of pursuing it, and the job will fit your sainted legend perfectly.
Do I sense envy?
Don't flatter yourself. I have only contempt for people like you.
Don't digress.
My take? Cull one of the two sides, and the rest will fall into place.
You mentioned a suit of armor?
You don't know the legend? I thought every little witcher had heard it.
Tell me.
The legend, as legends do, tells of a great warrior. It's more boring than Dandelion's ballad about you, which is hardly possible. But it turns out our hero employed witchers' fighting techniques while wearing armor. Was he a witcher? Who knows?
Sounds interesting.
They called him Raven. He had connections to gnome inventors with superior technical knowledge. In their secret workshops beneath Mount Carbon, they created a suit of armor both durable and light. Perfect for a witcher.
A legendary suit of armor. I should do some treasure hunting.
Good luck. I suspect Raven was buried in it, and I have long scoured cemeteries in hopes of finding it.
Know anyone who could tell me more about the armor?
The local blacksmith is an inventor and knows the legend. You could also try the elven handyman.
I'll do that.
The rest of the conversation is regarding Geralt's defensive technique and the Vodunoi priest. For the former, Berengar says that Geralt tends to leave his groin area exposed. However, that's because at some point in time, he's had one of his legs crushed. As for the priest, Berengar tells me to seek out the one who told me to seek him out. I'm running circles over here. So, I don't know, it's a little too convenient that as soon as Berengar goes rogue, Kaer Morhen falls. I think there's more going on here than he's letting on. I'll be sure to return to him when I get the chance. As for that armor piece, I'm sure that as the adventure goes on, I'll learn more about the entire set. Someone along the way is bound to know more about it. Now, for the task at hand, it seems like solving this Vodunoi human conflict is what kicks off Chapter 4. Without trying to spoil too much, Chapter 4 has Geralt running around like a chicken with no head. He gets sent back and forth, up and down, side to side, practically in every single direction. Usually, it's relatively linear, but this portion does require a little bit more thinking. For example, these new enemies called Dagon worshippers have taken up residence by the lakeside. These waterfolk all look the same, Dagon's people and the Lady of the Lakes. Really, it's all about their allegiance. The Lady's minions won't hurt Geralt, while Dagon's will. In any case, while Dagon's folk are wreaking havoc along the shoreline, the Vodunoi priest ends up going into hiding. While the quest marker points me to his altar, there's no one around for me to interact with. I tried a couple times over at different times of the day. For the time being, no one's home. Even though the marker leads me to the lady's statue, there is a whole other part to this mission. I can try and find the other half to this equation, Julian. In doing so, it does progress the story and everything continues to move along. Now, as per usual, I ended up getting sidetracked. However, this detour would prove to be exceptionally helpful. Remember the Fisher King and how he let Geralt use his boat? Well, the boat ride leads to a new area called Blackturn Island. It's nowhere near as large as Lakeside in its connecting regions, but it holds a few important landmarks. Namely, the Lady of the Lake resides here. As a quick aside, she's technically not exposed, but again, for YouTube's sake, it's a slippery slope here. So I unfortunately have to censor her as well. The conversation with the Lady of the Lake is quite lengthy. She begins by recounting Geralt's deeds, ones that were well before the beginning of the game. Long ago, he helped to create a time of peace between the Vodunoi and humans. I suppose his services are needed again. Geralt's first question for her is, how did he return to life? How was he pronounced dead and then able to return to the living 5 years later? Well, the lady chalks it up to destiny and says that in due time, the specifics will reveal themselves. From here, Geralt asks the lady why she looks pensive. The water goddess replies and says that she's seen a dark destiny surrounding a witcher, although she won't reveal whether that's about Geralt or Berengar. For the time being, the two men will have to deduce that one for themselves. For now, the conversation comes to an end, but soon enough, I'll be back to discuss other matters with her. This development has allowed me to return to Berengar with further topics. The more I can get out of him, the more I can maybe learn about Salamandra, Geralt's past, and any key missing information.
Yeah.
Have you spoken with the Lady of the Lake?
Goddesses don't speak to mere mortals.
Spare me the sarcasm.
So what momentous news did the local goddess divulge? Just don't get all momentous on me.
She spoke about destiny.
Destiny doesn't interest me. But if you want to play hero, be my guest. I'll even help. See, I tricked you recently.
What?
Salamandra actually forced me to betray a few formulae. Subjected me to some tests. I didn't even protest. They paid me well.
Why?
You know why. I wanted to marry, have children, friends, a normal life. The witches robbed me of that chance. This is nothing new to you. Humans hate me. When they see my eyes, they blanch in fear. And children. Tell me, what's the difference between your dear Camoran and a Salamandra lab?
I'm not here to tell you I'm any better than you.
Leave. The mere sight of you irks me. I'm beginning to doubt myself.
Farewell.
As per Berengar's own admission, he already lied once. Clearly, he was more in league with Salamandra than he let on. Who's to say that he isn't holding anything else back? Either way, I'll have to put that investigation to the side, as now it's time to get acquainted with the townsfolk.
Geralt.
Dandelion.
How did you get here?
By teleport.
Triss teleported me, too. It was amazing. I always wanted to see what it's like.
She did that for you? Must be having an off day.
So why did Triss teleport you here?
Let's say she saved me from the kiss of death.
Interesting. Perhaps I'll use it in my new ballad. In any case, what a truly delightful place. Triss said we should stay here until Princess Ada stops dreaming of slitting your throat.
I have to agree. So, tell me about this place. In prose, if you don't mind.
It's a charming area, thoroughly magical in its mood. The peasants seem altogether happy, while the peasant women are,
Dandelion. Something specific?
Well, there's going to be a wedding. Alina, the village mayor's daughter, will marry Julian, a wealthy merchant from Kovir. Then there are the Vodianoi. Oh, Alina's taking care of Alvin.
Our Alvin?
Well, yes, unless he has a twin.
Dandelion.
Yes. Oh, I just remembered. Triss said you should watch him since others are after him. Or something like that.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Now to the tavern to meet some charming lass who'll get my spirits up.
It's always nice to see a friendly face in a foreign place, especially Dandelion's. Like I've mentioned before, I feel like he's got a decent head on his shoulders. He's always striving to help out Geralt, even if that means he's putting himself in danger. Also, Alvin's in town? I swear that little boy ends up running into the Witcher no matter what happens. Well, at least Geralt will be able to keep an eye on him. Following the bar to the inn, for now this place is pretty barren. There's not much going on in here but fistfights. Rest assured though that during the day, the tavern gets pretty busy. Not far from the inn, there's a small hamlet where the villagers all have their shacks. Pretty much everyone lives in this area and it makes going from NPC to NPC rather convenient. Right now, my objective is to find Julian. Casing the homes, I don't see one that belongs to him. Furthermore, the quest marker doesn't help as it's pointed back to the Vodianoi priest. However, remembering the lore from Dandelion and the little girl, he is getting married to Alina, so with luck, he should be in her home.
Good morning.
Greetings. I'm Geralt the Witcher.
Dandelion once sang a love ballad about a witcher.
How heartwarming.
Are witchers like knights, struggling against evil and villainy?
Not exactly.
The ballad was romantic. Lovers bound by destiny, unable to meet.
Romantic indeed.
I'm to marry soon. What brings you here?
You taking care of Alvin?
Yes. He has such beautiful big eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, my husband-to-be won't adopt Alvin.
Can I speak to Alvin?
Yes, he'll be in the village, or helping around the house.
Farewell.
Wait, I have a request. If you happen to pass by the inn, would you be kind enough to look in on my fiancé? And perhaps see if my sister Selena can be found anywhere.
Your fiancé's spending time at the inn?
We're not speaking. He's very irritated. We argued about Alvin.
Arguing already?
Julian wishes us to have our own children. He wants to send Alvin to the Temple of Melitella, or to be trained as a witcher. You'll find him at the tavern.
I see.
Before heading off on Julian's trail, I wanted to check in with Alvin and make sure that he's okay.
Hi, Geralt. I have a new home. It's nicer than Vizima was. It's just that I missed you.
You like it here?
I do! Are we gonna kill monsters together?
Alvin, fighting monsters is very dangerous. Promise you'll avoid it whenever possible.
I promise. There are elves around here. One is really beautiful, but she argued with Mr. Tobias. Can we play Kill the Elf?
Boy, I really need to talk to you and Alina.
It's not Alina. All the kids play it. I'm always the Grand Master.
We'll talk later.
It's pretty sweet that Alvin looks up to Geralt like that. Maybe it's my fault for not really doing much with it, or maybe it hasn't been communicated that well, but I think the two have a stronger bond than I had realized. Hearing Triss talk about it in Chapter 3 felt a little out of left field, but maybe that was just the game's way of saying, hey, Alvin's more than a tool to Salamandra. Leaving Alina's home, Geralt gets snuck up on by a villager named Adam. While friendly, conversation's a little random. Adam says that he loves Alina and wants to compose a poem for her. The two banter for a bit, and then Geralt brings up her marital status. No matter what others say, Adam is convinced that the two of them were meant to be together and that destiny can't be held back by her marriage with Julian. Well, odd, it's a harmless conversation. For now. In any case, all quests currently point back to the inn. Entering its limits, Geralt sees a man and a woman having a conversation. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be Julian and Selena, Alina's sister.
Good morning, Witcher.
Greetings. You look sad.
My sister will wed a man she doesn't like. I have naught to wear to the wedding, for our father expended his savings on his beloved daughter's dowry. Furthermore, it's hot as hell. But all goes well otherwise.
Doesn't sound good. May I ask a question?
Yes?
Is your sister happy about getting married?
She's happy. She has no concern for her younger sister. Alina doesn't deserve happiness. Oh, how I hate that nymphette! Now she's ensnared Julian, a wealthy town merchant, while she wanders about with her nose in the clouds.
Don't worry. You'll find a good husband.
Better than Julian? Not, woe, I suffer for the masses, Adam? How pathetic. Or perhaps you mean the hermit? Such are my options. Did you see the engagement ring Julian gave Alina? A diamond larger than a pigeon's egg.
Calm yourself.
Why take her side? Admit it, she's dazzled you. Oh, how I despise her. She'll not have you. I'll give myself to you right now on the nearest rock. You merely need to give me a nicer ring than the one Julian gave Alina.
Farewell.
Clearly there are some unresolved problems in Selena's life. She's overwhelmed by change and is afraid that the world's going to move on without her. It's certainly not the first time we've seen that in the game. Heading on inside of the tavern, Dandelion approaches Geralt. The bard had just remembered something important, something from Triss. She wanted Alvin to have a Dimeridium amulet. This will help to control his magical outbursts and will mute his powers. He also has a letter from Triss to Geralt. After the Witcher insults Dandelion's memory, the bard comedically withholds the letter until Geralt insists. Again, they have an excellent dynamic. The not-so-serious entertainer befriends a stoic, hardened monster slayer. What more could you ask for? Doing a once-over in the tavern, I didn't see Julian anywhere. However, knowing how these things go, I rested until the morning and picked up the search again. This time, the inn was much livelier. Tables were full, villagers were drinking, and above all, Dandelion seemed hard at work. My friend was hosting a whole concert by the fireplace. People were listening and dancing along. It was pretty neat to see. This time, as I scanned the room, I finally laid eyes on Julian. Now we can get down to business.
Greetings, Witcher. I've heard a lot of good things about your kind.
That's rare. Usually people treat me like a leper.
Not in my house. When I was a child, I heard many tales of a witcher who saved my grandfather's life in exchange for a silver penny.
That must have been a while back. I'm Geralt.
Oh, yes. In the olden days. I'm Julian. It's a pleasure.
I've taken Berenger's job. Decided to handle this problem myself.
Listen, I'm in the middle of planning my wedding. You have no idea how much time it takes. Come back later.
I wanted to ask about Alvin.
He needs a caretaker who is knowledgeable about magic. Neither I nor my future spouse are suited to be his guardian.
I see.
You should train him to be a witcher.
You know not what you ask. For the time being, I'll keep an eye on him.
Unfortunately, there's not much headway with the quest Ripples. Julian refuses to talk about the conflict with the Vodunoi, and as long as the Dagon worshippers are terrorizing the Lady of the Lake statue, the priest is nowhere to be found. However, for the time being, that allows Geralt to put his full focus on the quests Alvin and the heat of the day. You know, I didn't hate Julian's outlook on Alvin's future. I thought it made some sense, actually. I don't know about the whole make him a Witcher plan, but he's right on one thing. Him and Alina should not be raising Alvin. The boy's a little too extraordinary for these rather ordinary folk. Sure, maybe one of these orders could do a decent job at raising him, if only for the time being, but I also don't think that's a permanent solution either. It's not his fault, but death and destruction seem to follow Alvin wherever he goes. Something tells me that before this adventure's up, there will be a lot more of it to come.
Why do you seek me?
I saw Julian and Selena together, but don't get bent out of shape. Selena's starved for attention. Julian didn't seem really interested.
Selena can be unbearable, but she'll change if she marries. And Julian, well, he loves me, and no argument can change that. I merely wanted to be sure Julian was well, without him knowing or thinking I was concerned. Thank you, Witcher.
Ah, women. Has Alvin been behaving strangely?
He told some terrible stories. I thought him delirious.
What did he say?
Something about ghosts condemned to suffer eternally by unrequited love. It was so...
Romantic, I know. I'm looking for Alvin.
If he's not in the village, check the fairy tale ruins nearby.
Thanks.
Before setting off, I wanted to quickly read Triss's letter to Geralt. It starts off with the sorceress declaring her feelings for the Witcher. It's a sentiment that we've heard before at Kaer Morhen and Vizima. After that, though, she gets into a little bit of the backstory for Geralt's quest here. Sometime during Geralt's conquest in the Salamandra base, Alvin ended up teleporting out of Vizima. Luckily, Triss was able to track him down, and that's why she sent the Witcher and Dandelion to Lakeside. In the end, she asks Geralt to treat Alvin with the dignity and respect that he has thus far, and to mentor the boy in any way that he can. Most of this was information that I've already heard, but I guess I now know why Alvin's here. I'd almost say that he seems to be following Geralt around. In any case, parenthood already seems to be off to a great start for Alina and Julian. You have a father who wants nothing to do with the kid, and a mother who has no clue what's in store for her. The picture-perfect family, right? Well, admittedly, Geralt is no saint either. He tried to be, but I did something pretty irresponsible. I ended up finding Alvin out by the local ruins. It looked as though he was being cornered by a wraith, but upon further inspection, it was a lot worse than that. This wraith was summoned by Alvin, as if you recall, his uncontrolled elder blood magic allows him to do so. The spirit claimed to be friendly, but confessed to also being lonely. It wants Alvin to keep it company by playing dice. Geralt refuses, and the wraith rebuttals with an ultimatum. The two of them can play dice, and the winner gets to keep Alvin. I took the deal, and I ended up losing. Sorry, Alvin, the journey ends here, buddy. While I felt bad in the moment, it was pretty funny to think about Triss's reaction to this whole scenario. I don't think she'd be too impressed with my actions here. Luckily, Geralt can just start swinging on the gambling ghost, and after a couple of hits, the whole transaction is null and void.
You saved me. I was scared.
Everything's all right.
I know.
What drew you to these ruins?
The hermit told me they were magic. Triss said I'd learn to cast spells someday. I like magic.
Happiness never lasts. I had no right to expose Alvin that way. The salamanders don't know the concept of mercy. They'd stop at nothing. I wasn't made to be a father. I'm a witcher. Sometimes I truly regret. I miss them. Her. I have a gift for you. You like this dimeridium necklace?
Necklaces are for girls.
This'll keep your nightmares at bay. I wear one too.
An amulet like yours.
Do you want to live with Alina and Julian?
I dream about Alina. I see her in the fields, dancing in sunlight, searching. She tells me to help, but I know we won't find anything. When I wake, I can't breathe and feel bad.
They're just bad dreams, Alvin.
Would you want to live with ordinary people? Witchers protect people like these. Simple, defenseless, normal.
Put on the necklace.
Dwan, look into my eyes. See your death. I don't need to hear this. You're not even human.
Alvin.
Now do you see the necessity of this action, no matter the price? Geralt, open your mind.
Geralt almost lost him there at the end, but it sounds like Alvin was able to put on the necklace in time. For now, that should take care of his visions and magical outbursts, but believe me, that's just the tip of the iceberg for Alvin's powers. In any case, that seems to be a resolution, albeit temporary, for the boy's troubles. Making my way back to the inn, I was eager to inform Julian on the progress. However, the wealthy merchant from Kovir had other things on his mind.
I'm glad to see you.
What happened?
Alina went for a walk in the fields and hasn't returned. I'm losing my mind. Geralt, please help me.
Fine. I'll go look for her.
Thank you.
I haven't harped on it too much yet, but the map for Chapter 4 is pretty huge. I guess if you include the swamp, Chapter 3 would be bigger, but in terms of open space to run around in, this lakeside village has it beat. Instead of a lot of little zones to go in and out of, i.e. Vizima, this region focuses on large fields and long meadows. I personally really took a liking to it. It felt like scenes you might come across in, say, Fable.
I dreamt I was a witcher fighting this monster, and I wasn't afeared at all!
Only fools feel no fear.
Villagers say Berengar's afraid to kill some giant fish. Not you. I want to be a witcher.
Do you think it's fun?
Sure, one like you, not like Berengar. Witchers are so brave. They never grow ill.
We never get sick, but that costs us. And then there's pain. Would you like to hurt badly?
No. Can't I become a witcher without that?
No.
I'm not sure then. Hey, Geralt! These fields are great to play in.
Do you have the necklace?
I wear it constantly.
Do you still have nightmares?
Not when I nap during the day, but at night. I have strange dreams.
You needn't tell me.
To be honest, the more time I spend with Alvin, the creepier I find him. Wandering in the meadows alone at night, cryptic dreams, a lack of perspective, a second entity that's seemingly latched onto him. A lot of that can be chalked up to being a kid, but it does feel like at any moment, he'll drop the other shoe and do something that he can't come back from. Interestingly, the dream that he shared earlier about Alina and felt the need to repeat in the fields, Geralt takes that as a clue of her whereabouts. He believes that she can only be found during the daytime, so there's no use to looking for her in the night. You may have also noticed that Geralt had the chance to influence Alvin's mindset on Witchers. Part of the quest, Alvin is chatting with the boy and telling him what's what in the world. This helps to shape his worldviews, but with that being said, Geralt's views on certain topics can be strong. It all depends on what the player believes in. Re-entering the fields during the day and allowing Alvin to tag along for the ride, the two of us made our way to a dead tree on a small hill. Here, we'd end up finding Alina, but not necessarily the version of her we were looking for.
Carried a shawl full of juicy, sun-drenched raspberries for my beloved. Have you seen my shawl, Wanderer? I lost it. I'm to marry soon, but I must see my lover one last time. How sad he'll be if I bring him no sweet raspberries. Love is suffering, a pain that pierces my soul like a spear. Where is my beloved? Come rest in the sun. Ah, my dear sister, I cried on your shoulder. Why? Why do I feel so cold?
Because you're dead, Alina.
You lie! I shall scratch your eyes out!
But
whatever's happened to Alina, she's now some rotting husk of her former self. She seems to still have her consciousness, but she doesn't know that she's dead. If only our little tussle in the fields was enough to send her spirit onwards, but it's never that simple. In fact, there's much more to the story than that.
You killed my beloved Alina!
I didn't mean to!
Lawyer, you were jealous of her! Die, murderer!
Ah!
Witcher, can you hear me? You who are neither man nor ghost. Mortal whom death follows.
Who are you?
A soul damned to wander the world forever.
Who cursed you?
I myself did, in killing my sister Alina. Out of jealousy.
Selena?
Love denied. The sun denied. It burns! At night I sing my plaintive song.
Well, the story is starting to unfold here, but the surefire facts are that both sisters are now dead. Selena's spirit has been made into a night wraith, while Alina's title is simply Midday Bride. Alina doesn't know what's happened to her. Meanwhile, Selena seems all too aware. In an act of revenge, Adam killed Selena because she apparently killed Alina. This was all due to jealousy, as with what we saw, Selena craved too much attention. Outside the fields, Geralt comes across Adam. He's devastated at the loss of Alina. Before he had stabbed her, Selena confessed to Adam that the two sisters got into an argument. In a fit of rage, Selena pushed Alina. This caused her to fall down and hit her head on a rock. Geralt recognizes this as an accident, but what's done is done. Interestingly, by the end of the conversation, Geralt says that Alina isn't actually dead, but she's been turned into a noon wraith. This is kind of confusing, as when he talks to Julian, he full-on tells him that Alina's dead.
I was supposed to find Alina.
Have you?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Is she all right?
Sit down and have a drink. Alina is dead. She is turned into a noon wraith, a demon.
Dead?
I know it's hard, but we can't leave this as it is. People will start dying in the fields if I don't do anything about this.
I see. Do what you can. I'll pay you.
It'll be more than a silver penny.
Do what needs to be done, Witcher. And if you can, make it quick and painless.
I'll try.
You know, I believe in reason, not in gods. Yet I prayed to Melitele that Alina and I would meet again. I had a bad feeling. I repulsed it. I think I need time to accept the thought that my Alina is dead. Geralt, how did it happen?
Selena killed her, probably by accident. She's dead too.
How?
Adam killed her. He was in love with Alina, lost control of himself and killed Selena.
By all the gods, that's terrible. So much suffering. What did they do to deserve this fate? Geralt, please help them, and I'll make sure Adam is arrested. He must answer for his crime.
I'll do what I can to help the sisters' souls pass on.
You know, I expected Julian to be a little more sad while hearing the news. Adam was absolutely devastated, and he wasn't the one to marry Alina. Trust me, his lack of emotion is not a topic that comes up in the story, but it was just something that I took note of. In any case, the next step for Geralt is to locate someone who's knowledgeable on curses. Lakeside is a rather small village, and the people here are simple folk. But luckily for Geralt, there are a few important guests in the region. Right away, my mind jumped to the second Witcher in town, Berengar. He might know a thing or two about what's going on here.
Yeah?
Listen, I have a problem with a noon wraith.
The famous White Wolf asks me for help?
No choice, unfortunately.
Willing to stain your snow-white armor of righteousness by talking to me?
Cut the crap. Know how to deal with a noon wraith or not?
As a matter of fact, I do. But first, I want to hear you admit you think highly of yourself.
Have it your way.
Ladies and gentlemen, see the White Wolf tamed as he admits, in a tone colder than the north wind, that he thinks he's better.
What about the noon wraith?
The noon wraith needs to awaken. Right now, she's a mixture of the spirits of all the young women who died in the sun-drenched fields. Show her an object once dear to her. When I saw her, she did nothing but stare into a mirror. Pieces of that mirror lie scattered in the fields.
Thanks.
There's more. The Noonwraith needs to understand she's dead, though she'll only listen to the dead. So, for instance, you could kill yourself. But there's another way. Some demons are sensitive to the arts. Try dancing, singing, reciting. As long as it's pretty, and you do it with talent. That's it.
I have the distinct feeling you're not telling me everything.
How perceptive. There is one more thing. Salamandra wants Alvin. I don't know why, but he's important to them. They sent me here to find him, but I have no intention to. I just want to earn some Arns and leave, for good.
So, you know nothing more about the attack on Kaer Morhen, about the stolen Witcher's formulae?
Not a thing.
Then I have just one request. Stay away from Alvin.
That last part was obviously irrelevant to the task at hand, but nonetheless good to know. Every time I chat with Berengar, he reveals more details regarding his journey. The more he gets into it though, the less I think I can trust him. Now, before heading back to the fields, I wanted to go check up on the Vodunoi priest. It had been a little bit since I last went looking for him, and to my delight, there was an update. Wandering past the resolute girl, she pulled Geralt to the side and told the Witcher of the priest's return. Dagon's worshippers had finished desecrating the shrine, so he was finally free to come back. At this point, I dropped everything I was doing and made way for the statue. No way was I letting him get away again.
Oak, Gulpul Talhul.
I've taken Berengar's job. Tell me about this conflict.
We underwater live deep. We lady love, yet not all. Many Dagon love, lady leave. The humans kill. I plead your sword, Dagon, 'tis love. I give reward.
I see.
Big blood bovine in village, Dagon for her come. This love Dagon, I give reward. Something sword, something wonderful.
You want me to steal the cow and use it to bait Dagon?
This love big blood bovine on altar. Dagon come from deep.
I'm supposed to kill it on the altar.
Prefer human sacrifice. Uraralalul.
All right, I'll lure the cow to the altar and kill Dagon.
Oak, Gulpul Talhul.
Look, I'm no cowherd, so I don't quite know how to lure the big blood bovine.
Fruits and nuts. Big blood bovine love fruits and nuts.
Fruits and nuts? Those peasants are mad.
Shout out to Geralt for understanding the priests. I think if I had a minute or so in between each sentence, I could also figure it out, but on the spot like that, there's no way. Deciding to move forward with Ripples and making it my active quest, the journey brought me over to the village. Sorry for having squirrel brain, and I promise I'll be moving on in a moment, but upon my arrival, the blacksmith had caught my eye. He's actually part of the next step for the quest armor. This relates back to the piece of the Raven's armor that I had found in the crypt. According to the blacksmith, only 3 pieces of the set remain: a spalder, a rear brace, and a gauntlet. If Geralt wants to reassemble the entire suit, he'll need the surviving 3 pieces, the appropriate metals, and someone who can create the missing parts. For now, the best way to go about looking for those parts is by searching crypts. The knights who were buried there should have similar armor materials. This is definitely something to keep an eye out for while I'm wandering through future dungeons and tombs. Now back to the quest, Ripples. This next part was easier than I thought it would be. Apparently, all Strawberry needs, that's the name of the prized cow, is either fruits or nuts. In my case, the nuts did the trick. I ended up finding those by searching through the villagers' homes and containers. Interacting with the cow and feeding her, she then follows Geralt wherever he goes. I never had to refeed her or recenter her attention on the Witcher. From Murky Waters, I ran back to Lakeside and took the Fisher King's boat to Blackturn Island. From here, the difficulty would get stepped up a bit. Dagon's temple was on the other side, and getting there wasn't the easiest. The game presented new enemies called Royal Wyverns. The fight with these things took ages. I must have stood there for a good minute or so performing combo after combo. There was an instance where I could have battled against more than one at a time, but I know for a fact that I wouldn't have made it out alive. Fortunately, going around the big nest of wyverns was optional, and before long, I was at the temple. From here, there was only one thing to do. In order to summon Dagon, I had to sacrifice Strawberry. I can't imagine the villagers are going to be too pleased about this one. And so the fight with Dagon begins. Honestly, this matchup was a little confusing. I wasn't really sure what I was doing here. Dagon himself couldn't be harmed. Every time I tried to attack him, he'd either parry or dodge. I tried switching between the different swords and their styles, and then I tried casting a few of the signs. Nothing worked. At the same time, Dagon always made sure to have 2 worshippers by his side. Whenever one of them died, Dagon had some kind of reaction. It almost looked like their life force would get shot back at him, and in its own right, it appeared to be doing something. So for the time being, I just focused on his minions. After all, I wasn't really taking all that much damage, and Dagon himself would barely attack. Most of the threat came from the worshippers. Fish creature after fish creature, I cut down as many foes as I could. Head down, blade up type of approach. After some time, it seemed as though Dagon finally had enough, or he died, still foggy on the details, and he just sort of disappeared. I got the quest update that I could now return to the Vodunoi priest. I'd assumed that Dagon's dead, as that was the whole premise of the priest's quest. Why else would I return to him if not for my mission being complete?
Dagon is dead.
Dagon dry? Blood to you, sword fatigued from Dagon. Good sword from Underwater City to you.
Thanks.
The reward for this is a little unfortunate. The quest is completed, which is nice, and with it comes a new steel sword. Although the ceremonial sword of Daithwen is significantly weaker than my meteorite sword. It does have a higher chance of disarming my opponents, and the critical effect of precise hit is also higher, but the meteorite has a 20% chance for inflicting pain and a 10% chance to stun. Admittedly, I'm still a greenie when it comes to understanding weapons and their effects, but for now, I decided to just stick with what I had. Let me know if that was a good decision or not. In any case, with the whole Vodunoi human conflict resolved, it's back to the other pressing matter, Alina, Selena, and Julian. If you recall, Berengar thinks that giving Alina a relic from when she was alive might do the trick. She spent a lot of time gazing into that mirror of hers, so if it could be retrieved and handed to the Noonwraith, maybe that'll solve the problem? I guess we'll find out. Heading back into the fields and opening the map, I can see that the mirror has been shattered into 6 different pieces. Those pieces are scattered across the region. In theory, collecting them shouldn't be too difficult. In practice, it's not. It's just a matter of slashing my way through all of the Noonwraiths. If you recall Berengar's lore, he said that the Wraiths are the collective spirits of all the young women who have died in these fields. If that's the case, then I can't imagine the body count here. Not only does Geralt have to cut through all of the midday brides, aspects of Alina, but he also has to go up against the normal Noonwraiths. I'd argue that they're easier matchups than the brides, but they're still quite the formidable foes. They hit hard, have quite a lot of health, and they have this blinding ability. When they cast said spell, Geralt ends up yelping. This is the man who never shows emotion for anything, so I can't imagine the pain that he's going through here. After a long time of frolicking around in the fields, the Witcher finally secures all 6 pieces of the mirror. Now it's time to get out of here.
Geralt!
I asked you to hide if it turned dangerous.
I hear voices. From all those women who live here.
They're dead, Alvin.
So many fear me. When they think I can't hear, they call me the Devil's Child.
Those people, they're just afraid of what they don't understand.
I want them to like me. I don't want them to die. What should I do?
Your visions are a gift, not a curse. It's up to you to use them for good.
I'll remember that.
I think that part is true. Like it or not, Alvin's always going to have these mysterious powers. No matter what, people are going to look at him like he's a freak. However, it's what he does with said powers and how he handles himself that really matters. Instead of lying to his face and suppressing his nature, I think it's better that he understands the weight of his gift and learns to grow with it. Fingers crossed that that's how Alvin took it though. Now, with all pieces of the mirror secured, Geralt needs someone who can put it back together. Luckily for me, I became acquainted with the village blacksmith not too long ago. Running back to him, I negotiated the mirror's repair for 100 orens. Definitely not a bad deal on my end. He asked for me to give him a little bit of time and to return later. Looking through my quests, I didn't think there was anything worth pursuing at the moment. Alvin's questline is all about Geralt's influence. When important things happen, Alvin asks Geralt questions, and how he responds helps to shape the boy's outlook on the world. As for armor, it seems to be more of a passive task. Should I go venturing into crypts and dungeons? Be on the lookout for armor pieces and materials. So, in the meantime, I decided to take care of some housekeeping. For example, while out in the fields, I ended up killing a high-ranking member of Dagon's worshippers. Taking its head as a trophy, I was able to sell it off to the village chief for 800 orens. Not a bad payday by any means. Next, I decided to do some prize fighting. You see, there was a sword that the smith's son was selling. It was a pretty big upgrade from my meteorite sword. I was only about a couple hundred orens shy from buying it. Spoiler, I never ended up going through with it. The story had other plans for Geralt, but rest assured, the perfect steel sword was out there for me. After running around the village, checking in with various NPCs, and returning to the blacksmith, he informs me that it's all taken care of. Paying him his dues, it's now time to put Alina's soul to rest. Ideally, showing her the mirror will snap her out of her trance, and she'll be able to accept the fact that she's dead. That's obviously putting it lightly, but you get the idea.
Follow the noon wraith. Come with me.
Alina, gaze in the mirror.
Alina?
Take a good look.
It's
So romantic.
I am Alina. I must hurry. I am to marry soon.
Alina, you're dead.
Why do you say so? I feel wonderful, if a trifle cold.
Strange. It's hot as hell.
I must gather raspberries for my beloved.
Why did Alina's soul refuse to leave? I can sense her happiness now that she's thinking about her wedding. She doesn't know she's a ghost.
Maybe Nehelenia's mirror is not enough to break the curse.
I heard a story of a noon wraith who wouldn't wed a Nilfgaardian, but I don't remember how it ended.
A legend, you say? Maybe I should ask those who know folk wisdom. I promised Julian I'd free his beloved.
Geralt, do you love someone?
Me? I don't know.
That's sad. You should fall in love.
Of course, the mirror did not work. Nothing's ever that easy. From here, it's back to the drawing board. However, I still remember what Berengar had told Geralt. The methods were to either show her something that she held dear in life, or to perform some kind of art. Berengar specifically said something about singing, dancing, or reciting. Who does Geralt know that does at least two of those three things? Someone who also happened to have gotten teleported to murky waters. Before speaking directly with Dandelion, I decided to take a better look around the area. The one thing I hadn't really done thus far was adventure much. Not that I'd call what I did adventuring, but I at least poked my nose in something. As it would turn out, Geralt also happens to know the village healer. She had actually taken up residence here before he had arrived. With her help, the Witcher gets steered in the right direction.
Greetings again, Geralt.
Greetings, Abigail. You found a new home.
I was welcomed with open arms. Their own healer died last winter. If you like, I'll betray to you their greatest secret.
You haven't changed a bit.
I've developed a special ointment, drawing on the old healer's recipe. It makes their cow's coat shine. In truth, I have changed. What brings you here? For I cannot believe you missed me.
I need your help on a matter of a spiritual nature.
You can trust me.
I don't know how to send Alina's spirit into the beyond.
That conceited wench? She came to possess a rare and powerful Nehelenia's mirror, which once served oracles and prophets. Alina consulted her mirror quite frequently.
The mirror delighted Alina, yet she believes herself alive and is preparing to marry.
Lost souls of the dead show a far greater sensitivity than those of the living. Poetic arguments should convince her long enough to see her damned sister.
Dandelion will be perfect for that.
Good luck, Witcher.
The signs had already pointed to Dandelion, but with Abigail's input, there are no longer any doubts about it. Wandering next door, I found my bard companion and asked for his help.
Geralt?
I need your help.
Right. Shoot.
I need a poem, a ballad.
No problem. But to do it right, I need to know who it's for.
Alina.
Isn't her wedding the day after tomorrow?
Not anymore.
So, what should I write about?
Death, Dandelion. Alina is dead, and her spirit roams the fields in daytime. Somehow we have to get her to understand that she's no longer among the living.
Not your everyday commission, but I'm a professional. Any instructions?
Don't provoke her, and no jokes. She's dangerous.
I'll need time.
You have until sunset. Meet in the fields before dusk.
And that's why Dandelion is the best. No questions asked, well, nothing crazy anyway. No hesitations, no arguments, just heart. He's always willing to lend a hand to Geralt. Well, I'd say it's selfless, that technically isn't true. Dandelion does get content out of Geralt. He gets to write about the Witcher's adventures and mishaps. After all, that is how he makes his living. But you know what? It's a partnership that works. Dandelion lends a hand to Geralt, and in exchange, he makes ballads about the White Wolf's life. Geralt probably doesn't like it all that much, but it's a fair cost for success. As soon as the day hit dusk, it was officially showtime. Returning to the fields and reaching the dead tree, Dandelion was already there, waiting for me. Him and the aspect of Alina were just sort of staring at each other. This was certainly a funny sight to see.
How's the poem?
Could we do this tomorrow?
Too late. You'll have to improvise.
Master Dandelion, you're to play at my wedding.
Milady, Geralt and I have devised a short poem for 2 voices. Care to listen?
What?
Proceed.
His lips sealed, his eyes blank, his breast stone cold, his heart has ceased. Still in this world, yet no longer apart, who is this man?
A corpse.
You're the corpse. My lady, forgive me. A hornet stung my friend in the ear. Venom went to his brain. Ceased? Corpse? Nice rhyme. Geralt, try again. His lips sealed, his eyes blank, his breast stone cold, his heart has ceased. Still in this world, yet no longer apart, who is this man?
The deceased.
New life comes as hope springs true, his soul shines by memory embraced. The dead returns to the land of his youth to seek his beloved's face. His breast heaves, yet cold it remains. His lips move, his eyes engrossed. Returned to the world, but detained by death. Who is this man?
A ghost.
Stop! Stop! Selena killed me. My soul shall know no peace until I am avenged.
Alina, it's me, Selena. As you can see, you have been avenged.
Selena, don't blame yourself. I know you never intended to kill me.
I'm filled with regret. 'Tis justice. I am damned to wander the fields at night till the end of time.
Perhaps. But if we were able to lift one curse, I see no reason why we shouldn't.
Will you help, Witcher?
I'll try. Why did I save Abigail? Were her honor or virtue threatened? No. Because the law was being broken? No. Did I choose the lesser evil? No. The Reverend and his flock made a choice. I'm a Witcher. I neither judge nor punish. I solve human problems. Not always using a sword.
With that, Alina's spirit is able to move on, and Selena disappears. For now, their journeys come to an end.
Dandelion, care to explain why?
Well done, Geralt. I would have warned you, but I had to rely on a sudden inspiration.
Spare me your inspirations in the future.
Stop sulking. It worked, didn't it? Gave me an idea. I'll develop that theme into an epic work about folk customs.
Yes?
How did you get to Murky Waters?
I was learning the Elder language with Triss. There was a terrible storm. Then Triss told me to hide under the bed.
Go on.
I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. Then Triss got angry at those men, angrier than she was when I colored her dress with magic paint that is only seen in the dark.
I can imagine.
I heard cries and people falling down the stairs, and I smelt burnt meat. Then more men came through the windows on ropes. They got Triss and beat her, I think. And a man in glasses asked her where I was. She said she teleported me to a friend in Kovir, where the air is clean and there are many things to do.
What happened then?
The one in glasses said something about playing with her, and Triss said you would find him and kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And then she kicked him between the legs and he started crying, and the others were afraid to get close to her because she started casting spells.
Yeah, Triss is good at taking care of herself. Don't worry about her.
Then someone ordered the room to be searched and they found me. I ran and they chased me and I was running so fast. But then I tripped and they caught me. They put a sack on my head and led me somewhere. I was scared, more than in the outskirts. I shut my eyes and imagined I was far away from those people. Somewhere beautiful with the sun shining. And then Alina found me. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
I won't go back there. They'll hurt me. Trish should come here.
It's all right. Let's see.
I'll be good. I promise.
It checks out, but it sounds like Salamandra is hot on the Fellowship's tail. I don't think there's an actual group name given to Luvarden, Triss, Geralt, and Siegfried, so for now, I'm calling them the Fellowship. Definitely not a Lord of the Rings inspiration. Digression aside, it almost sounds like the Professor was the one who confronted Triss. Alvin described him as the one with glasses. However, I don't really know where along the timeline that would have been. There wasn't much time in between Geralt getting teleported and the Professor's downfall. I guess that confrontation with Triss would have happened right after that, and moments later is when I saw Azar Javed and the Professor at the other end of the chamber. Good riddance on the Professor then. In any case, the only piece left for this quest is to inform Julian of all that's happened. That'll officially put a bookmark on the village's tragedy.
Geralt?
I did what I could for Alina.
How did it happen?
Alina's soul found peace. Selena, well, there was no way I could help her.
Thank you, Geralt. I'm devastated. I was a happy man just a few days ago. Now, I don't know. I may go back to Kovir.
Anyone ask about me?
No. Yes, I almost forgot. The Fisher King. I think he wants to see you.
Thank you. I'll go see him.
Farewell.
Farewell.
An unfortunate end for Julian, Selena, and Alina. No one ended up happy, and 2 out of the 3 involved ended up dying. Hopefully with the drama out of the way, and the conflict between the Vodyanoi and the humans resolved, maybe Geralt can start to think about heading back to Vizima. Before he does that though, Geralt needs to go and see the Fisher King. If you recall, the king is not very talkative, so I'm not sure how this conversation's going to go. Well, after essentially playing a game of 21 questions and working with nothing more than grumbles and groans, Geralt's able to deduce that the Lady of the Lake wants to see him. Heading to Blackturn Island, the lady wasn't in her usual spot. I suppose with Dagon's vacancy, she decided to make the temple her new dwelling. Hey, might as well. Maybe with her bold advance, she'll be able to tip some of the Dagon worshippers over to her side.
Yes?
Berengar has no interest in destiny.
Clearly my vision pertained to you, Geralt.
If you say so.
When the time comes, I shall aid you with a gift.
Milady, do you approve?
You sent a troubled soul into the beyond. You revealed Alina to herself with a song.
True.
You slew the bloody divinity Dagon. But you sided with the Vodyanoi against another race.
I believed it the best choice. Milady, it seems I am needed in murky waters.
Destiny has brought you here. We must speak.
Naturally.
I am a goddess. You are the sword of destiny. Death has followed you for years.
Perhaps.
Accept this gift from the Lady of the Lake. It will help you fulfill your destiny.
What gift is that?
Kneel, Geralt of Rivia, White Wolf. You traveled a long path fraught with danger. You demonstrated courage and goodness. By divine power, I hereby knight you. Face your enemies without fear. Safeguard the helpless. Never lie, even if it means your death. That is your oath. Arise a knight. Destiny will give you no rest. A long road lies ahead. I see death and blood. I see frosty chaos. Take this sword as a sign of my favor. Once the blade of a great warrior, it lay in the depths for ages, awaiting your arrival.
Milady.
Shh, Witcher. It matters not if you believe in destiny. With the blade I present you, you will complete your mission.
Thank you, milady.
Go, White Wolf, and do what must be done. May you fulfill your destiny.
Thanks to the Lady of the Lake's generosity, I now have an upgraded silver sword. Erendite has a 60% increase in damage, a plus 10% buff to attack, and it has a 50% chance of pain, blinding, incineration, and or precise hit. This is definitely an incredible sword to have. Now all I need is a steel sword worthy enough to match it, but I'm sure in time I'll be able to find one.
Berengar?
I betrayed Keir Moran's location to the Salamandra leader. Then I helped them with their research. I was hunting the beast in the outskirts of Vizima when they captured me. I escaped and ran into Kalkstein, accepting his offer to open the tower in the swamp. That's when they nabbed me again. They weren't as nice the second time around. Finding Alvin, bringing him to them, was the only way I could save my skin.
Why are you telling me this?
I wanted to tell you to your face. See that famous icy glare of yours?
I don't intend to judge you.
Does that mean you understand? You don't condemn me?
I can't condone your choices, but I guess I understand.
Meaning?
Do what you think is right. I'm not your nanny.
Take this. We'll meet again, White Wolf.
I wasn't quite sure how to respond to Berengar's confession. Obviously, Geralt has a right to be mad at Berengar. Leo's death, the sacking of Kaer Morhen, and the theft of the mutagens are on him. He betrayed the Witchers. However, at this point in the game, allies are farther and few in between. While I don't have to forgive him, I don't have to condemn him on the spot either. Maybe this will have a Vincent Mice effect. Hopefully down the line, when push comes to shove, he'll come to Geralt's side and aid him in future battles. From here, the ball does not stop rolling. It seems like Vizima's conflicts have finally spread to the surrounding areas.
Geralt of Rivia, I've oft heard of your death.
Forgive me, but I don't think I've ever heard of yours.
White Rayla. What brings you here, Witcher?
Slaying monsters. Nothing unusual.
Have you seen a unit of elves in the area?
No units.
Watch what you say. You're hardly untouchable. If I discover you working with the Scoia'tael...
Threatening me?
No. Merely helping you to avoid a serious error whose consequences might prove too dire for you to handle.
You watch your step too. I'm not some emaciated elf. I can defend myself.
I don't doubt it. Know that Vizima is burning. Non-humans have turned it into a war zone. Those poor starving elves are murdering humans by the dozen. My orders are to halt the unit Teruvialep Shahil commands, and I won't have you getting in my way. They're cowering in the village and have taken hostages. We'll attack soon.
I'll talk to the elves. Maybe they'll listen to reason.
Siegfried vouched for you, so I'll give you a chance. Your intervention at the bank prevented the Scoia'tael from gaining gold to buy arms and provisions. Though weak, I doubt they'll heed you. But you never know. Promise them a fair trial if they lay down their arms.
I'll try to persuade them. Wait until I return.
You have my word.
While I've yet to hear of White Rayla and Teruviel, of course the Order and Scoia'tael's war is continuing to leak into Geralt's life. It seems like wherever he goes, one of the two factions follow, if not both. Approaching the road to Murky Waters, one of the Order soldiers confronts Geralt. I assumed he was either going to threaten me or call me a freak. However, what he had to say was much more interesting than that. The Order looks up to the Witcher. Seeing what he's done for them back in Vizima and the alliance he's made with Siegfried, the Order would much rather follow him than Rayla. They don't like that Rayla would rather save the civilians and let the Scoia'tael run. The soldiers would prefer to focus on wiping out Teruviel's unit in hopes of further weakening the resistance, even if that means sacrificing a few villagers. This will surely be a choice that's soon to pop up.
Geralt?
Dandelion.
Teruviel's elves have taken hostages in the village. What do we do?
I spoke with Rayla. She's leading the Knights of the Order.
Geralt, Alvin's one of the hostages.
I know. I'll try negotiating with them.
All right. I'll keep a lookout behind the village mayor's house. When you're ready, come tell me what to do.
I need to talk to White Rayla and Teruviel. Somehow I doubt this will be easy.
You'll manage. See you.
Right around here is when I had enough orans to buy that sword's upgrade. Of course, guess which of the villagers is among the Scoia'tael's few hostages? The blacksmith and his son. Disappointed, I sat out Teruviel in hopes of learning more about the situation.
Yes?
You alright?
No, I feel strange. I can hear what they're thinking. It's terrible, Geralt.
Do you have the necklace?
Yes, I wear it all the time. I don't want to hear them. Geralt, why are the elves doing this?
They're fighting for their freedom, for an ideal. Humans have them up against the wall and they see no other way.
I'll remember that, Geralt. Something bad is about to happen. I can feel it.
I've got to talk to Teruviel. Stay here.
Geralt, why have you come?
I've come to prevent a massacre.
There will be no massacre if they let us depart.
You could have left the children alone.
In faith I could not. White Rayla stands on that shore. Several peasant corpses made no impression on her. The children halted her advance.
White Rayla wants you to lay down your arms. She guarantees you a fair trial.
You take me for a fool, Witcher. White Rayla exacts only one punishment, death. The unit from Vizima spoke of you. Why should I trust you?
Release the peasants, then you can kill each other as you please.
I shall release no one. Try any of your tricks and these Dwan will die. And tell that singer to cease lurking behind the house before someone puts an arrow in his arse.
Well, Geralt is officially caught in between a rock and a hard place. It seems like no matter what he does, he's going to anger one of the sides.
Dandelion, things have gone from bad to worse.
Scoia'tael on one side, the Order on the other, and us in the middle with Alvin.
One should never negotiate with terrorists. Negotiation leads to concessions. Concessions are a victory for terror. Folks become fearful, uncertain. I chose the lesser evil. The bank's new owners were grateful for the Order's intervention. They agreed to support the crusade against non-humans. We won't need to wait long to see the results.
Geralt, what now? Leaving's not an option. You'd make enemies of both the Order and the non-humans.
I'm not worried about that. I'd rather save Alvin, but if I go, there could be a massacre, and I have friends to think about.
Witcher, this feels like a pivotal moment. What you do will have consequences. So do we grab Alvin and leave them to it?
I don't even have to tell you what the game's hinting at here. Thinking on what I'd like to do, I decided that it'd be in my best interest to help the Knights. This way, I can count on their continued support for taking down Salamandra.
No, I intend to help the Knights.
Don't get involved, Geralt. Nothing good ever comes of it.
I've decided. Care to help?
Sure.
I want to get Alvin out of here. I can't allow him to be harmed in any way.
The little one has come to love you as a son loves a father. We do not kill children. Take him with you.
It's a trap! They're attacking!
Alvin, no!
Maybe not the best call. All that work has essentially been for nothing. Alvin's back in the wind and Geralt's stuck fighting the Order's war, although they did help to fight his, so I guess it's only fair. I'd have to imagine that no matter the call, the Order would have attacked and Alvin would have teleported away. It seems like an incredibly pivotal moment in the story, one that would have been influenced either way. I suppose now the only thing Geralt can do is go looking for him. That in and of itself will end up leading the White Wolf back to Vizima. While returning to the lakeside, I spotted a sulking White Rayla.
Witcher?
What happened?
Fucking fanatics, not an ounce of professionalism. They stripped me of my command. When I refused to attack, my adjutant pulled out a letter from Siegfried. Had it all along.
Well.
How did it go?
I helped the knights, Rayla. The elves are dead. Teruviel escaped, and the villagers are in shock. You'd best leave.
I don't intend to stay. Teruviel hasn't seen the last of me.
Farewell.
I did say the Order has grown quite fond of Geralt. Couple that with Siegfried's letter of authority, and the game was rigged from the start for her. In any case, the only thing left for Geralt to do now is return to Vizima. His time in Murky Waters is over. He helped the locals with their problems and in turn ended up creating new ones for himself. You know, classic Witcher things. Taking one last look around, I soaked up as much peace and tranquility as I could. What awaits me back in Vizima, the final chapter of the game, is bigger than anyone could have imagined. When ready, I spoke with Dandelion by the boat. Together, we set our sights on Vizima.
Geralt?
This is bad. Really bad.
What happened?
Alvin opened a portal and disappeared. He could be anywhere.
We need to get back to Vizima. Triss might have some ideas.
Vizima it is, then.
After you.
As the pair and the Fisher King sail away, Geralt looks back at Lakeside one final time. He thinks about his journey and what he's gone through up until this point. All of the death and destruction that's essentially followed him around. You'd almost think that he's the root cause of it all. Yet in his wake, there have also been splashes of hope and glimmers of light. He influences people wherever he goes, and sometimes the good deeds continue to spread. However, with that being said, the Witcher's final view of Lakeside is the Order marching through it. What their plans are for the area and what they intend to do is anyone's guess.
We arrive in Vizima soon.
Smell that?
Yeah. Smoke. Something's burning.
Heavy and stifling. Like thatched roof huts.
Damn it, Geralt, look! Gods damn it, Geralt. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
You should be used to the sight of fighting by now, Dandelion.
We should never grow accustomed to violence and horror, especially the sensitive among us.
Luckily, we mutants have no feelings. Is that what you mean?
Shut up and tell me what you're doing.
Berengar's letter contains some clues. To start with, we need to get into the city.
That will be neither easy nor safe.
I agree. But I won't give up now that I'm so close.
Nose to the ground, forging on. You're like a bloodhound on a fresh trail.
Old Vizima awaits.
Probably the site of the heaviest fighting, then there's the plague.
We need to get inside. Finally, I'll find out who's behind Salamandra. You sure you want to come?
I'd never desert you. I want to help.
But matters may get intense.
I hope you don't think I'm scared.
Not at all.
As was previously suggested, Vizima burns while the war rages on. The fighting has escalated beyond the Scoia'tael and the Order. Now it's truly an all-hands-on-deck movement. Further along the dock, Geralt runs into Vincent Mice. In truth, I didn't think I'd ever see him again. I thought our last dance with Salamandra would be it, but I'm glad I'm wrong. While the two talk, Vincent says that he's in charge of King Radovid's safety. Geralt mentions that he'd like to get into Old Vizima, but hints that he doesn't want Dandelion to follow him. I personally saw this as an act of protection instead of cutting the weakest link. Mice, being the Chad guard captain that he is, asks Dandelion to perform for King Radovid, a use your skills where they best belong type of approach. The bard accepts the job, and from there, I'm free to advance. Well, almost. Zoltan Chive, Geralt's dwarven friend from the previous few chapters, comes over to confront him. Seemingly drugged out on Fistek, Chive is angry with Geralt. He condemns the Witcher for siding with the Order. Ever since Geralt fled Vizima, the Order has been killing almost any non-human they can get their hands on. In retaliation, a lot of those elves and dwarves have taken up arms and joined the Scoia'tael. Essentially, Chive's dialogue doubles down on what's already been said. Old Vizima is going to be a bloodbath. From here, Geralt can talk with King Radovid and the other soldiers, but really, the only thing left to do is head into the district. As it stands, there's a lone Scoia'tael axeman blocking his path. All things considered, the Witcher should count himself lucky.
Gracious sire, this is madness. You should not expose yourself to such danger. Wait here and allow me to summon a stronger force.
Nonsense, Velerad. This is my city, the capital of my kingdom. Damn it, I rule this land, and I refuse to creep around its corners.
Gracious sire!
Silence! You know you might as well wipe your ass with those intelligence reports. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Non-humans attacking! Protect the king!
For freedom! Kill the dwarf!
I'll hang you by your own guts, human!
It's the Grand Master! We're saved!
You return, sire. I trust you are not too late. Your kingdom is in need.
You should know kings are never late, Jacques.
Sire, flames engulf half the city, and the blood of your subjects fills the gutters. This is no time for word games. You must act.
What do you propose?
Allow me to command your army, and the freedom to do as I see fit.
Never. Over my dead body.
It was close this time. Next time, I might arrive too late to help.
I've seen enough. Velerad, back to the castle. What is he doing here?
He dropped in. He seems to have a talent for that. What shall I do with him?
He'll come with us. I have a matter to discuss with him. Witcher of Rivia.
Sire, I am honored.
As I'm sure you surmised, I have not summoned you here out of whim. A serious matter weighs upon us. A curse binds my daughter. I want you to remove it. I have gathered all who might offer aid. De Wet has been the princess's adjutant for the past half-year. Velerad has known Ada since her childhood. And Triss Merigold is here for her extensive knowledge of magic and female intuition. Consult them and think upon this matter. We shall speak about it again soon.
As you wish, Your Highness.
In the meantime, equally urgent issues demand our attention.
I'm listening, sire.
Witcher, imagine returning home from an excursion against a monster, a Kikimor for instance, only to discover your home a whorehouse.
Your Highness.
I'm not finished. Those you left in charge failed you. A traitor threatens to oust you from the home of your ancestors. Wouldn't you be angered? Would you not elect to shed more blood?
Absolutely, sire. The non-humans must pay. With your backing, the Order...
Unfortunately, the knights have forgotten their place. They've developed a taste for power and want more. That is not something I can allow.
You stood by while the Order's power increased. Perhaps you should negotiate with the Grand Master.
And perhaps I should behead the Grand Master and his underlings. That would solve the problem. Sadly, it's not that simple.
I'm certain you're right, sire.
I must attend to some urgent matters. Speak with these excellent minds. Gain their insight. And don't forget my daughter, Witcher. I'm counting on you.
I won't forget.
My servant will summon you when I have more time.
So, that was a lot to unpack. We were introduced to King Foltest as well as the Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose. I've heard a lot about the former, but not much regarding the latter. Unsurprisingly, Old Vizima is a war zone. Everything's torched, and just about anyone who's alive in there is forced to bear arms. For now, I'm away from the battlefield, but rest assured, Geralt will soon get plopped right in the middle of it. Apparently, Ada's curse has returned, and now Geralt's medallion vibrating like crazy makes sense. It was a warning regarding her monstrous side. Somewhere along the fight with Salamandra, the Order, and the Scoia'tael, I'll need to find time to deal with that. First things first though, Geralt needs to speak with the 3 advisors, Velerad, Dewet, and Triss. It's been a long time coming for the Sorceress and the Witcher.
Geralt, I was worried about you.
I worried too. I'm proud of you. Heard how you fought for Alvin. Horrible things are happening in Vizima.
True, but the king has placed me under his, protection. Tell me, where's Alvin?
Alvin vanished into thin air one day, despite the amulet I gave him.
Vanished? That's awful. He might be anywhere in time and space. I had hoped the amulet would block those abilities.
I hope he'll be all right. Triss, I've been thinking about us.
Oh, Geralt.
I love you. I want to be with you no matter what. Love is the sole thing of beauty in these rotten times.
Geralt.
I could change, take fewer risks. We'd find Alvin, live together. I'd build a house.
A house? Nice dream. You could breed horses and sheep. I'd tend the garden, cook meals. We'd sell what we grew to buy copper pots, iron rakes. We'd age with dignity. Evenings you'd play bagpipes of your own making as a remedy for my gloom. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Geralt, say something.
I can't lose you.
I'm here. These are trying times. We just need to survive. We can dream again when the madness passes.
Triss, I
love you too, Geralt. To the end of time.
You know, I saw the opportunity for Geralt and had to take it. I figured if this was going to be the final push against the forces of evil, might as well drop the L-bomb on Triss. Unsurprisingly, she feels the same way about The Witcher. You know what though, I unfortunately don't really see these two getting their fairy tale ending.
What do you think about the situation with Ada?
She's a Striga, Geralt. We both know that curses don't cast themselves.
Any theories?
Years ago when you first removed the curse, you ordered the princess to wear a necklace with an inclusion. Juniper, broom, and hazel branches were to be burned in her chambers.
Don't tell me. Someone replaced the necklace and added crap to the fire.
Yes, someone close to her who knew the secret. Velerad might know something.
So you think I should aid the king?
Definitely. In a sense, I'm a political prisoner. I could teleport away, but that would be highly inappropriate, and I still have a few matters to settle here.
What might those be?
I wouldn't dream of boring you with them. I know you're busy slaying non-humans.
It's not like that.
Oh, excuse me. Quelling a rebellion. Is that what they call it? Eliminating terrorists? I see no difference.
I've got to go.
The next advisor I turned my attention to was Velerad. After all, he likely knows the princess better than anyone.
Greetings, Geralt.
Greetings, Velerad.
I saw you speaking with the king. I gather it was unpleasant.
It could be worse. The king told me about Ada.
Dreadful. You warned us it might return. Can you break the spell a second time?
We'll see. You seem to remember last time well.
Certainly. You stayed from dusk till dawn in the old manor house where the Striga had her sarcophagus. Kept half the city awake with the noise you made. We went to the manor at dawn and saw the two of you lying on the floor by the sarcophagus in a pool of blood. You were barely breathing, but the princess was cured. With the traitor Ostrid dead, the king was overjoyed.
Who was Ostrid?
He cast the curse out of jealousy. He loved the king's sister.
Many victims this time round?
I don't know. These days, the corpses lie thicker than flies on a pile of manure.
Know where the Striga sleeps in daytime?
No, but she's been seen in old Vizima. She may hunt there.
Removing the princess's curse will be risky.
True, but the king has ways of encouraging you to do it.
We'll see.
Do what you will, but remember, Foltest loves his daughter very much.
I know.
Then lastly, there's Count Dewet. Him and I haven't exactly seen eye to eye, although with our conversation, we'll see if any of that changes.
Witcher?
Count.
No titles, please. Let us bury past misunderstandings in the name of a greater cause.
So be it. The king wants me to lift the curse that holds Ada.
Not surprising. You succeeded once, though it nearly cost you your life. The Striga's appearance possibly spells the end for Foltest. Many say he offended the gods. Remember how she first became a Striga?
Remind me.
As a youth, Foltest had quite an appetite. So much so that he ploughed his own sister. Their child died at birth, but then continued to grow in its coffin, only coming out to feed. Then you arrived, and broke the spell, though apparently not completely. The Striga's reappearance proves the royal dynasty is cursed. The people are sensitive to such signs. No wonder Foltest wants you to kill the Striga.
I thought I was supposed to lift the curse.
You are to keep the Striga from becoming an eyesore.
The chance of removing the curse is minimal.
I've heard a rumor of an additional reward for killing the Striga.
Would the rumor mention how much?
5,000 orens.
Nice number. Any idea who's spreading this rumor?
No. However, there are other things to consider. If you do solve the Striga problem, the king might take his savior's advice.
Have anything specific in mind?
A fresh yet unsigned decree on the king's desk disbands the order. If you ask the king to reconsider, well, your friend Siegfried would be grateful.
Yes? Our merciful master will see you now, sir. Go upstairs to his chambers.
I'll go immediately.
So, from what I've gathered, Triss thinks that the princess's returning curse is due to foul play. Velerad's heard that the Striga hunts in Old Vizima and believes it's best to cure her rather than slay her. Then lastly, it sounds as though DeWitt has some strong beliefs regarding Ada's origins. It almost seems like he's 50-50 on whether curing her is actually the best strategy. Considering he was so protective over her at Levarden's party, it's surprising to hear his rather unfiltered opinion. Either way, even though all three of the advisors have differing ideals, they all lead to the same conclusion. Princess Ada needs to be dealt with ASAP. Finally receiving the king's request, Geralt is able to head into his majesty's chambers and share his thoughts. Foltest starts by asking the Witcher what the consensus is. What would happen if Ada was cured again? Geralt says that she'd largely remain the same. She'd still possess her mind, memories, and maturity. Foltest thinks about all of the possibilities and surprisingly accepts that Geralt has to do what he can here. Ideally, the princess is to be cured, but if for whatever reason she can't be, the king permisses the Witcher to kill her. However, there are a few conditions from Foltest. Firstly, he'd like to know who cast the curse on his daughter. Once Geralt learns of their identity, he's to tell the king and only the king. Secondly, Ada's death is to be swift and painless. Should Foltest receive word of otherwise, he'll exact the same wrath onto Geralt's friends. Quite the hefty threat there coming from the king. Luckily, Geralt's a professional, and he should be able to handle the Striga, both in terms of a cure and in a fight. Next, the Witcher brings up Salamandra to the king. It's a brief conversation, but Foltest talks down on his daughter for dealing with them. He notes that Geralt has significantly thinned their ranks and acknowledges that the Witcher's overarching quest is to destroy them. I took this as Foltest's attempt at asking for forgiveness on Ada's behalf. We'll see what comes of that. Then lastly, before leaving, the king asks about Geralt and Triss. It's certainly an odd inquiry. It's not exactly relevant to the matter at hand. I'd assume that since Triss is Foltest's political prisoner, he's keeping all of his tabs open, but who knows. As Geralt departs the king's company, Foltest says to speak with his chamberlain when ready to head back to Old Vizima. Really, that conversation was more so a summary of the previous three. However, it sounds like Geralt's going to have his hands full. The hunt for Salamandra, the war with the Scoia'tael, and now curing or killing Princess Ada. Never a dull moment as a Witcher. From here, there wasn't much else to do but set sail for Old Vizima. Chatting with the chamberlain, Geralt was transported over. This is officially where the chaos starts. Upon landing, the sounds of screams, cries, and metal hits my ears. I'm sure Geralt felt the haze in his eyes, and he could probably also smell the smoke and death in the air. To my surprise, waiting below the ramparts was none other than White Rayla.
Greetings, Witcher. I knew we would meet again sooner or later.
Greetings, Rayla. Get your unit back?
Yes. My reward for that elven slut. I told you I'd hunt her down.
Teruviel?
That's the one. Yavin's bitch. I handed her over to the boys, then we hung her. I've never seen anyone fight so fiercely.
Decision time. A turning point. Stand aside or fight non-humans. I chose to fight. Neutrality gone. The skirmish at Murky Waters was the first of several victories for the Order. The uprising nears its end. I just hope the victory is not too costly.
They say Yavon's gone wild. Chaos reigns in the Elven ranks.
I see that. They're attacking without rhyme or reason.
Try to keep up. We'll head to the field hospital in the centre of Olvizima. I've already killed 20 Scoia'tael. I wager you can't beat that.
Any purpose to this excursion, apart from killing?
Siegfried waits with important orders for me. Ready?
I had wondered if the Teruviel/White Rayla conflict would have a conclusion. I suppose it did. Even though the Order's making progress with ending the war, I still couldn't help but feel bad for Teruviel. I shudder to think about her last moments as a prisoner of war. I can't imagine the knights would have treated her very well. In any case, what's done is done. From here, Geralt gets tossed right into the fire. The Order and the Scoia'tael are battling in the streets. It's elves and dwarves versus humans. Interestingly, the fighting literally does not stop. When one side's numbers start to dwindle, reinforcements appear out of nowhere. The in-universe explanation for this could be that since it's the final skirmish, both sides are giving it everything they've got. However, I'd assume that the developer explanation is that Geralt needs to kill and loot at least 20 Scoia'taels. Apparently, they carry these squirrel tail badges, think like the salamander pins. Those are essentially used as bragging rights and for kill counts amongst the Order. Honestly, it seems pretty heinous, but I'd imagine that the Scoia'tael have their own version of this too. There are probably pins or tags of some kind that the Order carries, and if the shoe was flipped, those would probably be what Geralt has to collect from them. The brawl in the streets goes on for quite some time. In fact, like mentioned before, it's technically never ending. If you really wanted to, this would serve as a great way to grind XP and to gain a level or two. At this point in the game, skill selection is extremely pivotal. That's something I'd soon learn the hard way, but if I had a recommendation, it'd really be to hone in on a battle-hardened Geralt. Strength and dexterity first, fast and strong styles second, group styles third, so on and so forth. Those silver and gold skills really make a difference, especially late game. After what was probably 10 or so minutes of straight carnage, I finally collected my 20th Squirreltail. This gave me the go-ahead to leave the battlefield and to head straight for the hospital. This was where I'd be able to find Siegfried, among other NPCs of course.
You couldn't have killed more long-ears than I.
You forgot the ones I killed on the dike.
We'll consider it a tie then, and finish this contest later.
Why are you looking at me that way?
I was thinking about a certain legend. Ever heard of Raven's armor?
Where would I find an armorer capable of making Witcher's armor?
The Order's armorer is excellent. He has a shop somewhere here in Olvizima.
All right, I'll find him.
Shani's an angel. I swear on the eternal fire her hands work miracles.
No doubt. Are you badly hurt?
Merely a scratch. Shani confirmed I'd be back on my feet in no time.
Looks like your wound was caused by a... giant cleaver.
Swung by a berserk butcher dwarf. He cut down 3 brothers, but I got him.
Siegfried, every child knows to stay away from berserk dwarves. You were lucky.
Welcome.
You've set up a hospital.
Clever.
Do you have a minute?
I have my hands full. Besides, I'm apparently not worthy of your trust.
What are you talking about?
Alvin. You made it perfectly clear who's worthy of a Witcher's trust and who's not, who you'd sleep with on occasion, and who you'd entrust with a child.
But...
Enough. The wounded need my help.
Master, are you a Witcher?
I am. What is it?
Master Geralt, the she-beast is murdering people.
What happened?
The Striga appeared by the tower. I was sent to get a Witcher. Already 5 soldiers have breathed their last. Help us.
Which tower?
The tallest in the district. The one the Scoia'tael set ablaze.
Well, there were more than a few conversations going on there. Firstly, Rayla mentioned a smith for the Raven's armor. Initially, it took me a minute to figure out, but essentially, I am too late on the armor. The remaining pieces and materials would have been in previous crypts. The one piece that I had found was likely the last one to find. So, for now, the armor will have to be for a separate video. Moving along, Shani definitely has her hands full here. She's still ticked off at Geralt, but with the walls crumbling down around her, something tells me that the two may reconcile, or I suppose whatever comes close to it. Siegfried is apparently down for the count, who knows when he'll be up and at 'em. Luckily for the knights, there's plenty of fighting to go around. I'm sure by the time he's ready, there'll still be Scoia'tael warriors wreaking havoc. As for what the soldier had to say, well, I guess Princess Ada's in town. With the Striga hunting in the streets of Old Vizima, I might already be able to knock off one of the big three from my list. Firstly though, there's the matter of getting to her. The watchtower is on the other side of the district, and as it stands, there are plenty of Scoia'tael in Geralt's way. However, where I personally goofed, as per usual, is that I made things more complicated than they needed to be. The quest marker was pointing Geralt to the watchtower. That in and of itself isn't all that tricky to get to. I just had to push through the big skirmish at the center of the town. Where I ended up making this quest difficult though is that for some reason, I just sort of went the wrong way. After doing what I thought was a thorough check of the area and not finding anything, I pressed on and ran into garrisons of Scoia'tael. I assumed that heavy enemy presence meant that I was going the correct way, something that so far in The Witcher has proven false time and time again. So, after spending nearly 20 minutes dying to the Scoia'tael and finally pushing past the crux point, I learned that my efforts were in vain. There was nothing on the other side of their forces, and of course, after returning to the original search area, I discovered that I just didn't look hard enough. There was a little nook right before the street wraps around the corner. This space held a host of Temerian soldiers who were all gathered around the watchtower. Upon getting in close, Geralt could finally lay eyes on the Striga, or rather what everyone thinks is a Striga. As the camera pans and zooms in, we can see that this creature is actually holding a blade. Furthermore, it's smaller than a Striga, and apart from its bare minimum appearance, doesn't even really resemble the monster. As this thing descends upon the soldiers, I can see that its nameplate refers to it as a mutant. This flesh and bone abomination is one of Salamandra's experiments. Using the Witcher mutagens, they played God and created these horrific monsters. You can see that it was supposed to mimic the Witchers. It utilizes Geralt's own fighting styles against him. At first, I found the mutant fight to be quite challenging. It was more than likely due to my low health, but found it to be an extremely difficult fight. Fast style was apparently very effective against Witchers because my defense could not keep up. Only after reverting back a bit did I manage to come out on top. With a full health bar, I stood an equal match for this Witcher wannabe. After its defeat, the one person both curious and dumb enough to get close emerges to take samples, Kalkstein.
Finally, that monster is dead.
Why are you here?
I heard soldiers were fighting a Striga, so I came to see Vizima's famous Striga princess. Though not a Striga, still interesting.
Don't get too excited, Kalkstein.
I'll pay these good soldiers to take these remains to my laboratory, and later I'll...
Hold it. If not a Striga, what is it?
A combination of alchemy, genetics, biology, and black magic. A mutant like you. I can't wait to have a closer look.
Like me?
Similar. Magic and alchemy accelerates the mutation. The side effects are practically uncontrollable. It's hellishly quick and strong. To know more, I'd have to dissect it.
I suspect I know who's behind this. Do you know where it came from?
The soldier said it came from the swamp cemetery. Take this scroll. It details the formula for a powerful potion that will help if you choose to fight the Striga.
Salamandra grows bolder.
Accelerated mutation and experiments on humans is a dirty business.
And all based on stolen Witcher's secrets.
Which you guarded for years without succumbing to any of these temptations. Congratulations.
All right, but what about this Striga?
If the soldiers were wrong. I heard rumors of certain events in the swamp.
What rumors? Be quick.
They say a corpse was found at the old chapel there, torn open. The large intestine stretched to its full 1.5 meters. All 6.5 meters of the small intestine wrapped around...
That's fine, thanks.
Of course, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Not only does the mutant/salamandra search take me back to the swamps, but the Striga hunt does as well. I really did think that the swamp days were well behind me, but you know what they say about assuming. With this new information, I can return to the hospital and relay it to my allies. Maybe with their input, I'll know what the best course of action is.
What happened with the Striga?
False alarm. Some mutant was attacking the soldiers.
Need help?
No more than anyone else.
Let me decide.
Shani.
You seem to be in one piece.
Not worried about Knights of the Order or elves showing up? They both think you're treating the enemy.
For me, they aren't enemies, just wounded. In this hospital, we make no racial or political distinctions. I came to understand that at Brenna. Rusty treated Nilfgaardians and our own, even shielded a patient with his own body when elves showed up. If they come here, I hope I have the courage to protect my patients.
I'm sure you will, though I'd rather you escaped.
Nice to hear. Why are you telling me this? What's that sound?
Treating humans, I see. We wound them so they'll die. And you're treating them. How illogical and contrary to our interests.
Out of my hospital! Murder each other to your heart's content in the street, but don't show your faces here.
Shani, watch out!
Kill the Dwan!
Well. It looks as though the Scoia'tael aren't above the war crimes that the Order's been condemned for. At the moment, it's just myself and Shani taking on the unit of non-humans. White Rayla is nowhere to be found, and Siegfried doesn't dare get up. To her credit though, Shani does a pretty good job at distracting a few of their fighters. This ended up dividing their numbers, allowing for me to focus my efforts on a handful. When they were dead, I was free to move on to the next lot, and overall, it was a much easier process than what I had just gone through.
They wanted to slay the wounded. How can anyone fall so low?
I've seen worse in town.
Thank you, on behalf of all the patients.
They shouldn't bother you anymore. See you later.
Farewell.
Definitely a low move to pull, but I also wouldn't put the Order above it either. Both sides are more like one another than they'd care to admit. Although I suppose that's the Scoia'tael's whole motive for this war, isn't it? Equality down to the last little bit. The good and the bad.
Come on, bastards! I'll cut your balls off!
Wait!
History repeats itself, but this time we'll cut off more than your hand.
Try it, elven hag. I am White Rayla. I don't fear you elven sadists.
Showing up in the nick of time, Geralt and Rayla fight tooth and nail against the group of non-humans. Trust me, there's still a long way to go for this war. The battle rages on for quite some time. Admittedly, this skirmish took me a couple of tries to beat. The group had an elven healer with them, and as long as she was left alive, my job became that much harder. So, the idea was to take her out first, but that came with its own set of problems. The dwarven berserkers, the Scoia'tael hunters, and the commando leader kept getting up in Geralt's face and tearing him a new one. Finally, I pivoted away from that idea, group style to my heart's content, cut down all of the attackers, and then left the healer for last. I guess another way to look at it is that without her DPSs and tanks, she was pretty much useless. Once the fighting was over, Rayla told me to follow her to the Order's hideout. Luckily, it was just down the street from the hospital. After all of that violence, Geralt was in need of a good rest and some level ups.
We must attack the barricade and hold it until reinforcements arrive. Retreat, and the Scoia'tael will control almost all of Old Vizima.
In a moment, I must speak to Rayla.
As a warrior, you're almost ideal.
Almost?
Yes, almost. There may be no man who can defeat you, but a female.
You mean yourself?
Possibly, but I meant in general. You're very old-fashioned. You'd never hit a woman, or at least you'd hesitate.
I don't think so.
Stop pretending, Geralt. We both know a conscience can be deadly. Hesitate and there'll be a blade in your gut before you know it.
You're deluded.
I'll prove it. We both know you'd never draw your sword against a woman.
I know other ways to tame you.
Ha! Prove it, if you can.
After sweet-talking trysts at the castle, this romance comes at such a weird time, in the middle of a war with White Rayla. I really didn't think there would ever be something between her and Geralt, but here they are. Back in Chapter 4, I honestly thought that their story would have ended with a fight of some kind, but I guess not. Either way, call it one last hoorah before the big battle. After their time together comes to an end, I get to meditate and level up. This definitely comes at an opportune moment. There are plenty of skills that need buffing, and right around now, I was starting to put more attention on the signs. I know, it's endgame territory, but hey, better late than never. When ready, I left the hideout and met back up with the Order. To my delight, I saw that Siegfried was up and at 'em. It was good to see him on his 2 feet and in fighting shape. However, the night delivered some grim news. Rayla went on ahead with her unit and is currently trapped over by the barricade. If we're to rescue her, time is of the essence. Again, definitely one of the smoother experiences during Chapter 5. Basically, the Order marched along the road I had already went down while searching for the Striga. The same sets of squadrons were posted along the pathway. Of course, this time I had the help of the Holy Knights to take them out. I was able to shield myself behind their ranks and pick off any stragglers. It didn't take us too long to reach Rayla, and she seemed to be in one piece. With the Order's forces united as one, all it took was one last push against the Scoia'tael. Together, we took out a few more groups of the non-humans. Honestly, it went by pretty quickly, and before long, the Order had crowned themselves victorious. The freedom fighters were successfully pushed back, and Old Vizima was declared theirs.
Done! The barricade is ours! Victory!
Rayla, wait!
A fine warrior. May the eternal fire illuminate her soul.
Amen.
A great loss for the Order. I must inform the Grand Master. He was last seen near the swamp cemetery.
I'm headed that way.
We should go immediately. What now?
I'll take care of the Striga. Her lair is somewhere around here.
I don't know if I can help you with fierce fighting in that area. The Grand Master is to command the offensive personally. I may be summoned shortly.
I'll manage.
I'll escort you, at least part of the way through the swamps.
Well, Rayla fought bravely, but in the end, she succumbed to her own arrogance. She thought herself invincible, and for most of the battle at Old Vizima, behaved like a loose cannon. She went into everything head first, and alas, fate had finally caught up with her. In any case, the show goes on. Geralt and Siegfried have found themselves back in the swamps. As the monsters and terrors of the area close in, guess who comes to their aid? The Grand Master of the Order.
Witcher, are you all right?
You arrived just in time.
I am Jacques de Aldersberg, Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose.
Geralt of Rivia, Witcher.
I have heard much about you and know of your deeds from a very trustworthy source.
Explain, please.
Geralt of Rivia asking me for explanations. He who so generously lavishes his wisdom upon others.
Forgive me for not laughing. I just didn't get the joke.
I don't intend to explain. Unlike you, I'm one to act. I want to laugh when I recall your pseudo-philosophical reflections. Witcher, only time can teach us. Only with perspective can one understand what is right. Who is human, who a monster, what is evil, and how to overcome it.
I'm in no mood to guess, so why don't you just tell me what made you so bitter? Otherwise we should part.
Forgive me, I can get irritable. Know they sometimes tell me of your deeds, and though I don't approve of them all, I'm always genuinely interested to hear them.
And how did I earn the interest of the Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose?
I like to know what goes on in Temeria. It helps me appear in the right place at the right time.
Incidentally, thanks for your help.
Though you're not human, every knight's duty is to aid those in need. An element of our vocation.
Sounds lovely.
Do you know anything about the Order? The Order is an idea, from its foundations to its pinnacle. Our mission, our vision. Our objective is a new world, a new order that will come after the White Frost.
A world in which all will get what they merit, not by birth or through connections. A world where the strong help the weak, and crime is duly punished. A world of clear principles and ideals. You must know anyone can join, be they peasant, merchant, even witcher. Knights collect no payment, and are promoted for great deeds.
That's an ideal worth fighting for.
I shall remember those words. Siegfried, fall in. We need your strength and tactical wit.
Yes, sir.
Don't let me keep you, but I don't like to owe favors.
You've paid your debt.
I don't understand.
You owe me nothing. Our rest is over. Fall in.
Farewell.
I'm going to Vizima with the Grand Master. I'll come and help as soon as I can.
See ya.
The help was appreciated, but now Geralt's all alone, and he's got quite the tall tasks ahead of him. The Grand Master spoke rather cryptically back there. He talks like he knows Geralt personally, but chalks it up to the grapevine and hearsay. He too seems to have some sort of disdain for witchers, but really, all I can say to him is to take a number. In theory, de Aldersberg's vision for the future does sound neat and tidy, but if I've learned anything, getting to that point will require quite the opposite: disorder and bloodshed. From the entrance of the swamp, it doesn't take Geralt too long to reach the cemetery. The crypt is at the back of the plot, and interestingly, the Witcher's not the only one interested in its contents. For starters, there are a few refugees nearby. One of them is looking for his lost son. He doesn't offer much help, but after recounting his experience with the monster, he does confirm that the Striga's lair is within the church. Next, Velerad, the Burgomeister himself, has been sent to check up on Geralt's progress.
Greetings, Geralt. Foltest asked me to check on your progress.
Trust is fundamental.
True, but this particular monster is his daughter.
Why are you here?
Foltest well knows someone meddled with the curse. He cannot believe Ada turned into a beast by herself. The crypt may hide evidence. Foltest asks that you search the sarcophagus where the princess sleeps. Surrender any evidence you find.
I'll fulfill the king's order. Now show me to the princess.
Follow me.
Velerad leads the way and the Witcher follows suit. Funnily enough, but almost quite scummy, the Burgomeister locks the exit of the crypt, trapping Geralt within. He claims that it's just for insurance that Princess Ada is dealt with, one way or another. Geralt's right on one thing: there isn't a lot of trust here. In any case, believe it or not, the crypt itself is rather tame. It's not that large of a dungeon, and the only enemy in here is the Striga. As far as treasure goes, there's not too much of that in here either. At one end of the crypt, there's a campfire for Geralt to rest and prepare at. There's also one at the other end that's closer to the fighting area. Now, in order to even encounter the Striga, it needs to be dark outside. Meditating until midnight, Geralt wanders over to the sarcophagus, which is at the opposite end of the crypt. Entering the chambers, I can already see that Princess Ada, or the beastly version of her, has awoken. Now, as far as confusing fights go, this one took the cake for me. The Striga and Geralt were pinned up against one another. She was susceptible to heavy attacks with my silver sword. Those really seemed to do the trick. However, anything that I'd deliver, Princess Ada was able to throw right back at Geralt. The Striga hit incredibly hard. I definitely had to be mindful of my health here. Now, periodically there'd be a break in the action. Geralt would make comments about sunrise, and the camera would do a close-up of Ada's tomb. I really couldn't make sense of it at first, and I tried this fight a couple of times over. However, after losing my first try, I decided to look into her sarcophagus during the day. This time, the Striga was nowhere to be found, which I had figured. However, within the tomb itself, there appeared to be a book called Ostrit's Journal. If you recall, Ostrit was the man who first inflicted the curse upon Ada. The journal is mostly a hate letter for Foltest and talks about cursing the princess. Really, nothing new. However, the yellow text below it makes mention that someone had retrieved the journal and started to make notes on renewing the curse. That's certainly strange. Whoever wanted to do such a thing would have to be able to get close enough to her. There's only a small circle of suspects for that one. In any case, the investigation for the culprit can wait. Right now, the princess in monster form is the bigger concern. Again, I tried to fight the Striga for a good while. I get 3 or so rounds in before it'd end up besting me. For some time, I failed to piece together that there was an alternate solution here. I assumed that my only choice was to fight the Striga. Well, after quite a few losses and a little bit of help from the Eternal Fire, aka the Wiki, I'd finally figured it out. Remember those little cutscenes where Geralt makes comments about the sunrise? It turns out that those are time-based, not phase-based. After a certain amount of time has passed during the fight, one of the candles ends up getting blown out. This symbolizes the in-game passage of time, the slow creep towards sunrise, and an effort to cure Ada's affliction. So, from here I did what any Witcher would do. I ran for my life in hopes of lifting the curse. For the next 5 phases of the fight, Geralt is essentially just running laps around the sarcophagus. This is meant to create that distance between him and the Striga. I know, riveting gameplay. Apparently, Quen and Erden can really help out here, as the former is for defense and the latter is a speed trap. It could be my mind, but it felt like the Striga would speed up a little with every phase. For the third and second last ones, it looked like the monster was fully sprinting at Geralt. However, for the fifth and final one, it appeared to slow back down to its original pace. This allowed me to have some breathing room, and before I knew it, the rooster was crowing.
Where am I?
Ada, you all right?
What happened?
It's over. You're well again.
Geralt.
Do you feel all right?
Yes, better.
I need to ask you about Salamandra.
Oh, Geralt. That terrible professor. It's his fault. He tricked me, promised me power and glory. I haven't seen any salamanders since he was killed.
The professor couldn't have created those mutants. Did he ever mention a mage?
He came here once with this repulsive man, Abdul or something. The professor called him a powerful sorcerer. That's all I know.
Know where I might find him?
Unfortunately not.
Don't worry, you're safe. I'll take you home.
Oh, my hands. They're covered in blood. I killed, murdered so many people. Oh.
It wasn't your fault. Don't think about that. It's behind you.
I remember, through a fog. It was important. I concealed something in the sarcophagus. You must see it.
All right, I will.
Hold me, Geralt. I feel so cold.
It's this crypt. We should go. You'll feel better outside.
And just like that, the Striga problem is no more. That's 2 out of 3 missions complete. The Scoia'tael Order War is pretty much over, and Princess Ada has been saved. As for what she had mentioned about the coffin, that would have been a reference to Auschwitz Journal, in case I had originally missed it. Then, for this Abdul, I'm assuming she means Azar Javed, the professor's sorcerer and leader of this whole operation.
And...
shutting me in that crypt. Nice gesture, Velerat.
Sorry, Witcher. King's orders.
The princess is freed. Ada, Velerat will take you home.
Witcher, second time I underestimated you.
Third time's a charm.
Foltest gave me something for you in the event that you survived. This is the devil, a Zerrikanian scimitar. The legends say it was tempered in dragon's blood.
Someone induced the princess's transformation into a Striga. I have proof.
Where?
The king wanted to be the first to know.
Fine.
Is that all?
The king said if you want to cure the disease, you must go to the old manor. He said you would understand.
I do. Farewell.
Farewell, Witcher.
A nice gesture from the king. The new steel sword, Diablo, deals 30% more damage, has a 50% chance of inflicting pain, and a 25% chance of disarming. I had crossed my fingers for a new blade sooner than later, and thankfully the CD Projekt Red gods delivered. It probably won't come as a surprise, but this will be my endgame weapon. Doing some research in post, I've seen a few people say that Gvalkir is one of, if not the best sword in The Witcher 1. I certainly would have been interested in seeing it in action, but maybe next time. In any case, Foltest technically gave Geralt 2 rewards. The second was a hint on where to find Salamandra's base. I'd assumed through his network of spies, the king knew that they were hiding out at Old Manor, the next region over from the cemetery. Upon reaching the entrance, I noticed something quite interesting. Count de Wet, a member of the princess's inner circle, was also here. Definitely odd, seeing as how the rest of the order was called back to Vizima.
State your business, Witcher.
Let me pass, de Wet.
You look terrible, like you haven't slept all night.
I'm tired, Count. May I pass?
My dear Geralt.
I spent the night with a Striga, so my patience runs thin.
With a Striga? To what end? Did you kill her?
She's no longer a problem. I found evidence of a traitor in the princess's entourage.
Any idea who?
Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. I discovered a useful diary. Triss Merigold also knows some helpful spells.
You should give me Ostrit's diary. The Grandmaster commands magic better than that witch Merigold.
I never mentioned whose diary.
But, to hell with it. Witcher, join me. Align yourself with the masters of a new order. With me, Roderick DeWitt, the future Viceroy of Temeria.
Who are you working for, DeWitt?
I thought you had it figured out. I'm working with Salamandra, for now.
Think you can outsmart them?
They're but a means to an end. Join me.
You're pathetic.
Do I not fit your vision of a noble knight of the Order? I weep to hear it, Witcher.
You're a boil on this city's ass, and boils are lanced with a blade.
Well, it didn't take very long to identify the traitor, did it? You know, thinking back on the clues, hindsight is always 20/20, DeWitt did seem pretty guilty. He was overprotective of Ada and distrusting of Geralt. He tried to foil the Fellowship's plan by stalking Siegfried at the inn. Then, he had some pretty harsh words for the princess back at the castle. Again, almost as if he would have preferred her out of the picture. With that being the case, good riddance for his demise then. I never did like DeWitt. With the Count and his lackeys no longer blocking the path, Geralt is free to continue to make his way to the old manor. This stretch of the swamp contains more of the same enemies. The Witcher still has to fight through creatures like Bloodseekers, Drowners, and even the Vodunoi. However, at this point in the game, they really aren't that threatening anymore. Before long, Geralt hits shore again and lands at the base of the manor. After a quick rest, fortifying those skills a little more, I ran up the hill and saw a surprising sight. Javed was waiting for me, and he brought one of his newest friends along.
Greetings, Geralt. Have you met Rayla? A singular transformation gave her the gift of life.
Geralt! A singular transformation. The gift of life. You call that enslaved bag of blood and muscles alive?
Better than alive, perfect. You'll learn that soon enough.
This was your experiment? You're pathetic.
Rayla, darling, you won't permit this mongrel to insult your master.
Geralt! As our Javed's twisted experiments have turned White Rayla into some mutant zombie. She fights like the mutants back in Old Vizima, using the Witcher's fast combat style and an array of signs. Honestly, most of this brawl was Rayla stunning and knocking down Geralt. Felt like for 90% of it, I could barely do anything. However, with that remaining 10%, when Rayla led up her defense just slightly, I was able to put her to rest for a second time. This go around though, it was for good. At this point in Chapter 5, the enemies that Geralt encounters are quite different. Most of the lackey soldiers are masked warriors. In the previous chapters, these were some of Salamandra's toughest fighters, and now they're just the baseline. Accompanying them are other experiments called Armored Hounds. They're hairless flesh and muscle mongrels with plates of steel attached to them. I definitely place them as difficult foes. They hit incredibly hard, and depending on your approach, can be a pain to kill. I've tried the various fighting styles, and it seems like Steel Sword, Strong Style, focusing on one at a time might be the best bet. Even then, they'd end up doing a number on my health. After a handful of lengthy matchups, I finally managed to clear out the manor's courtyard. Excited to see what was next, I was quickly humbled by some of Salamandra's fiercest fighters. All kinds of mutants ran out from the woodworks and jumped Geralt. I never stood a chance with that encounter. However, before Geralt went down, I saw that a band of knights from the Order were fighting some of the mutants on the other side of the courtyard. This included my friend Siegfried. So, for my next attempt, I immediately booked it behind Order lines and took cover. This would do the trick, and from here, I was free to get my equal licks in. Seemingly, the mutant bestiary continues to grow. I found myself facing off against mutant assassins, the a dime a dozen version of Rayla, as well as greater mutants, the brutes that hit hard and required strong style to defeat. Also, because I wasn't sure which sword type to use, were these monsters or people, I ended up switching back and forth. The correct answer though is Steel Sword. It should have been obvious from the get-go, but in any case, I apologize for the slugfest going forward.
What manner of beasts are they?
The result of Salamandra's genetic experiments.
I came as quickly as I could.
It's appreciated.
Witcher!
The old manor is Salamandra's main base.
The front gate's of little use, But there's another way in. An old well goes straight down into the cave.
Before stepping foot into Salamandra's hideout, I just wanted to make sure I was prepared. Full health, full endurance, zero toxicity, talent points, surrounding loot, you know, the full 9 yards. When ready, Siegfried led the way back down the hill. The knight had brought Geralt over to a secret entrance on the side of the island. However, before we were able to head in, another group of mutants charged at us. This time, with full health and some help, they weren't too difficult to beat. Although this attack prompted Siegfried to stay behind. I'd like to imagine that's because he was covering my 6 and ensuring that nothing would come through the passage. But he simply responded by saying, "We'll wait here," so maybe he just doesn't want to help out, who knows. Once through to the catacombs, the action continued. In fact, from here, the action never really stops. There are more masked warriors, mutant hounds, and mutant assassins. This part of the chapter acts as a pretty detailed dungeon crawl. There are the quote minions of the old manor, and then there are the mini bosses.
Rella always admired you. Shame. You might have made a good couple.
This farce is over.
As you wish. Behold my Koschei, the perfect killer.
The first of these so-called mini-bosses is the Koschei. This giant crab monster is a pretty formidable foe. It can hit both hard and fast. Luckily for me, I was able to best it on my first try, but that wasn't without the help of White Rafford's decoction. I only had 2 of these elixirs on me, and at the time, I was trying to be real conservative with their use. Heavy style, combo after combo, with just a sliver of health left, the oversized crustacean was down for the count. Because I was trying to use my potions sparingly, something I'd later fix, I had to make use with what was around. Fortunately, the dungeons of the old manor had campfires placed around just about everywhere. Think of it like waiting in the Elder Scrolls. All Geralt needed to do was meditate for an hour, and his health, endurance, and toxicity would go back to normal. Beyond the Koschei battlegrounds, I ended up fighting against more minions. I'd say probably every 30 or so meters, a new salamander lackey would step out of the woodworks. Given that this was the Witcher's final push against the criminal organization, it wasn't the time to hold anything back on either end. Diamond dust, runes, whetstones, elixirs, which I'll smarten up with in just a bit, I had to make everything count. Important to note though is that at this point, I could still exit the manor, wander around the swamps, and even return to Old Vizima. Those regions were all still open to Geralt. While in the manor, there were various chambers that had exits back out to the courtyard and the island. In fact, one of the final areas of the catacombs was the mausoleum. This section had access to just about everything you might need/want before a big event. With that being said, beyond this area, there are just a few more enemies. They're in a small corridor, and on the other side of said hallway, one of Geralt's most important battles awaits.
How irritating. You just cut up my Koschei, the result of much labor. Now to resolve this matter through more traditional means.
I can't wait.
My, how threatening that sounded. I warned you, pissing up wind leads to disaster.
You talk too much. Scared?
This time you pissed in a tornado. Kill him.
I'd like to introduce you all to the Greater Brothers. These absolute behemoths are Salamandra's ideal specimens. They're the final result of all of the organization's experiments. Soldiers that have been turned into absolute abominations. Unsurprisingly, they deal incredible amounts of damage, they have a ton of HP, high armor ratings, and taking on 2 at once, alone, I was in for the fight of a lifetime. Attempt after attempt, I could feel myself slowly tweaking my approach. There were little things that I'd learn and pick up after each loss. Like, for example, I preferred to single one of the brothers out and favored strong style over group style. When I needed distance, I could cast Ard, knock both fiends back, and continue to press on my target. This would end up working, and I was thrilled to see where I'd get to go next.
Your turn, Javed.
I learned long ago only to rely on myself. Before I kill you, you must know, Triss Merigold is being dragged to the laboratories as we speak Torture will follow. Everyone breaks sooner or later. It's merely a question of time. What say you, Witcher? Still the indifferent tough guy?
You're bluffing. You send assassins after me, conjure up beautiful words, threaten to kill me. But you're scared to death and simply postponing the inevitable.
Alar Zal bin Tala.
Berengar?
I was afraid I'd be late. Can you use a hand?
For a second there, I wasn't sure if... I'm surprised to see you.
I needed to think.
Coward, you know the punishment you face. You can evade it by slaying Geralt of Rivia. You may earn my mercy.
Your threats don't impress me anymore. Prepare, sorcerer. I've come here for you. We'll meet again, White Wolf.
Berengar made his decision. He knew where Javed was hiding. He also knew I'd find the sorcerer sooner or later. He knew that facing Javed alone was suicide for either of us.
Well, I certainly was not expecting to immediately be brought into the final boss fight. I had zero time to prepare, rest, or recuperate after the Greater Brothers matchup. Lucky for me, it looks like I made the right call on Berengar, as he's found the courage to help Geralt stand against Javed. For the time being though, he isn't really pulling his weight. Azar is able to stun and counter us both like it's nobody's business. Honestly, I couldn't even do that much here. I just soaked up all of the hits, took this as a teaser of what was to come, and went back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, this means that in order to get back to Javed, I had to go through the Greater Brothers fight again. While I managed to beat them once, that didn't mean it was easy for me to do again. I had to retry this fight so many times, and for most of these attempts, I was taking straight losses. Finally, I had smartened up and decided to see what kinds of potions Geralt could brew. I had the ingredients to make a few of these recipes, but decided to stick with the basics. Swallow would work great for that constant health regen, and Willow would do wonders against Javed's stuns and knockbacks. Downing both elixirs, I stepped back into the arena with the brothers and managed to do pretty well. The new strategy was that whenever my health got low, I could use Ard, knock them both down, run to the opposite side of the room, and regenerate my health in peace. Before long, I was thrown back into the Azar Javed fight. Again, my meat shield Berengar couldn't do all that much here, but he did get a few licks in on the mage. It was really just Geralt who put up the numbers on Javed. Heavy style combos, Ards for knockback, the Cupid shuffle for health regen. Honestly, all things considered, the battle went pretty smooth. I kept an eye on my health the whole time, but it never really felt like Geralt was in danger. After a heated battle and with faded breath, I finally watched the Zerrikanian mage drop to the floor. Azar Javed was dead. The leader of Salamandra was defeated, and with him, the rest of the organization should come crumbling down. Or so I thought. Looking around the laboratory, I came across one of those magical mirrors from the other Salamandra hideouts. Interacting with it, I got to see the true face of the Salamanders.
Javed, can you hear me? What's going on? How are the experiments progressing? I urgently need those mutated knights of the Order in Vizima, and send me more failed ones. At this stage, I can afford no delays. Respond!
Javed's dead.
Witcher Geralt?
Expect to see me, Grandmaster. Soon.
Finally! I was worried.
I'm not easy to kill. Nor you, apparently.
Discover anything in the catacombs?
You won't like this.
Witcher!
The Salamander leader is dead.
Excellent. And the bad news?
It seems that the Order is behind Salamandra.
What? That's impossible. You lie.
There's evidence, Siegfried. We should notify the king before it's too late.
We'll use a boat at the dock. Let's meet there.
Excellent.
When one Salamander dies, another steps up to take its place. The Grand Master of the Order of the Flaming Rose, Jacques de Aldersberg, is the true puppeteer behind Salamandra. He used them to steal the Witcher mutagens and secrets, had them create their own versions of these bounty hunters, and now he's deploying these abominations across Vizima. With Geralt taking out the fall guy, Javed, who knows what's been happening back in the city.
Witcher!
Tell me about the Grand Master.
Soldiers respect him. You'd follow him into the most desperate fights and still believe in victory.
Any magical talents?
I've heard his sheer willpower raised the iron gate of a castle under siege.
Must be a powerful sorcerer.
He's also an excellent swordsman.
Is the boat ready?
Yes.
Grab the oars.
Sire, victory! Despite heavy losses, we now control the trade quarter.
Excellent. What news from De Wet?
He's dead, cut down by that godless butcher, the Witcher.
Useless De Wet. Have the town criers informed the people Ada has become a Strigger?
Yes, but the Witcher found the beast.
Geralt of Rivia. Only he stands between me and... We must fan the flames of chaos. Release more of our experiments, and let the elves wreak havoc.
Grandmaster, I must protest, as a nobleman and representative of...
Enough. Give the people more food, and tell them any God-fearing human can find shelter at the castle of the Order of the Flaming Rose. Adalbert, I thank you for your loyal service. Take him away. A new era dawns. An era of superhumans. None will stop me. I appoint you my new adjutant. Know your assignment?
Kill the Witcher.
Then go.
Geralt, you've arrived at a moment that should be called nothing short of historic.
Dandelion, I'm glad you're alive too, but I have important matters.
More important than a Temerian-Redanian alliance with far-reaching consequences?
Stop being dramatic and tell me what's happening.
In front of Siegfried? I thought the Order was out of favor.
This part of the Order is on our side.
Though the Grand Master violated his oath, not all knights have lost both mind and conscience.
Foltest will be glad. Negotiations with Radovid are apparently going well, and it seems we're gaining another strong ally. When in Vizima, I'm a Temerian patriot.
Let's speak with the king. He must learn the truth before he passes rash judgment on the Order.
With the death of Javed and Geralt's return to Vizima, the 5th chapter comes to a close, and now we're on to the game's epilogue.
Welcome, Witcher.
Sire.
We have several things to discuss.
Of course.
Stop deliberating, son. We need to put out the fire in this whorehouse. You'll get the princess's hand, and if life has taught me anything, half the kingdom as soon as I'm gone. As for de Aldersberg, we need to be rid of him. The Witcher will slay him.
What?
Relax, we'll pay you as much as you want.
I'm a Witcher, not a hit. All right. 10,000.
Isn't that a bit much?
Come on, Foltest, the kingdom's worth a lot more than that.
Yes, I suppose the boy's right. But you shall take home 8,000.
It's a deal.
So, we're all agreed. Radovid, your armies must subdue the Order in Redania and in the north of my lands.
My armies will embark on a mission of fraternal assistance.
I don't want any fucking fraternal assistance. The phrase rubs me the wrong way. You are to smash the Knights of the Order and withdraw.
Relax, Foltest. My children will rule this land. I don't intend to destroy it.
Forgive me, your majesties, but I feel it's time
One more thing, Witcher.
Yes?
So, let's talk politics. And don't you dare mention neutrality. Judging by your company, you're already involved, possibly up to your nose.
Sire, your wish is my command.
To the average pleb in the street, the Order is fighting my armies, but make no mistake. This is a confrontation between me and the Grand Master, that ambitious fanatic.
Directed all of Salamandra's actions and intentionally provoked the uprising.
What do you mean?
I thought you'd be interested, sire.
Very interested. That makes the Grand Master, him alone, the enemy. Is that clear?
As day. The Grand Master, rather than the Order as a whole, is the kingdom's enemy.
And the Order need not be a foe. Led by someone sensible, it could be a friend to the people. It could be loyal to the king. Hear that, Siegfried?
I do, and I understand. And I shall do everything to save the Order, my king.
I knew you could be trusted. After your official investiture, visit me at the palace. We have much to discuss, Grandmaster.
You count your wyverns before they hatch. Jacques de Aldersberg is alive and well. Sire, one other matter.
Yes?
How is Ada feeling?
Much better than she was as a Strigger, yet she won't be herself again for some time. Witcher, how can I thank you?
I'm glad Ada is alive and well. Can you ensure that the Witcher's friends will be the same, sire?
Yes, that's something I can promise. Witcher, I wish to know who was behind all this.
De Wet transformed the princess.
How so?
On Salamandra's orders.
The bastard! If I could get my hands on him.
Those responsible assumed your position would be undermined if the princess wreaked havoc as a Strigger. De Wet has been punished.
I'm glad to hear it. Now go. Vizima is burning, fighting rages. You won't have an easy time of it.
People see Witchers as monster slayers. Rightly so. Few know we draw greater satisfaction from removing a curse or a spell. Swords are a final resort. As long as there was a chance I could save the princess, I had to try. It was worth it.
From here, it's on to the final push through the streets of Vizima. There's plenty of bloodshed, hope, and loss to be had.
Then bold Foltest uttered these words. Virtuous Radovid.
What the hell is that?
I'm trying to keep a faithful and accurate record of these events.
He said, "Stop deliberating, son. We need to put out the fire in this whorehouse."
Geralt, you have no sense of poetry. There's the truth of time and the truth of legend.
You'll never change.
The pen is mightier than the sword, and you'll never change either. Off to save the world again when nobody's asked you.
I need to finish something.
I understand. Good luck.
For the time being, that's the last that Geralt sees of Dandelion. Now, it's on to the war zone. In every nook, cranny, and street, the Order is fighting Temerian and Redanian soldiers. Before we press on, Siegfried stops Geralt to tell him that he's not comfortable attacking his holy brothers. The Witcher responds by saying that he won't have much of a choice, as a few of them are charging at us right now. The street fighting for the Epilogue consists of brawls against Greater Brothers and Knights of the Order. I think now that Geralt has an ally and he's not taking on two at once, the Greater Brothers are a lot more manageable. Don't get me wrong, there's still menaces on the battlefield, but I'm able to defeat them on my first try. For me, that makes a world of difference. From here, all roads seem blocked by debris. However, a good Samaritan comes by and ushers the two of us into his home. Interestingly, this is where I came across Skoll and Vivaldi. We didn't really have the strongest bond, but it was nice to see him one final time. It felt like a wrap-up on Geralt's loose ends. From the home, Siegfried and the Witcher were able to make their way down into the cellar. In doing so, guess who I came across here? The Tala, the ghoul from the cemetery, and the resolute girl from Lakeside. Again, it's like Geralt's greatest hits are all lined up. Almost like a farewell marathon, if you will. The conversations are just for flavor, but they were nice to have nonetheless. Within a nearby chest, I was able to secure the key to the nearby door, as well as some supplies. If the provisions were any indication, something big was on the horizon. The doorway in the cellar ends up leading us to the neighbor's home. Battling through a few undead monsters, we made our way up and confronted the homeowner. He said that from here, the only way out was through the window. Sounding fair enough, we climbed back down into the streets and attempted to gather our bearings. However, before we could orient ourselves, a nemesis of Siegfried's, and I suppose by extension, Geralt's, managed to catch us.
Look into my eyes, Dwan, and you will see your death.
I see a blind fanatic about to perish.
Silence, traitor. You've delivered death too often. Retribution awaits.
You might be able to brainwash young elves with your slogans, but they don't impress me, nor did they impress those you murdered.
I was wrong about you. You're not worth talking to. You're a blind, rabid dog biting anything that moves. Someone needs to finish you off.
Yavin, the leader of the Scoia'tael, along with his last band of warriors, begins attacking. Honestly, I expected more from him. I'm happy I didn't get more, as I wasn't prepared for it, but I really thought that Yavin would be a mini-boss in his own right. However, after a few group-style combos, his head was removed from his shoulders. In my eyes, that symbolized the true end of the Scoia'tael, which may or may not be true. Maybe they come up in future installments. Either way, it's the end of their story in The Witcher 1.
We couldn't break through. Heavy fighting.
Is there a safer way to the monastery?
There's another path. Through the sewers. Dangerous. I have a key. Take it.
Thank you.
You weren't a Zugel.
Quite the cryptic last message, but hey, Siegfried and I are no strangers to dangerous enemies in the sewers. Whatever's down there, we should be able to handle it.
Geralt, there's really a Zeugel down there.
I hope it hasn't had time to multiply.
I heard of one Zeugel, and from what I know you need 2 to multiply.
Zeugels are hermaphrodites. They don't need a mate to make little Zeugels. They do it with themselves.
That's sick. Unnatural even for monsters. We must slay it.
The Zeugel serves as a small kraken for the Witcher's universe. It has numerous tentacles that it uses to fight as well as block off my escape. I'd say that this was a pretty tough matchup, but not necessarily in the traditional sense. It only took me 2 tries to beat, but the catch is that this boss fight was incredibly long. It was probably due to my loadout and skill level, but I must have sat in this area for close to 10 minutes. It's a fairly repetitive scene. The Zeugel's tentacles emerge from the water, and Geralt and Siegfried need to attack them. They're capable of dealing minor damage to the Witcher in the night, but after enough damage has been dealt to them, the Zeugel itself emerges. This is the important phase of the battle. This is when I can get some licks in on the monster and make progress towards defeating it. Again, I'm sure that maybe the more powerful your silver sword is, and the more fleshed out skill tree you have, you might be able to beat this thing in no time. For me, however, it took quite some time. On the second go-around, with a belly full of swallow, I was able to come out on top no problem. The tentacles weren't able to keep up with the rate of my health regen, and after some perseverance, the Zeugel was down for the count. In the sewers beyond, there was a small campfire for Geralt to rest at. Again, at this point in the game, the literal epilogue, every talent point matters. When ready, Siegfried and I emerged from the sewers and landed at somewhere deeper in the Temple District. It appeared to be the Hairy Bear Tavern, meaning we weren't far from the Order's cloister. Before moving forward, Siegfried turns to Geralt and asks him to say a prayer. Geralt says that since he's an atheist, his prayer wouldn't do that much. Still though, Siegfried insists. It's kind of a random event, and I'm not sure how this will end up affecting the story, but I decided to just go for it. Again, Siegfried's my only companion right now, and I really didn't want to risk him storming off. Maybe I'm not giving my ally nearly enough credit though, as I assume him to be immature at just about every turn. But I'm not willing to risk it. In any case, advancing to the cloister was easy enough. The streets were relatively barren. Just outside of the fortress though, I ran into 3 more greater brothers. I guess you could consider them the last defense before whatever lay inside. Since they were divided into 2 groups though, the fight wasn't too challenging. Siegfried and I made quick work of them, and before long, we were facing down the Order's doors.
Ah! Hell! Again!
Lie down, Siegfried.
Once again I'm wounded in the leg before a glorious battle. Geralt, I cannot go on. Ah!
Don't move. Foltest's armies will be here any minute.
Geralt, go. I shall gather what knights have remained faithful to the Order's tenets.
Of course, he's down for the count again. Just when the going was about to get tough, my one and only companion drops out of the race. Either way, there's nothing I can really do about it, so I salute you, Siegfried. Inside the foyer of the cloister, I ended up running into 2 guards. At first, they were neutral towards Geralt. However, after trying to gain access to the Grand Master's chambers, that quickly got flipped on its head. They weren't allowing me passage, one thing led to another, and of course, another fight broke out. Fortunately, a couple of group styles and some focused strong styles did the trick. With both knights dead, I noticed that the description for this stage of the quest was quite plain. It had simply said, I must prepare for a fight to the death. Taking that at face value, I did a quick once-over on my gear and potions. There was a fireplace in the corner, so if I wanted some rest, talent points, or extra elixirs, it was all available to me. However, my bars were completely full, I had fresh brews from the sewer still, there were no new talent points, and I had some active effects going on. So, feeling as ready as I could, if such a thing even exists, I interacted with the doors and stepped on through.
Behold my people. They feast at my table, find warmth at my fire, and glow with happiness to be separated from the turmoil of war.
You're deluded if you think the sight of women and children will make me leave you alone.
I do not intend to deceive you. The white frost approaches, a cataclysm that will bury the world beneath snow and ice. Each night, I dream of icy wastelands and the death of the old civilizations.
I've heard Ithlina's prophecy.
The cataclysm is unavoidable. Kings prefer to wage local wars to expand their influence, while elves have become terrorists fighting for a lost cause. The world needs a savior, a man of the moment, someone to kindle the flame in people's hearts.
Ha! You, savior of the world?
Come, I will show you something. Humans are weak, frail, and inclined toward evil. I shall create a new man, perfect, tempered in the eternal fire.
Finished? Because if you are...
You doubt me? I do not blame you. I had my doubts too. Yet now, my vision is strong.
De Aldersberg casts some kind of spell? With it, Geralt and the Grand Master get teleported to an icy plain. Wherever we are, it seems like we're far from the kingdom of Temeria. Well, as it just so happens, maybe we actually never left it.
Behold, the scales will fall from your eyes, and you will understand.
Juggler's tricks. I expected more.
You think this an illusion? Oh no, Geralt, it's nothing of the sort.
Where are we?
See for yourself. Follow me. Now that you have seen the ice-encased towers of Vizima, do you understand?
You're rambling, de Aldersberg. What do you want?
This is the future. The white frost has destroyed human civilization. This is the end of time. Do we lose heart, surrender? Never. We can yet avoid our fate.
Save your rhetoric for the plebs.
Understand. The Order and Salamandra acted only to save humanity.
Every criminal claims a higher cause.
You lack humility. Time for a lesson in some.
Now begins the great crawl through the icy plain. Honestly, this was one of my favorite parts of the story. Jacques teleports to the other end of the region, and it's up to Geralt to reach him. However, along the way, the Witcher runs into friends and foes that he's made along the way.
The unexpected awaits you here.
How did you get here?
You're stronger than the Grand Master thought. You summoned me.
How?
The Grand Master invited you into a vision of the future enclosed in his mind, yet you brought your own visions and specters.
So this isn't real?
It's more than a dream. Should you die here, your death will be very real. I shall accompany you, assist you. But only a blizzard follows us, with nothing beyond it but death.
Triss Merigold, Geralt's romantic partner, is the first of his allies to accompany him on this journey. Together, they face the Icy Plains' most prominent foe, Skullheads. These are new beasts, creatures that not even the likes of a Witcher has seen before. They're sort of built like Strigas, but have a stronger resemblance to humans. Behind Triss and Geralt, a powerful blizzard approaches. I made sure to never even go near it, but given the sorceress's warning, I'm sure Geralt would either die instantly or get severely injured. On the subject of Triss, I'd say that I'm thankful to have her here with me, or at least a memory of her. Her spells and casts work wonders for taking out these Skullheads.
You haven't changed a bit, Witcher. Again, you emerge from nowhere to kill humans.
What humans? As always, you're perplexing.
Behold the remains of humanity. Ape men, wretched creatures worthy of disdain. Some my own great-grandchildren.
They're human?
The white frost has stripped humanity of its luxurious robes. All that's left are beasts that think only of eating and procreating. They are human no longer. Their base instincts drive them like the lynch mob from which you saved me. I'm grateful. Take my gift.
Abigail won't fight alongside Geralt, but she will supply some much-needed potions. She gifts the Witcher with multiple elixirs, brews that 100% will turn the tides of war. You heard it from her first, but these Skullheads are literally the next step for humanity. If the White Frost reaches Temeria, this is what humans will devolve or evolve into, depending on how you see it.
I see you have met our degenerate great-grandchildren. Do you understand now why you cannot oppose my plan?
You have yet to say how all this ice justifies your crimes.
Only a grand plan pursued without hesitation could save humanity from what I saw in my visions.
Trust your daydreams that much?
I never asked for these visions, this gift.
But you chose how to use it.
Many times you insisted special gifts should be used for just causes. I chose the most just of causes, saving millions of lives.
And pursued it by ending hundreds of others. How many more do you aim to condemn?
You have no notion of the approaching cataclysm. The spirits of those who perished wander here. Tell them they had no right to survive.
Wandering through the icy tunnels, Geralt ends up battling spirits called Wild Hunt Wraiths. In fact, it doesn't take him too long to reach the King of the Wild Hunt. It tells Geralt that the course is set and that he can't stop anything. Wherever the Witcher goes, death follows. This turns into another group fight with more Wraiths, but luckily, with Triss by my side, they aren't difficult opponents.
You killed me, yet I'm happy to see you.
There are worse things than dying in battle.
I know. I didn't choose a soldierly life to die in bed. Our ties exceed even death. I will fight at your side. Draw your sword, things are about to get interesting.
The party grows from 2 to 3. An aspect of White Rayla joins in on the action, and together, the trio goes up against more Skullheads. With just Triss and I, these things were already easy enough, but add Rayla to the mix, they become nothing more than nuisance creatures. At this point, Geralt is beginning his climb up the icy mountain. The summit holds that grand courtyard that Aldersburg originally teleported to. No doubt, the Witcher's final stop on this long, cold voyage.
Do you finally understand, obstinate Witcher? Humanity will perish. The few who remain will become animals. My plan would avoid this.
What plan, damn it?
The human nations can only survive the cold through a mass exodus south.
With you leading them?
I'm prepared to do so. I see the future. I command respect. I would rule well. Of course, I had to get rid of any standing in the way, especially non-humans.
Why so obsessed about other races?
I was prepared to sacrifice anything, to save humanity at all costs. Do you know the saying, the ends justify the means?
I do. You sound pathetic, de Aldersberg, as if you believed your own lies.
Non-humans, their extinction is not a goal, but a means. Since you detest humans so, I'll leave you with my no longer human serfs. You have much in common. You should get along.
Unfortunately, the Order's ace doesn't stick around for too long. At this point, Rhaella seems to have departed and it's back to just Triss and Geralt. Furthermore, the enemy type starts to ramp up here. Gone are the dull skullheads and in are the mutants. Obviously, Geralt has come a long way since first facing them, and he, or rather I, am better equipped to handle it. A combination of Triss's magic and Geralt's fast steel, and the story keeps on rolling.
We could have stopped the Grandmaster's madness, but you insisted on stopping us.
You resorted to murder and terrorism. That's no alternative.
Yet we were right. Behold, humans are naught but bloodthirsty apes. That is plainly visible here. You blindly followed the Order's lead and now brandish your sword against them, like a dog biting the hand that feeds it. But that is what you are. No wolf but a rabid dog, a mindless killing machine. Nobody.
Enough, Yavin.
Now I shall kill you like the dog you are.
Like I said earlier, this crawl down memory lane is meant to reunite Geralt with both his friends and foes. Unfortunately for Yavin, both in life and death, he really wasn't much of a match for the Witcher. You definitely have to feel bad for him and his movement, but alas, what's done is done.
Look, Alvin.
It's just an illusion, Triss.
On that subject, Alvin's been MIA for quite some time now. I haven't seen him since the end of Chapter 4. One can only wonder if his story will come to a close too.
How stubborn you are. I could use you to shepherd my sheep during the first years of winter.
I doubt you mean it. You stole our secrets from Kaer Morhen, used them for the worst ends.
Witchers were meant to be guardians, but proved too weak. You loathe yourselves. I needed witches, but perfect ones, emotionless, lacking human weaknesses.
You see human traits as weaknesses? I pity you.
Fear obscures your thinking. My knights never hesitate.
At this point, Geralt's almost reached the top. There's not that much further to go now. The closer he gets, the more mutants he ends up encountering. To me, this feels like a sign that de Aldersberg is getting desperate. He now has to deploy his own personal guards in order to keep Geralt off of his tail.
Look, Geralt. Humans, monsters. Easy to mistake one for the other.
True, Your Highness.
I should know, wouldn't you say? The Grand Master is clearly a madman. Even I wouldn't dare pursue a plan like his. We must stop him.
Milady, your wish is my command.
You have class, a rare quality. I wish to fight alongside you. Call it a whim.
Well, that was certainly unexpected, but hey, I'll take a Striga companion any day. The Holy Flame only knows that Ada gave me one heck of a time when I tried to destroy her, so hopefully she can give these NPCs the same treatment. As Geralt and co are crossing the icy bridge, it collapses behind them. While it doesn't seem like it means much, to me it symbolizes that there's no going back. From here, the only way out is forward, through the rest of Salamandra's experiments and the Grand Master. On the other side of the bridge, I found myself facing off against a few Knights of the Order, as well as some Greater Brothers. Alone, this battle would have been a nightmare. However, Triss and Striga, not too bad. The Greater Brothers still did a number to my health, and I found myself scrambling around the battlefield, but I never felt at risk of dying. This whole time, actually, I felt pretty confident in my build and my version of Geralt.
Here we must part.
Why?
At the heart of the vision, he controls all. You must go on alone.
See you, Triss. I'll be back.
Good luck, Geralt.
This is it, the final calm before the storm. As soon as all the aspects depart, Geralt gets down to meditate one last time. If you wanted fresh status bars, needed to apply some last-minute talent points, or were looking to brew some potions, This is the time. There's no going back from here. Everything on Geralt's journey through Kaer Morhen, the outskirts, Vizima, the swamps, murky waters, and now the ice plains has led him here. All of the friends he's made and lost, the enemies he's encountered and fought, the connections, the heartbreak, it's all brought him here. Feeling as ready as I can be, I ran around the corner and laid eyes on Jacques de Aldersberg. There's no more running from each other. Now it's time for our showdown.
Now, do you see the need to act, whatever the price? Geralt, open your eyes, open your mind.
They treat people like you at St. Lebioda's hospital.
By pursuing me, you proved me right. You faced the dangers that humanity faces and survived.
Jacques de Aldersberg, your dream is over.
Patience. You may yet change your mind. Imagine thousands traversing an icy wasteland. Could you defend them? You and a handful of witches ridden with doubt, like Berengar? Impossible. Only the greater brothers can do that, but they need to be taught and led. They need you.
I also have an offer. Surrender. Withdraw your mutants. Humble yourself before the king. You'll save many lives.
How confident you seem. A painful lesson awaits.
The final fight for the Witcher is broken down into a few phases. The first sees Geralt battling against 5 mutants. If this matchup happened earlier in the game, I have no idea how I'd fare. I probably would have just walked out of the room or something. Remembering my first fight with one of these things, it had me backed into a corner. To think about how far I've come, I'm now able to take out an entire group of them with nothing but a steel sword and some swallow. The next phase finally sees Geralt and de Aldersberg duking it out. The Grand Master summons almost a dozen Ifrit clones called Omens of Fire. For the time being, they circle the battlefield, but as Jacques continues to get his teeth kicked in, they too start to enter the battle. Really, they serve mostly as distractions and nuisances. The Grand Master himself doesn't deal all that much damage to Geralt, but with the combined might of his Omens, the Witcher's vitality does begin to drop. On top of his conjurations, de Aldersberg is able to cast a spell that encases Geralt in ice. This essentially acts as a glorified stun, and if the Witcher is not careful, it can be how Jacques comes out on top. Slowly, as the fight goes on, the Ifrits start to dwindle. Before too long, it was just myself and the Grand Master. For quite some time, him and I went back and forth. Geralt and Jacques took swing after swing. My Ard could knock him back, and his ice coffin would hold me in place. Strong style hit after strong style hit. I never let up, I never backed down. I just kept up the pressure. Finally, after practically holding my breath for a whole minute, the screen started to fade to black, and I knew that our tussle was over.
Again, Wolf. Have you fulfilled your destiny?
Salamandra is dying, soon to be a memory.
Salamandra means nothing. It was but a particle of chaos, the tool of the madman you just slew. Your past, your destiny, the reasons for your resurrection, all remain unknown.
Words, words, words.
You've always used them ably to mask uncertainty and fear. I once promised I would follow you.
Gibberish, Spectre. Tell me what you want or disappear.
Reflect on your deeds, Witcher. I stood near you when you arrived at Kaer Morhen, an omen of its downfall. I observed as you judged the villagers of the outskirts, leaving only blood and fire behind you. Passed through Vizima like a sword through a heart, accusing others, destroying lives, mindful of nothing but your own purpose, to be achieved whatever the means. You slaughtered dozens with your witch's sword. You helped create the foundations for the Order's fanatical reign.
You left Vizima in chaos, only to bring destruction upon murky waters. Every one of your decisions brought further devastation. Each choice you made led to greater evil. The Order to which you handed power aims to eradicate all who are not entirely human. What say you to that, mutant?
Stop.
Do not deny it, Witcher. You are my greatest champion, a perfect means of destruction. Wherever you walk, death and chaos follow. Now, as it was years ago, accept it. Do not fight it. Give up to me yet another man you destroyed.
Jacques de Aldersberg is mine.
You dare to oppose me? I sense your weakness as your life seeps from your wounds. With every drop, death draws nearer. You stand no chance against me. Yield to me.
Never. This is between him and me.
You aim to kill him anyway.
True, but for my reasons, and they're nothing to you. Clear off while you can. Go before it's too late.
You want to fight me? So be it. Your flight from death ends here. Draw your sword.
I was afraid you'd suggest chess.
So, in a weird twist of events, the true final boss for The Witcher is the King of the Wild Hunt. It kind of comes out of left field, but after doing some digging, there are apparently hints of the king's involvement throughout the story in some of the game's side quests. This specter has been on Geralt's tail for quite some time. Even though it's not the same thing, in some ways, think of the King of the Wild Hunt as death. It's an old entity and it'll far outlast almost anything on the continent. Apparently, the king wants Jacques just as badly as Geralt wants him. Along with that, the king also intends to claim Geralt. Consider it a two birds, one stone approach. You probably saw it, but I did have the option of surrendering the Grand Master to the Wild Hunt. I'd assume that that option completely circumvents this fight and jumps the story to the end. Honestly, it was probably incredibly risky to fight with the Wild Hunt. If I had died, I probably would have had to go through the entire de Aldersberg fight again. Truly, this battle took me forever to complete. I had the king backed up to a corner and just unleashed a flurry of Silverfast style combos. After what felt like 3 straight minutes of attacks, it appears as though I had finally defeated the Spectre. Feeling pretty good about my bonus achievement there, I wandered back over to de Aldersberg and closed out the fight.
That sword is for monsters.
You're awake, Geralt. I was getting worried.
Dandelion? Where's the Grand Master?
A few steps away. He's dead. For a minute there, I thought you were gone too.
Hardly a pleasant nap. Was I out long?
Well, you missed a few things. The rebellion's been quelled and Foltest has regained control of the city, with assistance from the Order.
How's Siegfried?
He was here a second ago, keeping an eye on you until I arrived. Then duty called.
I wonder how he'll manage as Grand Master.
Well, I hope. What about you? Did you succeed?
Yes. I'll take the final element from Jacques and close this chapter.
Just like that, Geralt is brought back to the same courtyard, but it's a lot warmer and it's a more recent scene. The battle with Salamandra, the Old Order, the Grand Master, the Scoia'tael, it's all done. Approaching Jacques' body, he only has 2 items on him. The first was the secrets that were stolen from Kaer Morhen, aka the mutagens. With these secured, nobody can create any more abominations. The second item, however, was quite interesting and opens the door to theories. It turns out to be a Dimeridium amulet. While I don't think those are one of a kind, there's only one NPC in this game who received one, that I know of, and that's Alvin.
So, did you recover everything?
Know what I found on the Grand Master? A Dimeridium pendant.
The one you gave Alvin?
I don't know. It looks the same, but older. He must have worn it under his armor for years.
A true keepsake, perhaps.
Maybe it was his way of repelling hostile magic. Or it was there to control inborn abilities, unrelenting visions.
That's something we'll never know.
It doesn't matter. Jacques de Aldersberg, if that was his name, is dead. End of story.
What's next, Geralt?
What do you mean?
Come now. You've recovered what was stolen, punished those who hurt you, you played politics and dismantled conspiracies. You've loved, you've killed. You've come a long way, Geralt. What do you intend to do now?
Only now do I feel my new life beginning.
Born anew, baptized in blood and fire.
A new ballad? Sounds too pompous, Dandelion. Take a look around. Life is simple, unpredictable, and beautiful.
That's something new. You returned from the netherworld, got entangled in a real mess. You faced beasts and bastards who did you harm. And you're telling me life is beautiful?
You're exaggerating again. Something ends, something begins. I'll take the last of the stolen secrets, take a deep breath, and move on.
What can I say? Godspeed on your path, Witcher. Jacques de Aldersberg's funeral drew masses. All wished to bid farewell to the man who had saved Vizima. The bloody street fighting ended. People saw the knights as heroes. Non-humans faced greater hatred than they did before the rebellion. The king's edicts punishing the Scoia'tael caused a mass exodus of elves and dwarves. History can at times be cruel. The king turned a blind eye to the iniquities of the Order of the Flaming Rose. The new Grand Master, Siegfried of Dunel, reformed the order, consolidated its power. The sorceresses failed to consolidate theirs at the court of King Foltest. The king punished or exiled those who had plotted against him in his absence. New fortunes were made amidst the ruins. Some won, others lost. The natural order of things. Few knew what had really happened in those days in Vizima. They were those who destiny had brought together with Geralt of Rivia, yet they chose to remain silent. What then happened to the Witcher? That is a different tale entirely.
Temeria and Redania are allies, thanks in no small part to you. For your toil, a worthy pouch of gold.
Your Highness. Master. Farewell, sire.
And just like that, The Witcher 1 comes to a close. As per Dandelion's ballad, a lot has changed on the continent. The world is a different place now. Factions have risen and fallen. Some leaders are dead and others are born anew. Salamandra, as we know it, is no more. The Order has been completely reformed. The Scoia'tael have been weakened beyond repair. A new alliance has been created between Temeria and Redania. As for Geralt and his allies, well, it's a bit of an open end on that one. The other Witchers are still sort of in the wind. Other than Berengar, we haven't heard or seen of them since the beginning of the game. Triss, Geralt's romantic interest, is also MIA. She was last seen in Foltest's court, but there doesn't seem to be closure between her and Geralt. The two had confessed their feelings for one another, but who knows where that'll lead to now. Again, the world is such a different place than it was at the beginning. And then, of course, there's Alvin. Like I said before, Alvin had disappeared in Chapter 4, and other than a glimpse of him in the epilogue, we really don't know what's happened. Well, technically, that isn't true. While it isn't confirmed, it's heavily theorized that Alvin is Jacques de Aldersberg. The full concept is more fleshed out than the description I'm about to give, but essentially, the idea goes that Alvin was able to time travel. Triss herself confirms this when she meets again with Geralt, saying that Alvin could be anywhere across space and time. After teleporting out of murky waters, Alvin was able to travel through time, hone his skills, develop his outlook on the world, create the Order of the Flaming Rose, and develop a plan for humanity's future. If you recall, when Alvin's more magical side would come to light, he kept mentioning what's essentially the apocalypse, the time of the axe and sword, the white frost. It's exactly what de Aldersberg showed Geralt in the epilogue. Furthermore, that's exactly why the Grand Master would speak to Geralt like he knew him, because he did. He remembers the lessons that Geralt had taught him in chapters 1, 3, and 4. He knows what kind of person Geralt is, along with his outlook on monsters, people, and places. Then, the final nail in the coffin, and perhaps the most obvious one, is that de Aldersberg had a Dimeritium amulet. Apparently, those don't go around much, and given its age, it looks to be about on par with the one that Triss would have given Alvin. I think that the evidence is in favor that they're the same person. If you want a more detailed explanation of the theory, the Witcher Wiki has it available, and trust me, it probably makes more sense than what I had tried to describe. In any case, I think it's a tragic end for his tale. The boy that once loved and looked up to Geralt becomes his ultimate enemy. It just goes to show that no matter what you do for some people, there's no saving them from their destiny. Well, that's it. The journey through The Witcher 1 comes to an end. I thoroughly enjoyed this game. It blew my expectations out of the water, the story was excellent, and the gameplay was loads of fun. I can't wait to get into The Witcher 1's side quests, and I'm eager to start playing The Witcher 2 next. Plus, The Witcher 4 is on the horizon, so it comes at a great time. I really want to see where Geralt's adventures lead him to, what to make of that final scene with the Witcher assassin, and what's happened with all of his friends and allies. Obviously, I tried to tell this story the best that I could. This game is insanely long, and I could have easily tripled my playtime if I had done more side content and exploration. A lot of times, those side stories play a major role in the world building, and I just hope that, for the most part, you understand The Witcher's world about as well as I do, if not even more. Thank you all for coming along this journey with me. I'd love to know your thoughts on The Witcher down below, and until next time, keep on adventuring.